Internet. It is I, the real Randy Chavez, coming at you today with a VeVeOmi update video. Guys, if you're new, welcome. For not, welcome back. I love you all. Everyone say hello to Dashi. Hello, Dashi. Commenting, liking, subscribing is a free way to help support the channel. Non-free ways are Patreon and super chats down below. Super thanks as well. Also, become a member. Also, Raythax.eth domain name is not financial advice. So we have a couple of things to go over today, one of which is something that I saw very, very recently. All right, so I'm in an incognito tab right now, right? Gone incognito. And I type in DC NFT. And you have Palm up there. You have DC NFT. And then people also ask about other stuff. You do a little scroll, do a little scroll, do a little scroll. Okay, maybe it's not working on mine because when Foster Hilt typed in DC NFTs and when Maximus Mendicium typed in DC NFTs, they got VV.me. He got VV.me and Foster Hilt got VV.me. So this is clearly based on location because I did not get VV.me. I just got DC NFTs. I got Palm. So that didn't work out the way I wanted. Either way, whether it's on incognito tab or not, in some areas of the world, when you type in DC NFTs, you get sponsored ads for VV. You get, even if it's in an incognito tab like Foster Hilt has, you can get VV sponsored posts, which I thought was really interesting. So on this particular title that I put in, I forget what I had posted. So let me go in and read that real quick. Talking about new collecting. All right, new collecting practices. All right, we'll start with that one. Scrolling through TikTok before, and on TikTok there was this woman, pretty late 20s, early 30s, give or take, kind of around my age, and she had said, "Ladies, if you want to find a good dad, do this." And she starts listing off a couple of things. Find a D&D player, which is like, okay, that's interesting, but yeah, okay, that makes sense. I could see, people who play D&D are often very creative. They're often very imaginative, and most of the people that I've seen play D&D are, decent people. And then the next thing that she says is, if he has collectibles. And I was like, oh, all right. And this didn't have like 10,000 likes and, like 50,000 views. No, this had like hundreds of thousands of views, like 100,000 likes, where she's talking about a good way to see if you want to have kids with someone, not just if you want to hook up with someone, want to have kids with someone, is if they have collectibles. And it was also if they collect whiskey and play D&D and all that bunch of other nerd stuff. But talking about actually choosing a mate. And yeah, I get it. Done with, TikTok, it's a little bit of a shock and awe thing, but that has to resonate with some people. That has to go and I mean, you see it all the time with, especially older women with younger women. It's like, oh, you choose the nicer guy. Choose the person that's gonna be good for you. And obviously, younger women don't want that stuff. But it seems like that has been the age of which women kind of realize that has been going down, which I think is really good. And what's the big thing about Web3? What's the big thing about having, I guess, in part, kind of like a secret identity where you don't, and that's another thing I'll get into later, which is, hey, like a second life. You have your life where you go out and you work and you have your friends, whatever, and then your second life where you do whatever. Again, more on that later. But how are people going to get in like the dominance? How are men supposed to get in the dominance hierarchy? What are 98% of my viewers here? They're men. And what do you need to do in the real world normally? Nice car. Nice car means you have oh, hey, Asaya. Hey, Randy, hope you've been good. Still holding. Do you think OMI will ever hit 20 cents at any time over the next 5 years? Yes, 100,000%. Saya, it's been a while since we talked, but I don't know what I had the last time we talked, but I now have 152 million OMI, meaning that most likely the last time we had talked, I had in the 140s or maybe 150, but I'm still buying over the last month. Since in this year, I bought 2 million OMI. So now I have 152. I wouldn't do that if I thought we wouldn't, if I didn't think we wouldn't go up significantly. Do we get 20 cents in the next bull market? I think it's very possible. If we don't get it in the next bull market, we'll definitely get it in the one after that. But I mean, it's it's such a large range on where OMI will go. I mean, it could go to 10 cents or it could go to, oh God, I mean, if we become a meme coin, if everything hits the right way, it could go to like 55, 65 cents. I mean, there, you have people that are older, smarter, and more experienced than me, like Crypto Rain, and Dr. Stuff go and say, yeah, OMI could hit $1, saying that more than once. And says, in more recent interviews has said, yeah, I think, if we could do 1,000x. And at the time, that was only 80 cents. Now at the time, it is close to $1. But even going 800x from here, 72 cents. If we're figure about 0009. So yeah, I'm pretty confident that we get in the next 2.5 years, we get close to that, if not surpassing that. But again, I digress. What was I saying about? Where was I? Okay. Oh yeah, collecting practices. So if you go and you ask AI about collecting, I'll go over that in a second, but there is something else that I wanted to go to, where if you take a look at the history of collectibles, and you take a look at AI, and you go to ChatGPT and said, write me an essay on the history and future of collecting. It says, collecting is a practice that has been around for thousands of years and has evolved over time. So not only has and I'll continue on that in a second, but again, what do people do in the real world to go and kind of like woo women, like men, have a nice car, have a house, have a decent job, and dress nice. Like that's, I mean, and if you have multiple cars, you have multiple things that, again, you have to show off, multiple watches. I'm not saying watch, but what this generally where a watch would go. This is, and I've gone over this before, but this is very similar to what you're going to have in the metaverse. And you're going to be able to say, you could be as private or as open as you want. Privately saying, like, let's say California, they've recently announced that they're going to have their car titles at the DMV be on the blockchain. Most likely you'll see that over in Legacy Auto. You'll see, oh, when you go to buy a new Nissan or Toyota, whatever it is, you're going to go and that's probably going to be on the blockchain at some point. And what's going to be on the blockchain? I mean, it's either the sale of the car, the title of the car, everything about it. So with that, it's going to be really awkward if you're haggling with the car salesman and you pay 25,000, 30,000, 20,000 for, you get them down, you get them to cut their commission, and then suddenly they see in your wallet that you have, $30 million. That's going to look, it's not going to look good. Or even, several $100,000. So you can keep it private, or you could keep it super open. Go to a bar. I'm going to buy everyone drinks at the bar. Everyone drinks in the building, whatever it is. Yeah, sir, it's going to be $1,000. Yeah, sure. Take this. And it sees like, oh, paying from, 100 Bitcoin you have, or however much OMI converting to Bitcoin. And like, oh, wow, this dude's walking around like $30 million. Like, goddamn. Anyway, moving on to the rest of the AI response. Ooh. Close that door real quick. Because my housemate is home. I don't want to be talking up the whole house. Because in ancient times, collecting was associated with the accumulation of wealth and status. Not much has changed. For example, emperors and royalty in China and Europe collected precious items such as ceramics, jade, and gold. I'm not sure about ceramics, but we definitely have some jade and gold in our VV app. And what better way to show it off than our showrooms? And I know showrooms like, okay, well, other people can't see it unless you make a showroom and unless you post that showroom somewhere else. Correct. However, we have had Reese in the Ecomi official Telegram group talking about this, saying web app is the cheapest way to get gems, yada, 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 VV update. Okay, so people were talking about, Dan Lee, actually, he said, is VeVeVerse still on track with the Anaheim timelines, mainly the VeVeVerse release around Q1? And I didn't think we would get phase one, like, again, the VeVeVerse, meaning the showroom and accessories, I didn't think we were going to get that till Q3. And technically we might not, but Reese literally today, like 2 hours ago, came in and said, as far as I know, good sir, the first phase should land anyway, which is the home space and new showroom that was displayed at DCon. I believe Dan will be putting out some more in-depth content walkthroughs between now and then, which should help showcase everything as well. So we might actually get phase one in Q1. There is 2 months left, or 7 or 8 weeks, depending on how you're looking at it. You have all of February, short month, whatever. But then you have March, which is 30 days, 31 days, as long as January. So I think it's possible, again, according to Reese, that we might have the phase 1 of the VeVeVerse landing in Q1 in the next 7 weeks. Anyway, moving on for that. Blah, blah, blah. With the advent of Industrial Revolution, collecting became a popular hobby for the middle class. Mass production of items made it possible for people to collect items that were once only available to the wealthy. And what do you see now? Now you see it go a step further, whereas things that were only available to be afforded by the middle class, you can collect. I don't care who you are. You have $3 to get a Marvel Mighty. You have $3 to get a comic book. Is a Queen Ramonda going to go from $3.50 to, $100? No. Very doubtful. Will a Queen Ramonda go from $4 to $10? Yeah, probably. And it's just a way of going and saying, hey, there's other ways to make money, even for the poor. You don't have to be rich anymore. You don't have to just be middle class anymore. You can go on and get a comic book for $2. You can go on and get some. And again, there's a lot of comic books that have been burned. If you missed my video the other day, let's take a look at the comic books that have been burned. There were a bunch of them, and they weren't like, oh yeah, let's burn 20 books. There were like thousands of books. We have Wolverine number 66, which is Old Man Logan. 5,500 of those were burned, so there's about 14,000 left. You have Marvel New Mutants number 1. 4,500 have been burned, about 15,000 left. There were 10,000 originally of Marvel Zombies number 3. 828 have been burned, so about 9,000 left. And then you have Marvel Zombies number 4. Originally only 10,000, 2,100 have been burned, 7,800 are left. And then Marvel Zombies number 5, 10,000 were originally minted. Were originally there in the store. 1,500 have been burned, 8,400 are left. So there's a lot of these things. There's I think a really big opportunity with comics. And again, that's just my opinion. And why I say that is because, well, Chavez, there's, you can go to Marvel.com or whatever and pay $20 a month and get Marvel Collect or Marvel Insider, and you can read all the comics there. Sure, you can. But then why are they advertising it? They've had Marvel Insider advertised on the QR codes. Okay, you can't see it. The QR codes specifically on Disney Plus shows such as She-Hulk. QR codes were in every single episode of She-Hulk. They were in a couple episodes of Moon Knight, and they will be in Agatha: Coven of Chaos. I guarantee you that QR code becomes a VV QR code at some point in the future. Not financial advice. So in the 20th century, collecting became even more diverse. The rise of popular culture led to the growth of comic book, toy, and record collections. The emergence of new technologies such as video games and digital music have also opened up new avenues for collecting. Today, there are collectors for almost everything from vintage cars to rare books. Digital is definitely something I want to talk about. When you have digital stuff, like, comment down below if you gave your computer AIDS 20 years ago with LimeWire. 15, 20 years ago. How many people? Listen, hey, Meg. Okay, she's not here. I guarantee you at least one of my housemates has given their computers AIDS with LimeWire. That's just what you did back in the day, because that was the new thing. Future collecting is likely to be shaped by technology. The rise of the internet and online marketplaces has made it easier for collectors to buy and sell items from anywhere in the world. This has also increased the visibility of collections and made it easier for people to discover new areas to collect, which is VeVe. The use of artificial intelligence and machine learning is also likely to play a role in the future of collecting. I have asked people this before. It was around the Ecomiverse on Monday. Crypto Rain, Dr. Stuff, Dan Lee, and Danny the Bull. I'd asked, hey, what's your opinion on AI and people using AI, bots, scripts, etc., what have you, in order to go in and trade for you? I mean, you have people doing that in the stock market already. I guarantee you have that here in digital collecting, where people say, hey, which one is going to go up the most? And I mean, it's really hard to say right now. I don't think AI would be able to say. There's not enough information. Again, the ChatGPT only goes through like 2021. I don't know if it has I don't know if it'll be able to give you any updates on like VV's new VV's new update. Speaking of VV's new update, Reese had gone on and said, or somebody had asked, why was there no mention of OUP or VeVeVerse updates in the community update? Which is kind of a false question, because in OUP has the waitlist. They talked about waitlist at length in the update, but I digress. Reset said, because it's a VeVe update, not VeVeVerse or Ecomi. When there are solid updates to share on those fronts, we'll put them out to keep everyone in the loop. So Reese to be doing the Lord's work, answering questions. Okay, moving on. What was the last thing that I was talking about? Okay, Second Life, right? Okay, I guess the next thing would be changes that I see as a direct result from VeVe. And this goes into their logo as well. I don't know of any other digital collectible platform that was using digital collectibles. It was all NFTs. Everyone was talking about NFTs well before the change was made, well before there was a negative connotation on NFTs. They were all saying it, except for VeVe, that was always saying digital collectibles. Now, I don't know if they were the exact reason why everyone was changing digital collectibles, but they were the first. And after NFT had a negative connotation towards it, what did people do? They followed VeVe. Could they have come up with digital collectibles independently of VeVe? Maybe, or they just see VeVe. Oh, yeah, digital collectibles. That's really good. I mean, bet you dollars to donuts. That's what's probably happened. But again, that's just my opinion. Okay, why I'm buying more OMI. I was mentioning to Thea over here that I had recently bought another couple million OMI, and this is not the only time. I'll buy a little bit more later this month. I'll buy a little bit more in March. The reason why, hold on, I need a first day back in the gym, got to celebrate. No laws when you're drinking claws. Oh, these are good. Oh, it's been a while since I had a White Claw. Oh my lordy. Comment down below if you like White Claws. Anyway, this video is not sponsored. Talking about Second Life, or changes that I see are, let me go with OMI real quick. You know, I do have a little bit of dry powder on the side, but I'd rather buy here because, I mean, if we are in a new bull market, we are not long for triple zeros. If we are truly in a new bull market, this will rise at a commensurate rate to all the updates that we're going to get. And I'd rather buy here at triple zeros than wait till 002. I just would. I'm more comfortable buying here and it going down. Again, we can see 0007. If you listen to that podcast I had with Mr. Pags on Sunday, I believe, we had he believes that we could go to like 0003 if things get bad enough. He's very, very bearish in the short term. To my knowledge, he has not yet rebought in. It sold a lot at 0025, 003, whatever. But he's of the opinion that we could go very, very low, which I already think we're getting a bargain. If we do go down lower, sure, I'll buy more. But I'm more comfortable buying more now and it going down as opposed to not buying now and it going up. It's like, okay, I missed it. And then you also lose, those profits. Anyway, talking about Second Life. There was an actual video game called Second Life, and I'm pretty sure it's still around. Comment down below if you know if it is or not. But Second Life was a video game, and I didn't actually know about it when it was popular in like the mid 2000s or whatever. I learned about it in like 2010 to 2012. I know it was before the military. I was watching, it was on the Science Channel. It was channel 284 in New York. That's what the Science Channel was. Michio Kaku, who's one of my favorite physicists of all time. Now, he does theoretical physics. So he's my favorite theoretical physicist of all time. Yeah, he's probably my favorite. And he had played Second Life on one of these documentaries, and he said that, and this is someone that's one of the smartest men in the world. Read a couple of his books, and he had said that he was surprised at how quickly he got addicted to it, at how much fun he was having. You get an avatar, which, again, because Ready Player Me, we're going to have avatars. You customize it to make it look like you, and you could buy anything that you want. You could buy shoes, you could buy clothes there. Now, why didn't that really take off? It was kind of ahead of its time, but also there were an unlimited amount of things that you could buy and sell and create. They weren't scarce. VeVe Digital Collectibles is very scarce. you have a lot of these. Again, when I went to Ohio a couple weeks ago, one of the whales that was there is like, listen, I have tens of thousands of baseball cards. And I was like, yes, you do. It's like, help me sell them? Sure. We go and do a bunch of these estimates on this app called Colex. And it was eventually, after a day, I had gone on and called one of the sports card dealers, sports card stores in the area. And they said, yeah, we don't buy anything from the 80s. And neither does anyone around us. And I called them confirmed. And yes, the other places around did not buy any baseball cards from the 80s because it's so saturated, so diluted, and there's just really no money there. I was like, okay, well, that was a day wasted. But with VeVe, you don't have that. You know the exact amount of mints, and you know that they're scarce. They're not. It's not like Pokemon, where it's like, yeah, we're gonna do this print run. Oh, a lot of demand. Yeah, we're gonna do another print run. Thus diluting it. So, excuse me. Ooh, left me. Like I said, you don't have that with VeVe, and even on things that have microtransactions, like stuff like Among Us, where you can get a space crab to follow. You spend $2, get a space crab to follow. You spend $2, you get a little toilet paper hat on your head, and a lot of people had that. And it's kind of a flex. It's cute. It's whatever. I guarantee you that those things happen in the VeVeVerse. I guarantee you a lot of those things not only happen, but they're paid with OMI. You might have a couple options to pay. But maybe, yeah. All right, so I might do the interviews later. Buy more OMI. All right, so the new logo. The new logo is somebody I think hit the nail on the head before when, excuse me, they were talking about Vivo. I have a, yeah, so somebody was talking about Vivo, which is a YouTube thing where you do music videos. And that one wasn't necessarily addressed by Alex, but we have someone named Big Time Machine says, thanks, man. It's just a joke. I don't care much for the logo, but I can't deny that the classic logo was superior. And Reverend Alex G had responded, sometimes change is hard, but keeping the old logo was not an option. Hopefully it grows on you. So putting 2 and 2 together, maybe there was a dispute with Veve and Vivo. Again, you have Reverend Alex G going and saying keeping the old one was not an option. So it doesn't really matter what people think about the new logo versus the old logo. I will say this though. My collectibles was pretty adamant. Him saying like, yeah, I've spent 20 years in this industry. I think this is really good. Take a look at Pepsi years ago when it went from like the circular thing where everything looks nice and wavy, and then they took it and they tilted it on its side, and everyone's like, what is this? And now does anybody care? No. As long as the product is good, nothing changes. I mean, think about it. The Veve logo, which was fine. I'm happy to have, rep the old school Veve shirts, to have my Veve legacy logo, that gold and silver logo. I have 2 of them. I might get a third at some point. I don't know. But when you have things like that, it doesn't necessarily target mass adoption. It doesn't really target anyone. It's cool. It's sleek. But when you have something like a big heart saying collectors at heart, that pulls on the strings a little bit. And most people that Veve, that are invested in Veve right now are middle-aged men, late 20s, early 30s. Now, I don't want to say that's middle-aged. Middle-aged, obviously, a little older. But it's a lot of men, and a lot of people like myself, like Dr. Profit, like, have put in 6 figures or a lot, 7 or 8 figures into this. And we already have those type of people. We haven't necessarily targeted kids or families yet. And how do you do that? When you have something that says collectors at heart, yeah, is that going to really give you a big super mega whale, that'll spend $500,000 at the drop of a hat? Maybe that's not who they're necessarily targeting, but let's play those cards out. If somebody who is a super mega whale, you're most likely a super mega whale for a reason. And that reason is probably because you're pretty smart. And if you're looking into a product or a project that is safe, that is primed to grow, that is disruptive, I don't think it necessarily matters what the logo is like. I don't think the logo is going to dissuade whales from investing. But let's say that it did. Let's say we have an either or. We have an, either 10 whales that'll spend it $500,000 like that, $5 million. Nice Saturday. Or we have, let's say, 500,000 people, just normal people, spending $10 each. Well, I would rather have that 500,000 people spending $10 each all day. Why? Because $10 is not that hard to come by. $500,000 is, I think, fairly hard to come by, dare I say. But having the masses, again, I would much rather have 1% effort of 100 people than 100% of my own. How long is it going to take for me to carry 100 bricks from my front yard to the backyard? It might take me several minutes. If I have 100 people there, carry 1 brick each. That's very, very easy to do. Hold on one second. I'd be getting messages. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Oh, okay. So people on the Queen. So, man, the Queen's Court is live right now. Oh man, I didn't. Sorry, didn't know you were having a space. I'm currently live. Ooh, that was some miscommunication there. We have a super chat coming in from Alan Thomas saying beer money. Oh boy, thank you, good sir. Alan Thompson, you are a gentleman and a scholar. Anyway, I've been talking for almost 27 minutes now, so let me go and get to the rest of the folk in the comments over here. VV Zombie saying first, what up, fam? Bogar saying, let's get this Scrooge McDuck bread. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, so apparently Scrooge McDuck, this is a very good comic. Apparently this is something that people really like, they thoroughly enjoy. I don't know if anyone's ever watched DuckTales. I think I did when I was younger. And like I've seen a few episodes. I was never really into Disney Channel as a kid. I got into it like a little later when I was maybe like 10 or 12. I didn't watch it when I was like 4 or 5. I watched it when I was like a bigger kid, early tween type of deal. But anyway, I remember seeing one or two episodes of DuckTales, but apparently the newer DuckTales from like the last 5 years, apparently that's really dope. Apparently that's really good. So I think this comic might do pretty well. Anyway, All Chat Gaming says fire, straight fire. And Marquez says comment, let's freaking go. Can't say but hit the like button already. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. What's up, Smarty Pants? I hope you're doing well. Thank you for commenting. Luke 001 saying, hey fam, hey girl. I have, all right, I'm sorry. Which would get, oh, all right. Oh, political, and all right, hold on. Hold on 1 minute here. BitBoy says rigged, political insider, trading exposed, all the greatest in the history, the little man from Nebraska, Warren Buffett. Yep. BitBoy's talking about Nancy Pelosi. Oh, that's great. That's great. Yeah, she's we don't talk about Bruno. All right, we're gonna go. I'm gonna ask everyone now that we've got some people here to go and smash that like button. Free way to help support the channel. It'd be super great if y'all did that. Okay. Get that out of here. Get that out of there. Oh god. Oh lordy. Oh lordy. Of course you do. Let me go and do this. No subject. Gotta share this link. Copy URL. And yeah. Okay. Black Vigil say new VV logo and front rebrand looks like poop. Again, when you're looking and trying to, this has to be something, when doing something like this, I don't think they would have done this without consulting a lot of their major brands. Changing your logo isn't something you do all willy-nilly. It's like going from GoChain to Immutable X. That is not something you do, move your entire project to another chain. It's not something you do all willy-nilly. That's something that takes a lot of thought. That's something that takes a lot of minds saying like, hey, what's the best one? And it takes a lot of projection. It takes a lot of people going, okay, here's my estimates of doing this. Here's what happens. You have to play those dominoes out. And I don't think I don't think VV would have done this unless it was it had like focus groups, test groups, unless they talked about it with their partners and licensors and a bunch of new people. So I guarantee you there's a reason. And even David said, all right, hold on. Where's David? All right, David, where are you at? I know you're here. So we have a guy named @CUN saying, I'm a designer of 20 plus years. The old logo is miles better. Italic fonts for logos don't work for me. I can see they kept the same curved V, but the old logo is much stronger, brighter, and more sexier in my honest opinion. And this is somebody that apparently has been in designers for 20 plus years. David Yu responds, there is always a story behind everything we do at Veve, and there's a heart. So again, what is the story? I'm not sure. They're kind of keeping us in the dark right now. What's it going to be? I'm not sure. I don't drown it. We're going to cool beans. I don't know what time. Yep. We'll be live for a long old time. Now I'm gonna be here for a long old time, guys. I'll be live for like, as long as you can give me, as long as my voice holds up, as long as the throat is fine. Stop talking. I know, jump on. Okay. Oh, thank you, Honda. You love the new logo. Hey, Tammy, how's it going? How are we doing? Well. Omar Sajay says, hi, Randy and Dashi. Hello, Omar. Hope you're doing well. Oh, Nirwan R says, Randy. Oh, hello. I hope you're doing well. I hope things are going well for you. Randy. Hello. Oh, hello, Zafacer. Thank you so much for those hearts. Those mean the world to me. I actually have there's somebody I want to read something. There's somebody that had made me he wrote me a poem, and I thought this was really sweet. And the poem goes like this: says, Randy Chavez, dear friend of mine, your love for OMI, it does shine. Been a wild ride up and down, but your faith in it has never drowned. Through the highs and lows, you've held on tight, even as others lost their sight. Stood by OMI through thick and thin, and now, as it's dormant, your heart must spin. But know that you're not alone in this, as a crypto market does twist and twist. It's a volatile world full of change, but your passion for OMI, it will never wane. You're an awesome guy in the Veve community. Your dedication will always be a rarity. So hold on tight to your crypto dreams, for OMI's future is yet to be seen. So don't lose hope in your favorite coin, for the crypto world is always in motion. And who knows, OMI's time may come again, and your patience will be rewarded in the end. Oh, that was heckin' beautiful. That was just, whew, my heart does go aflutter. Anyway, Crazy Dan says, hey, Randy, I just purchased 2.7 million more OMI yesterday. I know 12 million stacked. I'm going to get some more soon. I think that future looks extremely bright for us all. I can't help but get pumped when I see my friends and everyone here, everyone in my life buying, because that's, I remember my friend EJ back in the day. He was really big into developing his own business, and you know, he almost actually didn't get married because of this. He wasn't gay, like he somehow found time for dating, and she tolerated him, and you know, he was always constantly building the business. And he said that they had a fight one day. It's like, why always this? Like, you have, you know, you have enough money. Like, you're not poor. You're like, you can afford like whatever you want. Like, why? Like, why are you choosing to work this many hours a week? Why are you choosing to struggle? And he said, this is for the children that we don't have yet. And I was like, oh my God, my feels. And he said, that's all I had to say. Melted her heart. I was like, that's a pretty good line. And I mean, for my friends that are currently letting me rent out a room in their house, for my friends that I am saying, hey, maybe you want to put a little bit more than 5% of your net worth into OMI. Maybe you want to put like 10 or 20 or half. I know, like, I'm not doing half. Like, okay, that's fine, but put like 20. And they're like, this is crazy. Can't believe I'm doing this. Trust me, Chavez. Like, yeah, at their point. Because I know I'm right. And I know this is, there are very, very few projections in with which this doesn't work. They're all very, very small percentages, in my opinion. Anyway, I'm going to move on and say, everyone says, what do you think about Polygon? Polygon's done pretty well recently. I think it went up quite a bit over the last week. A decent amount of stuff is being built on Polygon. Earth 2 had partnered with Polygon Matic. So Essence is going to be on the Polygon blockchain. And Well, I have 40,000 essence. So yeah, I'm pretty bullish on it. I think it's got a lot going for it. That being said, give me $100,000. I don't know if any of it would go into Polygon, just because I'm very, very bullish on the whole chain, and I'm sure it'll grow. I'm sure any amount of money you put in it now will triple in 2 years, if not 5x. But I'm playing something that's I think is going to give me much better ROI. Now, if you're looking at diversifying, yeah, sure. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana gets hacked so much, but I'd say Solana, Cardano, Binance, and yeah, Polygon. I think most people that are in crypto have Polygon in their portfolio, and rightfully so. I haven't invested anything in it because, again, I'm more of eggs in one basket type of dude. That's just my deal. So I says, hey, Randy, you've been good, still holding. You think OMI will ever hit 20 cents at any time in the next 5 years? I think it's very possible in the next bull run. I think you're taking a look at, I would say, let's say if we have no burns, or let's say if the burn only goes down to 300 billion OMI, right? It only goes down to 300 billion OMI. 20 cents, you're looking at $60 billion market cap. I think that's very reasonable. Hey, well, Chavez, isn't 60 billion a lot? Yeah, it's a lot. Okay, let's take a look at what $60 billion market cap would be right now. Oh my God, I can't. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. Ooh. Okay. All right. Let's take a look. I'm feeling all right. It's a little warm in here. Okay. So we take a look at CoinGecko, and we take a look at CoinGecko's top currencies here, and we take a look at their market cap. If you had a $60 billion market cap, you would be the number 4 coin. And it's like, Chavez, you think OMI is really going to be the number 4 coin? Like, come on, let's be serious. And no, I do not think OMI will be the number 4 coin in the next bull market. But that's assuming that all of these just stay the same, which they're not. I would say the top 10, which is, Polygon is the number 10. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tether, Binance, USD, and again, the Tether and USDC, obviously you're not putting your money in them because you're going to 10x. You're putting your money in there because you want you want to stay stable and you don't want to lose money. And as coins go down in the bear market, use that to deploy your capital and buy. Fine, whatever. Excuse me. Same thing with Binance Coin as well. So Tether USD and Binance USD, that's what you do. But for the rest of the coins, the number 10 Polygon is $10.9 billion market cap. I would say that if you're in the top 10, there's a very decent chance that all of these coins have a $100 billion market cap. Chavez, that's insane. You're crazy. And things aren't just going to go back to their highs, what they were in 2 years ago. They're going to far surpass that. I think crypto in general is going to have a lot more money going into it, and I think you're going to have oh man, I can't do that. It's got to be in flying expectations. Yeah, I know. Sorry guys, just had a bunch of stuff. Anywho, but that doesn't mean that OMI won't be close to the top 10. I think OMI goes to be a top 20 coin, top 15, top 12, give or take, whatever it is. So I think $60 billion market cap is really not outside the realm of possibility. And again, that's with zero, that's with next to no burns, which we already know we're going from 311 billion to about 305 billion because they're burning 5.5 billion. So that's what I would say as far as the 20 cents, that gives us the math for that. But I think we're going to have a lot more burns. I think the burns will be tens of billions, will be far under that $300 billion market cap, or that 300 billion OMI circulating supply. Again, just my opinion. Heinz et al. Says, I'm kidding. I have no time for ladies. I'm busy collecting, my man. I mean, why do men go and work all these hours? And, because that makes them more attractive to women when they have more. So I think, yeah, I think having a big VV collection will be a flex, and it will be like, oh. It's like, when maybe a girl, like I guarantee you, some of y'all have seen this before. If you haven't, go watch them. They're pretty funny. It's when this guy, he's in like sweatpants and like a white t-shirt. He asks a really pretty girl, "Is like, oh, excuse me, can I sit here for a minute?" And she's like, "No." I was like, "Okay." And then like, another video. "Excuse me, pretty girl, can I sit here?" She's like, "Yeah." And then he asks her, "Is like, oh, hey, how is this place?" And she kind of answers like, "Hey, oh, that's cool. I'm new in the area. Do you know any other places around here that are good?" And she answers politely, "It's like, can I take you to one of them?" And she's like, "No, I have a boyfriend." And it's like, "Okay, that's fine." And then somebody pulls up in this nice, I don't know, like an Audi, like a supercar, probably worth a couple $100,000. And the dude that gets out goes to the dude. Like, "Here, boss, I got your dry cleaning. Here's your suit jacket. And here's a guy." And then the lady's like, "Wait, this is your car?" It's like, "Oh yeah, yeah. This is, yeah, that's what I was waiting for. So thanks for letting me stay with you." It's like, "Oh, okay. Could you like take me for a ride in it?" It's like, wait a minute. Don't you have a boyfriend?" She's like, "Oh well, having different things, certain flexes will make you more attractive in that aspect. Now, granted, is it going to attract the wrong type of woman? Most times, yeah. Obviously, there are some times where, again, women are the gatekeepers. Women aren't going to say like yes to like losers. Like they're not gonna, yeah, yeah. Moving on. Darth Chaos says hello there. Oh, General Darth Chaos. Tammy Hannah says hit that like button. Smash it, smash it. RV says, what was your bet again with somebody in the chat? This chat? Like right now? I don't think I had a bet with anyone in this chat. I did have a bet with the Todd father about whether or not the VeVeVerse would come out in 2022, and it's just like, okay, what are we gonna bet? And I was like, I don't know, man. You name the bet. I'll bet you something nice. I says, okay, let's bet a Superman. And I was like, I bet, let's bet a Superman. And I lost, so I had a Superman waiting for transfers to come back on so I could give him that Superman because I lost with this rebrand. Excuse me. We're gonna alpha center the moon. Yeah, oh god, I'm dying. The rebrand is gonna be. I think long term rebrand is gonna be fine. I think in the next month the rebrand is gonna be fine. Again, what did Dan say yesterday? Actually, let's play this. Let me play this because I feel like some people were just like not. All right, hold on. Go to my history. It's my history from yesterday. I'm good. Yeah, I'm feeling all right. Okay.
Video content, articles, everything that we put out. And then we're really going to start to be accelerated down on the digital marketing side. And, from my perspective, we're going to, really start to target very specific collectors. Like there are millions, if not tens of millions of Disney fans out there, Disney collectors. And, while this digital collecting thing is still fairly new to most people, obviously not many people watching this video, but we really want to start getting digital collectors collectors in front of this new digital medium because it's fun. He has a lot of cool fun features.
Like what did you hear him say? What did you hear him say? You heard him say that. Oh yeah, I think we're gonna start doing. Hold on, let me go back to my channel here real quick. Go to my live and ask everyone to smash that like button again. I'm sorry, it's the second time asking y'all to smash that. Yeah, if that's not him saying, yeah, we're gonna do marketing with Disney, I just don't know what is. Where was I? Yeah, so I think the rebrand is gonna be very good. I don't think they would have done this without Disney's okay. Yeah, smash it, hit the like button, guys. Albert Exotic says ceramics as animals is huge in the physical collecting and jade. Do these count as ceramics? Do these is the Todd, is that a ceramic? Is the what is yeah? Is that a ceramic? I think is my Bane a ceramic? I don't know. but I like it as well. Yeah. Hey, what up, Cal? Daniel Vang says, "What up, Randy?" Oh, I hope you're doing all right, Mr. Daniel Vang. Thoughts on OMI getting an exchange this year? We'll get one. I don't know what. I don't know which one. Probably going to be something like KuCoin or Kraken. I don't think we get Coinbase or Binance before them. I think that if you're going to roll out exchanges, it's going to be starting with the lower ones and then crescendo up to the bigger ones. Again, that's just my opinion. Obviously, I don't know. They could do anything at any time. I would like to think that they do have one or two in their back pocket. Wait, like if God forbid Bit4X or 7X went down or OKEX, and it's like, hey, we're worried about liquidity for the token. Let's get one of these guys in. Again, I don't think they would, replace one with like Binance or Coinbase. I think that would be either super late this year or probably early next year, in my opinion. And in the VeVeVerse, you own some land, and Vivi chooses to place hidden NFTs. Let's say Cleopatra's tomb, and you could charge people to come dig. Oh my God, that'd be amazing. So all right. So you know how in the game Mario Party, where you go in, and then suddenly, oh, it's a hidden block. You get +8 coins, or you get another thing. Like most hidden blocks are relatively good. Every now and then, there's hidden blocks that are bad. -3 coins, like But I think it would be really cool is if, let's say, you have like a shovel, where you have something, and you dig on your property, and most times you dig on your property, nothing happens. But every now and then, like 1 out of every 100 properties, you dig somewhere and you find a really cool item. Or most people that find items are usually like trash or nothing or whatever. But yeah, I think it'd be really cool to find really cool items like that, as just like a thank you for people for spending their OMI, burning that OMI to buy that land. I think that'd be really cool. But yeah, I like that as well. I don't know if I can say this. I think that there is a chance, because again, you saw the flying DeLorean in the VeVeVerse demo. I don't think that's the only vehicle that's going to fly. I think that if you own land right here, there's nothing that they've said that we can't build up, and if we can build up, we can prevent other people from flying their aircraft if you build up, or even if you have like own the air rights to it. I think that this could get really, really fun. Oh, well, why would you spend so much money on this land so nobody can fly around it? Because in the middle, I'm going to have a base for the warring world. And if nobody can fly around it, then that gives a nice layer of protection. Or if you could see that we're only planes can come in this way, you can create like a death trap. You can just create one way to come in, have gun. I think that would be really interesting. And again, this is probably years away, but I'm very, very bullish on something like that. Yeah, very bullish. LimeWire makes me feel old. Yeah, I risk PC AIDS on the daily for music. On the daily. Yeah, we all did, brother. Oh, those are such good times. Dude, I remember seeing a TikTok, and like I feel like a lot of us have seen those TikToks, like, do you know this music or do you not know this music? And it's usually like a mother and daughter or father and son or something. And then, the kids usually like, 10 or 15 years old, when they were like a baby or they weren't even born, when a lot of like what I thought was like the golden age of emo pop punk, where like Avril Lavigne, Green Day, Sum 41, Blink 182. And then like the dad's just like jamming out and the kid's like, I don't know what this is. I saw a TikTok kind of like that, but this girl reacted to it. She stitched it and she's like, listen, in like the early to mid 2000s, what did we see as music that some of us kind of knew or didn't know? It was like the 80s. And, YouTube wasn't around until I think 05 or 07. So YouTube is, hang on. Ooh, bless me. YouTube hasn't been around for 20 years. It has not been around for that long. And, unless you had parents that listened to that stuff in the 80s, my parents listened to stuff in like the 60s and 70s, which is fine. That's good. I love that type of music. But I didn't really get too much exposure to the 80s and 90s music because that's really not what they listen to. And we're like, right now, like the 80s to us is like the 2000s to like kids that are teenagers right now. And that just, oh my God, that's absolutely wild. That is wild to me. That makes me feel so old. Crazy Dad 420 says, I like the old logo better as well, but to me, it literally doesn't matter. And we will all get used to the new logo soon enough. Not really an issue for me. Yeah, same here. Same here. It is getting a little chilly in here. Go and close that. Okay. Ben Dodges says, hi, Randy. Ooh, woo. What's going on? Randy, what up? Alan Thompson saying beer money. Thank you so much for the beer money. It is super appreciated. Moving on. Jeremy Housen says, oh no, you're streaming while I'm hard at work. I'll have to catch up later. Cheers. Oh, cheers, Jeremy. Cheers. I hope you're doing well. Keep making that bread, making that dolo, making that money, because that is what will make you more money if you buy OMI. Again, not financial advice. Send Dungeon in the house. What's going on? Mr. Guys, what are your thoughts on the price movement today? I'm guessing you're talking about OMI and not really about any of the collectibles. But let's take a look. We were up today, if I'm not mistaken. Out of here. Yep, let me know. At the office. Okay. Yep, go tag me in something. All right. Yeah, we are up 3.83. Oh, that's a little bright. Let's change that brightness so we don't blind you. We're up 3.83%. So that's pretty good. Actually, let's take a look at this. Okay. So we are up currently about 3.83%. And let's see what the volume was on the day. I don't think there was a ton of volume. Oh, no, 904,000. So generally, if we only have about 700,000 volume, we're up to 900 today. That's probably the reason for the price movement. And if we take a look at what Bitcoin was flat. Ethereum up 1.6, BNB up 3%, Cardano up 1.3, Polygon up 3.6. So the only things we did not outperform is Polygon and OKB. We outperformed our Polygon, OKB, and Avalanche, and Uniswap. So we outperformed 16 out of 20, so 80% of the top 20. Let's take a look at how the markets did today, because that just see how OMI compared against that. We outperformed S&P 500, the Dow 30, and the Nasdaq, Russell 2000, crude oil, gold, silver, euro, 10-year bond. We outperformed everything. But let's take a look at things like Meta, Amazon. All right, so Meta, wow, holy crap, Meta was up 23% today. Shout out to them. We did definitely not outperform them. Let's take a look at Amazon, see what they're doing. Amazon up 7% today. I don't know if earnings came out for them. I feel like earnings might have affected that. Tesla up 3.78%. All right, so a lot of the tech. So that's weird. So despite the tech sector and growth stocks really moving a lot, you really didn't. The Dow was down. S&P up 1.4%, Nasdaq up 3%. So yeah, that does make sense. But yeah, I don't know if really OMI is just riding the wave, or if people were really liking the fact that we are rebranding. And again, people that don't like the rebrand, I feel like most of the people, the reasons for not liking it are because of humans just don't like change, and which is fine, whatever. I don't like change either. But for the people that are excited about it, they're excited about it because of the possibilities that it could mean for VV. I'm pretty pumped about it. And those are my thoughts on the price movement today. Energy Detox put in half the net worth into OMI. Nice. Oh man. Yeah, dude, the fact that Reese said that we're still on track for a VeVeVerse release in Q1 is wild. So they got 7 weeks. Got 7 weeks to do it. Energy Detox just prayed 5 cents over 2030. Want to be an OMI millionaire? I'm not going to guarantee anything, but I'd say it's pretty likely we hit 5 cents in 2025. We might even hit it by 2024, late 2024, but I would say it's very likely we hit that and far surpass that in 2025. Again, just my opinion. So you don't have to wait till 2030. Hey guys, in 5 years, we will know if you're a genius or insane. I think my sanity has been slowly slipping away for years, but I mean that line is a very thin line. The hope for my OMI bag, it's the first one, but if not, I'll come visit you in your cardboard box. I had an agreement with the last person I lived with. It was my friend Mark and his daughter Lauren. I mentioned them a lot. Mark's my best friend. Lauren's my best little buddy. I had the agreement. I was like, okay, I'll buy you food. I'll buy you Taco Bell, buy you sushi. But when I'm in a nursing home, you best sneak me in alcohol. And she's like, that's fair. So I got that. You can visit me in my cardboard box or my insane asylum as long as you bring me the good stuff. I love life. I really do. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to. So I'll leave myself out of this. When we're talking about genius or insane, that is a very thin line. Like who are the people that are the best at sports? Just take a look at Michael Jordan. Take a look at what type of life did he have? Constant basketball, constant training, constant practice. Being that great has a price. And that price, a lot of time is insane to most people. Like if I were to tell you this, hey, I chained my dog to a treadmill and made him constantly run for hours, even when he was crying, whimpering, and it's like, you monster, you deserve to be shot, you deserve to be like unalive. That's abuse. And it kind of is. But when you say, hey, yeah, I'm training 6 hours a day and I'm eating the same thing every day. I'm eating just chicken, broccoli, brown rice, and maybe a little bit of steak. And it sounds like, oh, that sounds like torture. You're training for 6 hours a day. You're destroying your body. You're punching until it hurts, and you're dying. You're dying every day. It sounds more dedicated. Oh, you're super dedicated. But if you do that to like an animal, it's abuse. You are abusing your body. And I want to kind of take a pivot to this. Where we're talking about genius or insane. I know I'm not. I was talking with this the other day with someone about like biochemistry. It's like, okay, could I perform titration? Could I do a couple of different things with chemicals? Sure. Am I consider myself a chemist? No. The reason why I would say I'm more insane than genius is because I'm smart enough to be able to make money. I happen to be interested in a field that happens to be in finance, and I'm a decent salesperson. And most smart, normal people say like, okay, I'm gonna max out my 401k, gonna put a bunch in the S&P 500, and the VOO, the SPY, and then 10% will be to things to the moon. And when they had $500,000, they probably would have taken half of that, and they probably would have bought a house. Probably put a quarter $250,000 out on a house, had a very cheap low mortgage, use the other $250,000 for, whatever. I did not do that. I mean, to get that $250,000, I had to do a lot of crazy things anyway. I have not been wrong. So I will. I appreciate the comparison. Hero Driven says, why flooring those Lady Deadpools were so cheap? Oh, I will tell you. So people be talking, and I have been going out and saying, listen, I love Lady Deadpool. She is. Let's take a look. I have 80 of her, so I have a decent amount. But I will also say that if you take a look at my gem transactions from February 2nd on, gem transactions from February 2nd on, okay, $35, $35, $35. I put in a couple $100, $35, $30. Okay, why did I do that? Well, I was buying sub 100 Marvel Mighties. And yesterday I spent, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With 6 times 35, so it's 180, and then the 5 and the 30. I spent $210 yesterday on Marvel Mighties. Why? Because they were sub 100. So I'm trying to recoup some of those, not losses, because I just spent. I'm trying to recoup some of my gems because again, I have enough Lady Deadpools. There's 13,000 of those Lady Deadpools. I have 80 of them, and I think like 4 or 5 of which, or maybe like 6 or 7 of which are sub 100s. Do you need both? Do I need volume and sub 100s, or should I just get sub 100s? And I sold one of them, so I was out of that. But but yeah, that's why I love Lady Deadpools. They are that's probably one of my favorite Mighties. Again, I have more Lady Deadpools than I do any other Marvel Mighty, because I love her so much. But I have a lot of her, and I just want to recoup some of those losses. That being said, there's one for 420. No, I don't I don't want to. But yeah, I have a nice wall over there, and people are selling below the wall, and maybe I should buy below the wall. I don't have that many left. I have 61 gems left. They had that high tier PR firm forever ago. They did. They never used it though. They never used it, so that's why I'm. Oh, excuse me. That's why I was kind of like, excuse me, whatever. Maybe they're using it now. I'm not sure. Randy, what's up, dog boy? Oh, okay. I didn't mean to. Yeah. All right. Got another one. Randy, next dip, at least another million OMI for us. The wife said, go for it. Get that bread. Tell your wife I said, hey, and I hope you're doing well. And good. Yeah, I'm glad you're getting more. That's needed. Real J Foxes, cheers. Cheers from Finland. Well, thank you for joining. This is getting a little late there tonight. I think, what is it, like 11 o'clock right now? Thank you for being with us. Some girl Brittany says, hey, Randy, in chat. Oh, bless you, Randy. Oh, wait, thank you. Oh. Ooh, excuse me. God, but yes, bless me. I I was on video chat with my friend Lauren the other day, and I hear a wahoo. I was like, did your dad just sneeze? She's like, yeah. So I texted him like, bless you, and he texted me back. Why are you saying bless me? He texted me back like 30 minutes later. I was like, oh, I was on video chat with Lauren, and he sneezed. I said, God bless you. I was like, oh. I was like, well, when you said goodbye, I also said I love you, but you didn't respond. I was kind of offended. He didn't hear me, but Oh my God, it says OMI touched 00 today, around 1:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Nice. Glad it did. Glad it did. And Vampire.com says, us 80s kids had the pleasure of trading bootleg cassette tapes at these fancy MP3 files. Yeah, cassette tapes are pretty legit. I remember the only thing that I did not like about them is that you didn't have like a skip to the next song. You had to just fast forward, and you had to like it was just like, oh my God, we're in the same spot, and it's like it was just hard. Like CD, like I don't know if y'all remember, it was a system. Like you didn't just have a playlist on your phone. You couldn't just like, okay, type in whatever on like on YouTube at a red light and then play it, or like you had to have on your sun visor a slew of CDs there, a slew of CDs on the passenger wind visor, in your little arm compartment over there, and you had to memorize which CDs were in which ones. And if you wanted a song on a different album, you had to constantly drive, all right, eject, CD, move, take this one out, put this one in, put this one back there, and skip to the song. It was a job. It was dangerous. I don't know how we didn't all die. I don't know how we didn't crash our cars. I actually was never in a car crash. That was my fault. I have been in several, but none that were my fault. All of them were just the bad times. BV Wheels Poetry Delivery says, that's right. Keep the passion, Randy. I don't know anybody here, and all I can say is that no, I say is us that really know this is tomorrow. Yes, agreed. This is tomorrow. This is the future. And I'm pumped. I'm pumped that it's the future. I'm pumped that it's. I remember doing a lot of deep thinking while under the influence of Lucy, and I mean NFTs in general are the future. Like nobody sees it yet. I feel like Susie in Stranger Things. I forget which season it is. It's either 3 or 4. I think it's 4. Yeah, Stranger Things 4, where the gang goes to visit Susie, and she's saying, and she's like, "Hey, I need you to find where these coordinates are or what this is." And she's like, "Okay." And then she's like, "I can use the internet." And the guy's like, "What?" Like, and I think it's Mom Steve. He's like, "What's what's the internet? She's like, oh, nothing, just something that's going to change the life of the entire world. And he's like, okay. He's like, yeah, okay, whatever. NFTs are going to change the world. They kind of already have, but it's just the beginning. And this is, and again, I'm not saying that, oh, this Todd Batman's going to change the world. I mean, it'll disrupt collecting, sure, but I mean that. Again, I've talked about this a couple of times already. When you have the California DMV, all of California, their DMV are going to say like, yeah, our titles are going to be on the blockchain now. That is wild, and that is just the first step. All of Legacy Auto doing that to their dealerships. It's going to happen with houses. It's going to happen everywhere. So I'm very excited that I'm here super early. Just because Immutable X is also fun. Immutable X had that. There's a bunch of things that Immutable X has done recently, and which Immutable X was undervalued for such a long time that it was just, all right, let's take a look at the last 2 days. All right, why Passport? Mainstream gamers don't understand how Web3 wallets work yet, and maintaining multiple addresses and wallets can cause friction for someone who just wants to play Web3 games. Existing Web3 wallet solutions haven't been built specifically for gamers until now, and it's just, having, what's the goal of the Passport? To empower game studios to make Web3 easy and accessible for everyone. With Passport, gamers will have a single secure wallet that allows them to unlock new experiences across next generation of Web3 games. What is Passport? Well, Passport's a non-custodial wallet and authentication tool designed for games that streamline onboarding for gamers through passwordless sign-on and automated wallet creation. It's the solution for making mainstream adoption possible. They're lowering the barrier to entry, improving asset distribution, and ensuring gamers are ready to play. Seamless player onboarding, secure non-custodial wallet, marketplace distribution, frictionless purchases, plug-and-play scalability, and access to gamers. Immutable X has been undervalued for so long. Let's take a look at what it is. Let me see on the. I take a look at CoinGecko, and I look at Immutable X. Number 70. Let's see what it is like on the 14-day chart. Like this, it's gone up about 50% in the last 2 weeks, and for good reason. Obviously, if you take on max, it was up to over $8 in, what is that? In November of 2021. Actually, it was like $9. So to buy it down here for less than $1, it's like easy. That's simple. That's yeah, easy. Love the new logo, but was used to the first one. Yeah, we get used to things. We do get used to a lot of things. Is Taps planning to make videos again? Yes, he is. He's just been extraordinarily busy. Hold on one second here. I'm sorry. Give me 1 second, guys. I gotta just find something. I don't know if it's from him or if I should do thank you. Okay, well, he does not use. Never mind. He's fine. He's just not. He's just very, very busy. He's planning a wedding. He's got planning a wedding. He's very busy with work. Him and his fiance are just living their best lives. But yes, he is. And thank you so much, Raythax, for the super chat saying "Daddy Soda Fun." All right, Raythax, we're gonna go over some Earth 2 news right now, and that is from. We have some from yesterday, and then we have some from today. So let's go to my profile because Shane do be posting though, and do be posting a lot. All right, so here we go. Heads up to ensure you collect your Ether over the next 8 days. Last year, some accounts experienced lower than usual Ether spawn rates on their properties due to an updated transition into fractional Ether spawning and some other related changes. Many properties receive the correct Ether spawn, but over that 8-day period, some receive less than usual. Recently tasked one of our senior devs to write a script that will appropriately compensate any missed Ether for all properties that missed out. We deal with fairly big data and a high volume of daily transactions, so there is a level of complexity with writing such scripts. Even though it sounds simple, the script will execute over the next 8 days, 1 day for each day some players experienced the lower spawn rate. You may or may not notice an increase in Ether spawn rate over the next 8 days, depending on whether your property missed out late last year. The Earth 2 CMs will be arranged for a broader reminder that's sent out via socials. Just want to give people a heads up here when I had a spare moment. Internally, we're making good progress with required adjustments to rating, and we're still pushing very hard. That being said, there was an update here saying, Dear Earth 2 players, last year we received reports of number of accounts receiving lower than normal spawn Ether. Over the next 8 days, with today being the first, that's today, this morning, may or may not notice an increase in Ether. Okay, so that was just kind of a repeat of what Shane had said. But thank you for the Daddy Soda Fund. I cannot wait to drink some Daddy Sodas with you at some point. We still haven't done that yet. Very nice. Want to be interviewed? Want to come on? Let's get you on. This is true. You've received around 3,500 Ether today. Oh my goodness, that's so much. I haven't collected today. I hate it when, like, if you miss like a day or so, they log you out, and I'm logged out. And my 2FA is not on this device, so I'll do another device. But let me ask our boy Arya Realty, how's your Ether spawn rate? Apparently, it's supposed to be huge today and the next 7 days. We'll see what he says. But yeah, that's. And again, so for those of you that don't know, Ether, you can turn it into Essence, and I don't know what 3,500 Ether would turn into, like 400 Essence, 280 Essence, give or take. For those of you that don't know, when Essence comes out, most likely later this year, probably on Binance, gets that listing, it's going to be about, I'd say minimum $1 per Essence, if not multiple dollars. And Raythax just be getting hundreds of Essence per day, same as Arya Realty. I used to get hundreds a day as well, and then it got less and less and less because I sold some things. But yeah, lots of good times with that. But thank you for that. Yeah, it was used to that. OMI is just lurking in the dark, waiting for the right moment to surprise everyone. It is. We'll get listings. I think that we get an OMI listing very, very close to an Essence listing. Now, OMI might be first because OMI is probably has, I would say, it has other smaller exchanges that it could go on first before it gets to the big ones. But I think Essence immediately goes on Binance. Like, immediately it gets huge. Yeah. Oh God, I gotta sneeze. Okay. Okay, now we're good. Great, thanks again for the super chat. It's a game about 240 chests. I knew it. Am I Thor in Avengers Endgame? Because I knew it. Yeah, I got pretty good at going and calculating what Ether would be to Essence, like very, very good. So shout out to you. That's a good one. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Yeah, I would say OMI might go up a little bit first, just because it'll be on the exchanges first, probably. But again, when Essence comes on, it's gonna come on like nobody's business. Like it's anyone remember Planet of the Apes, or I think it's called Rise of Planet of the Apes, where you have James Franco treating his dad. His dad had like amnesia, fixed it with a virus, and then when he said, like, when my father's body created antibodies to the virus, his disease came back with a vengeance. Essence is gonna freaking swing out with a vengeance. And I know it was a long road to walk down to get to that, that point, but I'm pretty sure that's what's gonna happen. Dogboy is saying, I'm so old we had to sit by the radio with a recorder and push play to record at the same time to get a song we like. Talk about a war of attrition. Yeah, I remember having some friends that did that as well. But we also experienced that when we were younger, when, how some people had to buy ringtones? I think it was in like the old LG phones, you had to buy ringtones. And then remember ringbacks? that when you had to when you called someone or somebody called you, they could hear the da-da-da-da-da, or they could hear a ring back. Like as they're calling, they're listening to music. I spent a little. I spent a decent amount of money on that. They would hear like Bass Hunter. They would hear like Juanes. They would hear some straight fire song, and it was like a couple dollars a song. I was like, yeah, I'll change my ring back to this. I remember having Skillet on there, like when I was feeling like this like aggressive like boxer mood. Is like I'm awake, I'm alive. Like I don't know, just feeling my emo self. I don't think I ever had like Skater Boy. I don't think I ever had like like the cool songs. Um, but yeah, I remember I had my favorite ones. I think were "I Can Walk on Water, I Can Fly" by Bass Hunter. I think it was Sonata. It was "Full Moon" by Sonata Arctica, and then I think the other one was Juanes "Adios Lipido." Like those are my ring. Anyway, the ringtones I had, I think it was like Pokemon. I think it was some other stuff. But I remember they didn't have lyrics at first. They were just like 8-bit stuff. It was just you knew what it was. Like I had the Mexican hat dance, like like I had that. It was hey, you're getting a real look into Chavez now. Back when he was a young teen, 15, 20 years ago. But also, we did have this struggle, Dog Boy, when the Razor came out. The Razor had an option for recording. You hear something, you record it, and then as you record it, you could set the recording as your ringtone. So I remember having the Pokemon theme song on one song, and then recording on one phone, recording it on the second phone. Yeah, that was my. I wanna be the very. So we had that as well. Obviously, we did not have to wait for a song to come on the radio to record it. That is purely a Gen X thing. Yeah, I don't know if any boomers did that. I think it's just Gen X. But Dutch Homer says, "Oh my God, Dog Boy, that's old." Oh my God, he is throwing you out. He's throwing shade over there. Dutch Homer, you're hilarious. Thank you, Ray Thanks for that Daddy Soda Fun. That means the world to me. Dude, I love White Claws because they're only 100 calories and they're 2 carbs. Dude, I remember one time, my friend Teresa, we had just gotten to, I think we had just gotten to Fire Island, right? So for those of you that don't know, so there are 3 parts of Fire Island. There's like an old person, boring part, which nobody goes to because they're all old and there's like nothing there to do. Then there's a really super fun, awesome part. There's parties everywhere. There's bars. It's a young person, super party, amazing place. And then there's a gay part, and apparently the gay part is fire as well. I haven't gone there. Can't speak from experience. Anyway, apparently one of the islands is also filled with cats. Yeah. Well, I forget what we were talking about. Oh yeah, talking about White Claw, and Daddy Sodas. We get there. My friends got the ferry ahead of us, and me and my other friends got the ferry after that. So they were kind of partying for about 45 minutes. And like, well, we need to catch up. I was like, can I get a Long Island? And Teresa's like, can I get 2 doubles? Can I get 2 double shots of vodka and a White Claw? And the guy's just like, Budge, okay. So he gives her 2 double shots of vodka and a White Claw, and she has this glass, and she pours a double shot in. She starts pouring the White Claw in, and she pours the other double shot in, and she just starts going. And I was like, I was shook. I was like, Teresa, that is so much, so quick. And she's just like, punk stuff. And I was like, oh my God. She's a fun person to party with. I love her. I'm going to see her and her husband, Dan, who's one of my best friends. I love him, on Super Bowl. Comment down below who you want to win the Super Bowl. Ray, so this is true. See, 3,500 Ether. Came out to about 240-ish Essence. Nice. Mike Brooksbank says, sup, all? What's up, Mike? How's it going, fam? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Duffcast says, I remember buying ringtones. Oh, I'm so glad I am not the only one who remembers buying ringtones, because that was a thing. Oh, excuse me. Probably should put the camera on mute while I had boogers, but anyway, yeah, buying ringtones was a That was a thing. That was a thing that we did. I've never seen them live. One of my things that I regret is not being able to see Skillet live. I've actually also, oh, what the fudge? Okay, my phone is deciding to not work right now. It's fine. I've heard a bunch of people really good live. I haven't. I heard Michael Jackson was really good live. I heard MCR was not good live. When I tell you, oh, dude, that Simple Plan was one of the best. Simple Plan was one of the best times I've ever had live. And you wouldn't think, you'd be like, oh yeah, I know Simple Plan. They're probably good, live. Okay, when I tell you, me and my friend Elizabeth, it was Halloween of 2019. I was super jacked. I was super good looking. I was super muy guapo. Let's see if I have video. Oh my god. Oh, am I gonna have to? I have to like reset my phone. Oh my god. Okay, well I gotta restart it. Anyway, it was so. It was like she wanted to go at, like the afternoon. Like the show wasn't until like 8 or 9 at night, and there was like a band or two playing beforehand. My friend Lou went as well. I pick her up sometime in the afternoon, and we go to my old place at in Huntington, New York. And we visit some friends there. One of the guys that lived there was the chef. Gave us some nice food. It was like some little shrimp and bread, and so it was like, oh, it was great. And we had my friend's dog. Oh my God, Rummy. Rummy was so cute. Rhodesian Ridgeback, I think. Anyway, no, it was something else. I forget what it was, but anyway, we go there. We hang out. It's cool. She gets to pet the little bunnies, and then we go to this place called Jonathan's. Jonathan's is a restaurant and she's also allergic to like gluten, so they happen to have some gluten-free stuff there. I get like a Long Island or two. I get salmon. She gets something, and again, it's Halloween in 2019. Pre-pandemic. This was like the most beautiful. I was so like in shape. I felt good. I was wearing my a black tank top called Sorry Not Sorry, and we get there, and we we do like, so one of the bands, I forget who it was, they play this song. They play a couple of good songs, and then they play the Titanic, like you're here, like that one, Celine Dion. And we had like a daddy daughter dance, and that was pretty cute. That was adorable. And then Simple Plan comes on, and the first song they play, I do anything. And I was like, so we start moshing. It was great. We go hard, and then we go. We have this amazing time. They get halfway through the set. I'm like, hey guys, we just want to thank everyone for coming out. Huntington's great. We love it here. It's a great party place. And they just have a little intermission for like 2 minutes to get to the next show, and then what they do is like, all right, guys, we hope you enjoy the rest of the show. And we wrote a little song many years ago. It's for a cartoon you guys might have seen. And then there's like, we hope you enjoy it. What's the Scooby Doo? We're coming after you. We're gonna solve that. And I was like, when I tell you, I lost my mind. I was like, I was freaking the fudge out. That was one of the best nights of my life. That was so good. So as far as bands being live, that was one of my favorite things, I think, in the world. Comment down below the best time you've ever had at a concert, best time you've ever had at a movie, or something like that. Speaking of movies, I have 2 times that really come to mind. One time was when I saw The Ring 2 with my friend Justin. Back in the day, for all of you who were like 25 and younger, back in the day, there was no assigned seating. There was no, I'm going to pick this seat and this seat. And like they didn't bring you your food to where you are. There was no bars and movie theaters at the time. There are now, and it's amazing. But you just sat wherever you sat. And sometimes there were not enough seats. And sometimes you had to be sitting on people's laps. True story. It happened. Anyway, they did an episode of Doug Funny about this. Oh, there it is, 4 seats, golden. Oh God, good times movie. Anyway, so me and my friend Justin are like kind of in like the middle right of the thing, and we're seeing The Ring 2. So those who don't know, The Ring 1 was like breathtaking. It was like it was new, it was fun, it was great. Everyone was talking about it because again, no real social media. That's just a movie came out, everyone talked about it. So we go and we see The Ring 2 because we love this movie, and there's a girl that's dressed up as Samara, and she like Aragon, she just like opens the doors with both arms, and we hear it in the back. And then she's just walking up and down the aisles, and as she's walking up this aisle, everyone from that's on the edge of the aisle, they go ah, ah, and they cram into the middle, and then she goes around over this way, and then everyone from the left goes ah, and they cram it in. I was like, oh my God, this is crazy. It was so fun. That was probably one of the best times I had in a movie theater. The other time was when me and my friend B-Rad, Brandon Smith, love this man. We went to see Avengers Infinity War. I'm in my Deadpool costume, and he's in my Spider-Man costume, which he still freaking has. He still has it. He's in Pennsylvania now. I get it back. I don't fit in it anymore. I'm too fat. But he goes and and we're having a great time, and we're watching the movie, and just like, you know, they're on Nowhere or more. They're on like a star with Peter Dinklage, who's like the giant midget. I know it's the giant dwarf. It's a oxymoron. And when Thor comes down, where, you know, Captain America's like getting the crap kicked out of him, Black Panther's getting the crap kicked out of him. The Hulk or Bruce Banner's in the Hulkbuster, and he's like and then suddenly like Russia, you know, coming in like, you know, just like absolutely coming in, and with him, Rocket and Groot, and he's just like, bring me Thanos, and just the whole theater has this electric wave of energy. It's like, chop his head off. It was, that was really cool too. Maybe not as cool as The Ring 2, but then Infinity War, dope AF. I feel like the idea is I remember buying OMI. I've been buying OMI for the better part of 2 years. G-Flows, do you think rebrand means OMI VeVeVerse will be rebranded out? Probably not. I do think that other companies will advertise for VeVeVerse. Oh lordy. All right, here we go. Hold on. Password? No, new. Oh God. I don't know the password to get on my phone. Is that it? That's it. Okay, cool. I think that as Veve and OMI get bigger, and as the VeVeVerse comes out, you will see every Yahoo that has 10, 20, 100,000 subscribers. They'll be like, Veve, what is Veve? Why? Because it's clickbait. Everyone's going to be searching for Veve. Everyone's going to be searching for OMI and VeVeVerse. What can I find out about it? Every single influencer who's worth their salt are going to go and be like, OMI, what is it? What is Veve? Well, from what I can tell, is this and this. Or what this person says, this and this. That is going to be a self-perpetuating marketing machine, and Veve will not have to spend a dime. Veve will not have to spend. Why? Because everyone's going to be talking about it, because they know that's clickbait, because they know that people will click on it, and they know that people that, oh yeah, what's it? I trust this YouTuber. What's their opinion on it? Guaranteed. Does this make you more or less bullish on OMI? I was indifferent at first. It was a little separate, but after thinking about it, I think the rebrand does make me more bullish on OMI, because the more people you get to invest in Veve, again, people are going to invest without knowing they're investing. They're just going to buy it and think, I like it. People might not know that they're NFTs. They might just think like, oh, this is cool. This is like a skin in Fortnite. This is something cool that I could do with my family at Disney. Just another memory. And I could see kids doing it, and I could see parents doing it as well. Kids do things because they like to do things. Parents do things. A lot of parents are self-serving. A lot of parents are just like, let's do this thing, say it's for the kid, and then post it on social media so we could validate ourselves to other parents. I'm such a good parent that I did this with my kid. Such a good parent that I did that with my kid. Did you do that with your? It's like, so you have both people. You have both factions of humanity: the kids that want to do it because they like it, and the parents that want to do it maybe because they like it, but most likely because, one, it's a memory, and two, it's something that they can go and, sit on their hill and perpetuate and be like, hey, this is something that I did for my kid because I love them. Look at how much I love my kid. Do you love your kid this much? It's like, why do parents buy their kids expensive stuff? So they can show off to other parents, not for their kids, so they can show off to other parents. And again, there are obviously exceptions to that rule. I don't know the percentages, I don't know the studies, but I know when I grew up, a lot of parents doing stuff for their kids so they could show off to other parents. I had my suspicions as a kid, but god damn it, were they not confirmed when I was an adult. Yeah, the more people that are in VV, the more OMI that gets burned, the more people that you just bring to it. Yeah, makes me more bullish on them. Oh, I'm a scat man. All right, you want to know? This was the only time I ever had a woman that I was being, I didn't even want to say just being intimate with, that I was eating with, that said, can we change this music? And like, I just put on a random playlist because she's like, hey, can we get some music? Yeah, sure, let's get some music. So this slowly comes on as I'm a scat man, scat man, scat man. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba, ba-ba-da-ba-ba. So I'm like, doing my thing. Ba-ba-da-ba. And she's like, can we change this? I'm like, oh, yeah, shit, my bad, fam. Let's. And then we changed it to, I think I changed it to Bass Hunter. I was like 25 at the time. I still love Bass Hunter, but yeah, that was the only time I ever got asked to change the music while stuff was going down. Was that was coming out. Not when it was coming out. I just put that on. I need to ask. Hey Meg, what was that song that was popular on TikTok because a guy was boinking his girlfriend to the beat of the song? Do you remember how it went? Okay. Oh, I remember. That one? Yeah, yeah. Okay. So the only other song that I've heard someone doing like this too is this song that was big on TikTok like a couple months ago, where it's a song that goes, and this guy was like boinking his girlfriend to the beat of, and apparently it was the most awkward thing ever. And he was doing it for like months, and the girlfriend never said anything. And she's like, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. You're weird, and your boinking is weird. And I'm just not doing it anymore. And this has gone on. This is a very interesting stream I'm doing. Smarty Pants says, love Sonata Arctica. Favorite power metal band is Stratovarius. I don't know who Stratovarius is. You want to know how I know who Sonata Arctica is? There's a guy. Let's see if I can find him on the YouTube. There's a guy called Adam West Lapdog, and Adam West Lapdog had this thing called is Zelda Abridged. So Zelda Abridged, and his opening song for some of these, I forget which one it was. Oh, okay. So for some of his videos, it was Link, he come to town, come to save the Princess Zelda, Ganon, that one. But then later in his videos,
we're doing this again. I'm going to be in it. So let's see.
It was
nothing like fact number 4.
Oh, okay. It happened to be Sonata Arctica, and yeah, so yeah, Adam West Lapdog in some of his Zelda Abridged series, at least in the later ones, he used Sonata Arctica, and he used Full Moon, and I was like, oh, this is a good song. and then I fell in love. So anyway, it's been a while. So I'm going to ask everyone to go and smash the like button. It's a free way to help support the channel. There is Patreon, smashing the super thanks button down below, super chats as well. Okay, moving on. Randy knows these old farts can party, though. Yes, you can. You guys do your thing. You guys are there. So you guys can party really hard. There's I'm trying to think of there was this one girl that, her name's Erin. I honestly forget her last name. I know her middle name. I won't say her middle name, but her name's Erin. And in like 2017, back when I was muy guapo, I was very good looking, or I was better looking than I am now. Maybe it was later than that. Maybe it was 2019, 2018. It was after the military. Maybe it was 2018. I should have it in my Venmo history. It says bad decisions like 2018, I think. I wonder. All right, so hold on. No thanks. Okay, here is. Okay, that's back in April. Or what year? What year? What year is this? Okay, 2021. No, it's got to be earlier. It's got to be much earlier. No. Oh, it only goes back a certain amount of time. Oh, that's so strange. Because I remember it was in December. I think it might have been after Christmas or just before. It was very close to my birthday. So Venmo only goes back to 2021. So I remember this was in maybe like 2018, 2019. We meet in Huntington at a place called Swallows, a very good place. And we have a couple drinks. And I was like, okay, you pay for drinks, I pay for dinner. She's like, that's fair. Cool. I think I was into Moscow mules at this time. Great. And we decide that we're going to, do the thing. And she's like, okay. It's like, but do you have a place around here? I was like, be advised, my place is not really somewhere where I'd want to take a girl. She's like, okay, I'm a little bougie. And she says, I'm a little bougie. I ain't going to no Motel 6. I was like, okay, all right. I wanted to get stuff off my balance sheet. So on my taxes, I was like, I'm entertaining a client, which I was kind of, not really, but kind of. And I was like, all right, you want to go somewhere? Let's go somewhere. So there's a place called Ohika Castle. It was like $400 a night, but I was like, we're going to go to Ohika Castle. And she's like, okay. So we go. And on the way there, she's like, do you think we could stop at 7-Eleven to get some more booze? I was like, lady, I don't know if I can boink you without puking. And not because you're ugly, because you're not. And I didn't say that. It was like, listen, I just said, it was like, I don't know if I could. She's like, it's okay. We don't need it. Because I guess, she wanted to get to it. So I was like, so we didn't get, but then she Uber Eats it, or she like drizzled it. She got alcohol delivered to the room in like 29 hours. I was like, oh, okay. Afterwards. And yeah, that was like one of the only one that could outdrink me. Anyway, I was watching a TikTok the other day, and Ric Flair was being interviewed. He's like, yeah, back in the 80s, man, in like the 90s, like I would drink, 10 drinks a day, for like 20, and the person's like, how long did you do that for? It's like, I don't know, from 73 to 89, 16 years. And the guy's like, what? Apparently Ric Flair's a tank. I don't know how his liver did. Bill Gardner says, what up? Yo, what up, Bill Gardner? I hope you are a Bill Gardner, I hope you were here when I was going over Earth 2. A lot of good stuff there. Ever since I put the Mario Bros ringtone on my phone, each day is so much better. Oh, which one? I assume it's a now I just have that song stuck in my head. Yeah. I hope it's that one, but it could be the especially the Shy Guy for no. Oh my God, I love Shy Guy. I want him as a tattoo. I have so many cool, amazing things on my, for tattoos. I just don't have Shy Guy yet. I do want Shy Guy. He's so cute. I love him. I used to record the music from putting the phone on TV and putting it as a ringtone. I love you, man. That's amazing. Um, oh, that's great. I don't know if I ever did that. Although, does anyone remember on Nickelodeon there was a show called 100 Good Deeds for Eddie McDowd or McDowell or something like that? And on the intro, like for the show, was Baha Men Who Let the Dogs Out. So whenever it would go the intro, I would up the volume, like "Who let the dogs out?" And then I remember my parents get super pissed, like, "You know, freaking murder you if you do not put it." I was like, okay. And then on the outro, they would have "Who Let the Dogs Out," but then it was just normal volume, and I was like, "Oh, my bad," you know. Yeah. I never recorded it from the TV though. It was only from like my. I only did that for a certain amount of time. Because after a while, then still buy it, and it was just different. Yeah. And now my phone has been on silent for 5 years, maybe, give or take. It's been, yeah. The only time it wasn't on silent was in the military because, oh, God forbid you miss the call, and it's like, listen, like I will have no problem going back in the military if there's like a huge debacle and like they need people. But the amount, and only if I could, I don't know if I could try to weasel my way in to be like, can I just be like an officer or something? I don't know, because in my in the job that I was in, 2T2 in air transportation, that happened to be a job where, all right, so I'll tell you guys this. Generally speaking, Air Force and the Navy are the ones where you generally need a higher ASVAB score, which is like their version of the SAT. It's like an IQ test. Where a lot of jobs you need like a 70-ish and above. I happen to get a 90-ish and above on mine, but that's beside the point. But there are 3 jobs that you need like a 55 on your ASVAB, and they'll still accept you. 3 jobs in the Air Force are security forces, it is services, and then it is 2T2. And well, Chavez, why did you pick 2T2? Because I was lied to, damn it. My recruiter, and this made sense at the time. They said, "Listen, I know you want to wait for this job. I want to be in intelligence, like in an intelligence job." And they said, "Listen, I know you want to wait for it, but you've been waiting in this delayed enlistment program for like 8 months. I can get you in." Like he gives me calls. "I can get you in. There's this job. There's many jobs opening up, and you can go in like tomorrow or like 2 days from now. And but you have to, and you can go in, but you have to go in as open general." I was like, "What's that mean?" Does that means that you can go in and the military, the Air Force will give you a job? And I says, "Well, how do I know what I'll get?" And he says, "Listen, because of your ASVAB score, they're not going to put you in any old thing. They will put you in something that is accustomed to your ASVAB score where you'll use your brain." I was like, "Okay, cool. I'm game. Whatever." And that was a lie just to get me in. They put me in 2T2. And if I ever see my recruiter again, like, it's going down. We're fighting. Because that, like, yeah, we're fighting. It's on site. So yeah, that was that's why I did that. Anyway, that I when you're in a AFSC, when you're in a career field where you only need a 55 ASVAB score to get in, there you work with some people that are very mid. You work with some people that are not smart. And the smart people get out. They palace chase, they go reserve, or they go and they decide, hey, I'm gonna go and they go officer, or they just be like, military's not for me, I want to do something else, and they get out. And who stays? The people that, in this career field, it's the people that are generally not the brightest. And it's just, you have to be smart enough to do the job, and you have to be smart enough, but yeah, I had 2 supervisors that were absolute d-bags that, yeah, did not respect at all. Most of the other um, officers officers are useless until they become captain. At least in my career field, because it's just, you don't know anything, you don't really work on the job, you're not hands on. Anyway, going back from that. Okay, so I saw Motorhead, I'd say about 20 years ago. Thought I was gonna die. It was wild and fun. Oh, dude, Motorhead, heckin' legit. Um, oh, we have. I'm sorry. Did Vivi post a new tweet? It did. Carl Barks, the artist for Walt Disney's Uncle Scrooge, Back to the Klondike, is known as the Duck Man, with 5 cover rarities. This digital comic blind box tomorrow, 3 February at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Huzzah for that. I don't know who he is, but that's pretty legit. I'll shout out to Corey or Old Rhubarb for being able to make that video. I remember going to Ozfest a long time ago. And for those of you that don't know, there was I think it was I forget what tour it was, where it was like a rock show. It was like it was like a Warped Tour Bamboozle, but for like rockers. And Sharon Osbourne tried to get Ozzy Osbourne to perform there, and they told her, like, I'm sorry, your husband's too old to to be able to do this. Like, he's not going to have a good crowd. And then Sharon Osbourne's like, oh, you don't know my Ozzy. We are going to turn. And then they created Ozfest. And that became one of the craziest, most absolute bananas thing in the world. Nice people. But if you went in that mosh pit, you were very likely to get lacerations or contusions or knocked out or broken bones. There were people carried out on stretchers. Ozfest was amazing. And I thought I was just, I was 15, I was boxing, but it doesn't matter how strong of a punch you have. It doesn't matter how fast you can run. When you're like moshing with a dude that's like 280 pounds and he gives you a bow, you're going flying. You're just gonna get yeeted out of there. It was wild. Vampires, even if someone isn't a fan of Skillet's music, their energy is over the top. I've seen Pantera, Megadeth, oh my god, etc., and jumped in all their pits. Skillet is right up there, dude. I have to say, so Awake and Alive, Hero, and Monster. Dude, Monster is so good. Let me find the lyrics to Monster and read some of that to you. And let me tell you, like, how do you not get pumped by just, Monster, Skillet lyrics? How do you not get pumped? The secret side of me, I never let you see. I keep it caged, but I can't control it. Like, how do you not just get pumped? How do you not just want to, like, freaking fight people and listen to that music? Oh my god, that's so epic. Like, the lyrics. So stay away from me. The beast is ugly. How do you not? Oh, I feel the rage and I just can't hold. Oh my god, I just want to freaking mosh right now. I just want to punch people in the face. It sounds so good. Oh, that is such good music. And I remember, I like some screamo music too, and it's wild, like, because screamo music's not really popular, and when you go to listen to it, it's very hard to find other, like, metalheads. It's very hard to find other screamo, people and fans. And when you do, it's like, oh my god, do you like this? Do you like this? Have you heard this song? Do you know this song? And it's like finally, like, you just like, friends. And so there's 2 people that'll always have friends. It's metalheads and people who smoke. And I hate to say this because I'm so against smoking, but if you smoke, you'll always have friends. Why? You have a cigarette? Oh yeah, let's go. And you just talk. Metalheads, oh, you just love that type of music. And there are some people that say, how do you appreciate that music when you almost can't understand what they're saying and they're screaming and it's not singing? And to their point, they are kind of correct, but to another point, it's you can't. I think some things are so emotional and so important that you can't get your point across by just singing. You have to scream it. And I don't know, I just love that type of art. That's like, oh, heckin' beautiful. The chaos. What up, fam? I hope you're doing well. McGarn says, and then. Dude, where's my car? Is so good. It's so fun. We're gonna get on the third White Claw here. Oh, Palace Zachary Roy is like, hello, Randy. Hello, Dashy. What's going on? This is a good time. Okay, so this is my this is gonna be I've been going for almost 2 hours. Let's go all night. Do you want to go all night? I want to go all night. Carlos Castro says, sheesh. What are we sheeshing? What were we sheeshing 19 minutes ago? I don't remember. I don't remember what we were sheeshing 9 minutes ago. It's a mystery. It do be a mystery though. Let's see. Cool. Try to get wrapped up. Keep posting fan bam. Oh yeah. Oh, I didn't mean to say that. David Chamon says, I'm always asked to change the music because I'm a metalhead. My heckin' man. Dude, I love that meme where somebody's like, I'm gonna give you the aux cord. You better not play trash. And it's Patrick in like an MCR shirt, and he's got like the black hair, and he's like sweats and emo. He's like, because when someone hands me the aux cord, I want to play emo, dude. I have metal as well. There's this one band that I've really gotten into recently. Oh god, it is called Protest the Hero, and the song that I really like is called Turn Soonest to the Sea. And yeah, they're pretty screamo for like the first half of the song, and then it gets a little. They like talk. You bled on the bed as you fed those expectations. As a whore, not a human, you're embraced with hesitation. Very parameters of all you can be. Not a mother, not an aunt, not a sister, some dude. Because Disney's not physical, and your flesh means more than you. And they start screaming, "Your black face, fuck that!" And then they start screaming, and then they go like, I can't sing it because like I'm not a good singer. Because like a gun back. We'll wake up one day with a gun to the back of our brains. You'll be asking for your rib. I'll smile and call you brave. And they go, maybe someday when this bloody skull has dried. I don't know. Like at the end, it just turns into like an anthem, and it's like, oh, where did this come from? It was wild. Digidagaku? I don't know what that means, so I'm gonna take offense. But let's Google Digidagaku. This better be something that I can Google. All right, Digi. Dai Gyaku. Okay, all right. It's an NFT. It's an OpenSea collection on OpenSea. Okay. It looks like some lolly girl stuff, but let's see. The floor price is 12.69 ETH. Everyone comment down below. 69. Okay, this is interesting. So that's what Digidagaku is. I don't even know if I can share some of these photos. Dude, this is wild. Last sales 8.65 wrapped ETH. All right, there's definitely one that I don't even want to show because it looks like a. This is insane. Okay, so like there's others that I can show. That's like fine, but oh my god! All right, I am not comfortable even looking at that. I will say this though. This is going to get into a very weird conversation, but I'm kind of tipsy, so it's probably the time. You have old rock songs talking about younger girls. Like up until like I think the 50s, teens kind of weren't like a thing. And then in like Rolling Stone or whatever magazines, like, oh, teenage girls, not a girl, but not yet a woman, like not a woman, but also not a girl. And when you look and study that, it's like this is weird. And then, like, let's just say like the Beatles. That first line of the song, "She was just 17, you know what?" Now again, 17 is legal in New York and a couple of other states, but it's also weird. Like if you're 25 and above, 17-year-olds kind of freaking weird. And I don't mean like, okay, they're a person and they're whatever, but like, oh, like I get it. When you're When you're 25, you could probably date someone who's 22 and also date someone who's 42. And again, this is a little hypocritical because when I was 19, I was dating women in their 40s. I just like older women. I get that. But I feel like young men dating older women is very much different than older men dating younger women. And again, I say this because my preference is older women, but it's just very, very, it almost seems very creepy when, you date someone, like it's just like, especially a girl, because it's like, Joe Rogan does a bit about this where when you're an older woman, you're not boinking a dude, you're letting that dude boink you. When you're an older dude, you're boinking that young girl, and that just seems so not right. But again, that's because my preferences are different. But that being said, over history, you take a look from animals. We spay and neuter dogs and cats at around 5.5, 6 months. We want to do it before that first heat cycle. Why? One, because it's healthier and you can't get testicular cancer if you don't have testicles. You can't get pyometra if you don't have a uterus or ovaries. You can't get pregnant if you don't have that. And so we do that for that, but also because dogs and cats are able to breed at 6 months. And it's like, okay, so clearly in nature, as soon as you're ready to breed, animals be breeding. Do like they do at Discovery Channel, they be doing all that jazz. But humans obviously are very much more evolved, and it's kind of decided that just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. And that being said, when humanity up until 100 years ago, you didn't really live past 50. So if you were 14 or 20, it didn't really matter. If you were able to have kids, you had kids. Especially when you're like back in the day, like hundreds of years ago, you died at like 40. So there was no having kids at 30. You had kids at like 15. You had kids at 13. You had kids at 20, like whatever. So I get that survival of the species. Kind of not like that anymore. But again, that's why you have like your whole limbic system is just making you want to boink because your monkey brain hasn't evolved to know that. Back in the day, you used to boink to save the species, and now it's like, okay, species is going to be fine whether you do or do not have kids. But there is still, especially with, well, I don't want to say especially with, because there's a decent minority, I don't know, 10 to 15% of people that, oh my God, that are attracted to that younger, whether it's boys or girls, and it's just freaking weird, in my opinion. But that being said, a way around that, some people are like, oh, let me draw this animated cartoon, and they'll say, oh, this is like a young girl, this is like wrong. It's like, no, this girl is actually 1,000 years old. This girl is actually a dragon. And it's like, okay, I guess, but I guess you can monetize that in a way where you say like, oh, it's just, I'll show you guys the photos. They're not nudes. They're not anything. Somebody says like, please stop. You're gonna get in trouble. Please. So listen, this is not how I feel. This is just, yeah, it's weird. But all right, and again, I won't show you the kind of bad stuff, but there's when you have a floor price of an NFT project that is 12.69 ETH, and they're lollygagging, like, I don't know what to say. I mean, you're curious on my thoughts. I'm giving you my thoughts. I think it's weird, but if people are clearly interested in it, whether it's because they like it, they think it's cute, or they think that, okay, well, if only 0.5% of people are in crypto right now, and less than half of that are buying NFTs, if there's a 12 ETH floor on this right now, then what is it going to be like when a quarter of the population? What's it going to be like when we 6x and there's not 0.5% of the people in crypto? What happens when there's 3% of people in crypto, or 5% or 10%, and a lot of these people are going to be getting into this? Yeah, you're going to have that. I was like, sorry. It was just answer a question. But again, that's humanity. That's people. It's Yeah, I think it's weird, but people are clearly making money on it. People are clearly going and making some weird versions of art, and it's selling. But I don't know, what is art. I mean, art could be anything. I mean, if you take a look at, what is that called, Parks and Recreation, I forget who was doing like an art project. Ron Swanson. Where am I going? Okay, there it is. Like, oh, picture of a door, sad door. Picture of a floor, sad floor. I was like, can you do that? And Ron Swanson's like, it's art. Anything can be anything. And I don't know what's. I'd like to think I have a pretty liberal stance on art. Like, there's like link down below to the Predator Project. What is the Predator Project? Well, you have a world-renowned photographer, Steve Cannon, and Steve Cannon is known for black and white art, black and white photos of nature. But and it is beautiful artwork. Steve Cannon has never done colored photos and has never done photos of predators being predators. And I'm talking like wolves, I'm talking bears, I'm talking polar bears, like, and there's a lot of people in this world, I would say more than 50%, that would take a look at I don't know, like a seal just murdering a penguin, and like, oh, like that is brutal. That is disgusting. That is, why would you want to look at that? And yeah, maybe 75%, maybe 80% of the world would not like that. But some people would look at that and they would say, this is a reminder that, one, tomorrow's not guaranteed to the rest of us, but also that life in general, especially nature, is barbaric yet graceful. So if you check the link down below to the Predator Project, and you see, okay, here's someone that's getting their first look into NFTs. I think 3 of which are already spoken. So, but I think there are 2 left. This is 1 of 5. It happens to be a wolf, and it's got a piece of meat in its mouth, and there's a body, there's a carcass, and a lot of people would be like, I don't like that, but there's a certain amount of people that view that as art. I know, because there's Reddit pages to that, there's Instagram pages dedicated to that. So when talking about something like Digi Daigaku, some art, I mean, I forget who said it, but art is meant to disturb the comfortable and comfort the disturbed. If it is making people feel uncomfortable and having a dialogue, then that is art. Who am I to say it? Is it weird? Sure, but clearly it's making money when you have a floor that's 12 ETH. Oh my God, yeah, that's wild. So that's a good piece of conversation, enough to where I had somebody message me and say, please don't talk about this. So that was wild. Anyway, Big A says, I'm going for a free mint they are doing for Super Bowl. Too expensive. Wait, what do they do? Wait, what free? Big A, send me something on that. What are they doing for a free mint talking about Super Bowl? I'm very curious about that, because I like the Super Bowl. Brandon M says, Iron Maiden are kings of metal. David Yu knows what's up. David Yu, he knows all, man. We should make shirts that says, do what David Yu does. Do what Yu does. Because he knows all. Mustafa Mahmood says, are you talking about Attack on Titan season 4 opening? No. Oh, wait, I don't know the season 4 opening. No, it was not that. It was like a random song from like 12 years ago. It was like although I will say that the season 2 opening is probably my favorite, like Sasageyo Sasage, the riding on the horse. Dude, I'd be speeding on the highway, be like, Shinzo Sasage. It's what I think of that. I don't know if there is this mashup. I assume there is. When you have in Lord of the Rings, Return of the King, the riders of Rohan coming to Gondor's rescue, where you have guys like, on the horse, and they're like firing bows and arrows, and they're getting their swords, they're parrying the spears, chopping off heads, and then elephants come, and just that would be perfect if those two were to be mashed up. I need to like write this down. Okay, hold on. I gotta write this down. Blah, blah, blah. Lord of the Rings Attack on Titan, and I just want to Google that just so later I could maybe put this together, but I was not talking about it. Big A, what's going on? Saying those Genesis NFT heroes were free airdrop. They just dropped the villains. It's a huge project, and they spent $6 million for a Super. Oh, I did hear about this. Okay, right. NFT heroes were free airdrop. Just dropped the villains. It's a huge project, and they spent $6 million for a Super Bowl spot where they flash QR for free mint for Dragon. Somebody, maybe it was you that asked me about this the other day, saying, would Vivi spend $6 million on a Super Bowl commercial, not even for this year, but for next year? Do you remember when, let's take a look at this. Go to the Google. Let me get rid of some of these over here. And it was Pokemon Go Super Bowl trailer. In January of 2016, there was a Pokemon Go Super Bowl trailer. And it created waves throughout the Pokemon community, the nerd community, just people at large. There were investors like, what is this? It was so cool. And I think Vivi could do that at some point. That's more of a flex, I think. I don't think that's something that, again, that's a flex. I don't think that's something they needed to do. I mean, maybe they did. I mean, it was a huge success when it came out. Very huge success. I don't think Vivi needs to do that right now. I think because again, why did Pokemon do that, and why wouldn't Vivi do that? Okay, Pokemon did that is because everyone knew about Pokemon, and the Super Bowl has 100 million viewers ish every year, and people even that don't watch the Super Bowl, they'll YouTube the commercials the next day. So that would have gotten around. For Vivi though, when you only have 0.5% of the world into crypto, and then less than half of those people are in NFTs, it really doesn't make much sense to spend $6 million to put into an ad where most people that watch the Super Bowl are really going to be like, what? It's not going to be a positive ROI. But again, in a year that could change. I don't know. Claude Michael says, damn it, late to another one. It's okay. It's okay. I've only been here for 2 hours. I'll be here for 2 more. I want to get other people on. I'm going to interview a couple people. It's going to be dope. It's going to be great. It's going to be fun. Planet Vampire says, Jimmy Page famously dated a 14-year-old girl. Oh my God, one of Led Zeppelin back. Didn't Elvis date what's her name when she was like 16? Yeah, and now again, I get it. Back in the day, stuff was different because women up until I don't know, like what the 50s, didn't necessarily have careers, and there wasn't much difference between like a 16-year-old and a 22-year-old and that's why you have to ask permission to the dad. Usually, can I ask your daughter's hand in marriage? Because she goes from being under the care of one man to the care of another man. But somewhere along the line that changed, and women lived on their own, and they did what, and that's. I mean, was Jimmy Page like 19 or was he like 29? Either way, it's a little weird, but I feel like 50 years ago, 1914 wasn't as bad as, that's, definitely different times. Apparently her parents were okay with it. Oh, dude, to be like, I'm so curious, and this is why I love interviewing like older people and talking with older people. Some girl, Brittany, also has this love of like talking with older people. Hang on one second. On the cruise we were on, she would talk to old people a lot, which is fine. Like I love them too, because they have great stories. But I love to see like the world through their eyes and like what was not wrong, but what was considered going against the grains or norms of society at the time. If you take a look at, you interview somebody, if you ever talk to someone that's like 70, 80 years old, probably 80s, and you go and you say, hey, if they were alive, if they were like 10 or a teenager when Elvis was around, ask them what their parents thought of Elvis. And Elvis is like this super, nowadays, him as it's like old school, like, whatever. Obviously, one of the greats, amazing, amazing talent artist. Songs are still to this day fantastic. But back in the day, if you were a teenager when Elvis came out, most likely your parents hated him, and most likely your parents said, "Oh, the world is going to hell in a handbasket," because this was rock and roll. It's someone that was swinging his hips. It was someone that I would love to be a white person in the 50s to see what that was like. Because, being a minority 70 years ago, you probably weren't going to have a good time. But a white person at that point, you could probably do whatever. I'd be very, very curious to see, what it was like and what things that you shouldn't have done. Like, is having your hair in a ponytail like not proper enough? Should you always have your hair done? Like, it's back when Donna Reed was like a big on TV. It's older America is very, very fascinating to me. I really love those history times. But yeah, clearly, where they treated minorities and and young girls, a little weird, a little weird. Donna Marie says, Randy, my son is older than you. When I see a hot guy, I think of him in comparison to my son. Could I date someone my son's age? Hell no, that is weird and gross. Well, I'll my well, I don't want to say my first adventure into older women, because my actual first, well, not my first semi-adult relationship with an older woman was when I was 16, and I was one of those people that lied about their age because I liked older women, and I was, I was working since I was 13, 14 years old, and so I had always worked with people that were older than me, and I go to this work party, and there was this girl there that was, I thought she was really cute, or at least hot, or again, I was 16. Anyone that's older is like, she was 23, and I think she was suspicious of my young age, like, oh, how do you know? I was like, I work with these people, and I think she was just making sure. It's like, oh, how old are you? It's like, oh, 19. I was 16. I was like, you? She's like, oh, I'm 23. And I said that because I want to hook up with her, and I knew she wouldn't hook up with me if I was 16. And then we hooked up, and I mean, like, I don't mean just like we made up, like we hooked up. So I'm just letting the preface this, like when I was 19, I was dating like a 45-year-old, and I don't, from my perspective, again, from a guy's perspective, I don't think there's anything. Two consenting adults wanting to do stuff. I don't know. I don't think that's bad. I think that's fine. You're 19, you can go to war. You can boink an older woman, in my opinion. But the way we met was because I was in my second apartment, I was renting a house from this girl, Jamie, who her son was going to the high school that I had just graduated from like the year prior, or 2 years prior. And I didn't know him at the time, but he was friends with some of my friends. Like, oh, Justin, this person. Yeah. So we would like hang out every now and then because, I was 19, he was 15. And, we just, had, two guys close in age, play video games, we do whatever. And he was in a band, and one day one of his bandmates had a girlfriend, and and actually, she's the one that who's married now, and I live in her house, but her his bandmate had a girlfriend, and her girlfriend had a friend, and she noticed the Triforce on my arm. I was like, oh my god, Triforce! Like, oh my god, you know what a Triforce is? And this is how this whole thing started. And so we would all hang out. I would go to the dollar store, buy food for the kids, I'd buy whatever. I was like, I'm gonna go to Taco Bell, anyone to come. And this girl and her friend wanted to come. I was like, okay, cool. So I go to Taco Bell, and the girl's friend says, oh, my mom likes Taco Bell. I was like, oh, is your mom single? Driving, and she's like, yeah, and she likes younger guys too. And I was like, what? So I was like, okay. So we get Taco Bell, we do a U-turn, we go to her house, and we hit it off. And so I guess, Donna, it's like, I guess it's a personal preference. I'm not like, and it's not the only time this has happened. Like, one of the first relationships I had outside the military was with this girl, Heidi. Her son was younger than I was. He was like 19, but I was like 25, and kind of similar in age, but she was fine with it. And I guess it depends. I guess it depends. It's to each their own. Anyways, Michael, people want to know, may want to know your thoughts, but you don't have to share them. Don't catch your grenade just because someone threw it at you. I'd catch a grenade for you. Well, I mean, I also think that there's a lot of things that people don't talk about, and I think some of these things should be talked about. Some of these things are very interesting to talk about. I think some of these things are. I mean, people say you shouldn't talk about politics or religion. Why not? Like, how do you grow? Like, how do you go and make yourself a whole and complete person without talking about every facet of life and where it goes? And yeah, some things might be inappropriate, or some things might be taboo, but like, what if you're just curious? What if you're like, well, why is this way? It's like, there's a show called Kyle XY, and it's about this kid that he wakes up with amnesia in a forest, and he like severe amnesia, forgets how to talk, forgets how to whatever, and then he learns how to talk again, and he starts to learn things. And he goes into the garage where his foster father is doing some work on the computer or whatever, and he's like, oh, hey, watch out for the mouse traps over there. He's like, what are mouse traps? It's like, oh, those are things that just they capture mice. We don't want them in the yard, we don't want them in the house or in the garage. And he's like, well, what do they do? He's like, oh, they trap the mice, and they prevent them from going anywhere. It's like, and what happens to the mice? It's like, oh, well, they stay there, and you get rid of them. And he's like, they die? He's like, yeah. He's like, okay, so you don't want mice in your house, so you kill them. And he's like, well, when you put it that way, yeah. But it's like he was curious, and he's like, he didn't understand things. And I think that the autistic mind, it's, you just want to know things. It's like, yeah, I know that this is the way it is, but why is this the way it is, and what led to this becoming the way it is? And it's, I don't know, I find it's history, and I find it interesting. And human behavior is also really, like, why do people like collectibles? Why do people love VeVe? Why do people like, again, collecting is originally like the OG way of showing off to people and to women, to saying like, hey, this is what I have, like, what and that I think that can only help you, not just knowing the reasons why things are the way they are, but knowing the reasons why and understanding them. And I think that's a really good, I don't think there could be any negatives to that. And if somebody doesn't like the way that I'm, it's just talking. I'm not advocating for these things. I'm not justifying them. I'm just, saying, hey, these are the reasons. Miguel says those Genesis heroes get you free airdrops. They recently got mass villains for holding, which is signed for $800. Damn. Oh, that's epic. I wish that we had. Hang on with it. I wish that we got airdrops over 800. I mean, I think we have. I think we have before. We've gotten airdrops that are similar to that. I know for I don't think for Hero, but I think for the Bat Cows, there are stuff that is, you've gotten airdrops that are worth hundreds of dollars, and you've gotten multiple of them. So if you have like 5 Bat Cows, or 6 Bat Cows, or even multiple Bat Cows, or even one, you constantly get value like every quarter. Tell you, Bat Cows did a lot of good things. Palm, a lot of good things. Palm just having Hero and having Bat Cows just. Ooh, David, you tweeted saying my favorite Scrooge McDuck, my favorite Moneybags. All right, we're gonna screenshot that with the Duck Man. Shout out to David U for being pretty heckin' awesome. Love that man. Roku says Putters bring up we need big exchanges, but OKX is third in volume per CoinGecko after Binance and Coinbase. It's just we need utility also. Like exchanges are great, but exchanges without utility is just we really need utility for the coin, and we'll get it, but we just we need to have all the boxes checked. We need to have everything before we go. Prince always says, what are your thoughts on the latest manga chapter of My Hero Academia where Shigaraki reveals he's Deku's brother? Okay, so spoilers. Okay, so Prince Toby, I'm only up to like season 4 in the anime. All right, so I just passed the last part that I saw was like a year or two ago, was when there's this little like dragon girl. She has like a horn, and her power is healing people. My goal, not my goal, like I think that's breaking like the half point of season 4, where Deku's going 100%, and he's constantly breaking his bones, which is like fine because he has the girl attached to his neck that's constantly healing him. So that's the last part that I saw. So I had zero idea that Deku's mom had another son, or maybe Deku's dad had another son. I don't know if it's on his mom's side or his dad's side or both. But that's pretty dope. That's pretty legit. That makes me want to get into this. That makes me want to get into this stuff. Again, because I haven't had time recently, but that's pretty legit. Hang on one second, guys. Excuse me. Super VBK says, I opened a can of worms. Yes, you did. You did open a can of worms. I like talking about a lot of this stuff. A lot of the stuff that maybe you shouldn't talk about. It's fun. Mark Robertson says, you rock, Randy. Really enjoy your positivity. Lots of love. Oh, what? Thank you, Mark Robertson. Give me 5. I'm going to ask Chat GPT, give me 5 controversial topics and see what it says. Mr. Planet Prophet says, hey, legend. Mr. Planet Prophet, I have to thank you and everyone that comments on everything and likes everything. And there's, I don't know, that just makes me feel good. Again, I read a poem before, someone did for me. They didn't have to do it. I don't know. People doing that is just so nice. And it's like, I don't know. I would, someone gets me like a hero pack or someone, that's cool. But when someone takes the time to sit down and write a poem, that's like, oh wow, like that comes from your mind, that comes from your soul. That's something that you can't just buy. That's something you have to create, and that's just wicked awesome. So thanks for always taking the time to go on. Yeah, you're a little late, but it's okay. But yeah, thanks for taking the time to go and comment on everything and support me. Miss Blind Roberts, imagine 5% into crypto. That'd be a 10x from here. 1/2 of 1% are in. 10x from here. Can't wait. And they'll get in. They will get in. It's just a matter of time. Okay, so ChatGPT said 5 controversial topics: climate change and its causes, gun control and the right to bear arms, abortion and women's reproductive rights, immigration and border control, and capital punishment and the ethics of the death penalty. God damn! All right, ChatGPT coming in. I'll talk about that when comments run out. Prince Toby, how's it going? Saying, if you're looking for a good Attack on Titan song, check out "Can't Do Enough" by Fatville about Captain Levi and his inner emotion. The great metal song with me. All right, let me take a picture of that because I will 100% check that out because I like it. Okay, Immutable has some major predictions for 2023. We'll have a Web3 game with millions of players, and he says it'll be a small number for mainstream games, but it'll be a very significant number for Web3, and it will prove out, I think, that sustainable economies can be built and better monetization can be built with Web3 without being a crystal ball. I think it's a pretty sideways market. I think macro conditions are extremely bearish with interest rates. What this creates, though, I think is a lot of quiet space for people to build meaningful progress and products. More regulation, I think it's essential to have a very clear view of what the value you're bringing to the players and utilities. If you're doing speculative-based projects, if you're doing projects that are just moving money around, I think it's going to be a much more limited and much more dangerous game. All probably good trends, and obviously regulations can go the other way, but it can be helpful in some doses, and I think it can root out a lot of bad actors and those that would be major predictions for 2023. So that is from Immutable X. That is the most recent tweet that they had responded, so that's pretty legit. Okay. VV Collector says, follow everybody that puts the heart in their Twitter name. VV Collector already follows me, so it's okay. VV Magic says, woohoo, I got one of those. Oh, love VV Magic. Hope she's doing well. No, hang on one second. Where was I? So was there any info yet on VV in real life events for 2023? Currently, no, there are no VV in real life events that they have said they were definitely going to. I mean, we already be in February. What are we going to get? I'm not sure. I'll keep us posted though. Keep us posted. I'm also I gotta utilize the latrine, so I'm gonna go and go to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Now, or actually, let me put be back in 2 minutes. And if I go and put be back in 2 minutes, maybe when somebody goes and they do that, but I will choose to. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, guys, I am back. I feel like I have lost a bunch of viewers, but it's okay. I am back. Where was I? Yeah, unfortunately, no. I don't know even which ones I would go to. I don't know if I'd go to the. Maybe I would have to go to the one in UK. I don't know if there is going to be a one in the UK. I think Alex had said on Spaces that he was not going to go there, but he might. Oh, yeah, that they were not going to go there. But again, anything can change. I think plans can change with little to no notice. I would expect New York and San Diego Comic-Con. That's more of a Marvel thing than it is VV. I think Marvel's like, you're coming. And I don't know if that's anything that VV is going to be privy to or not. That I don't know if they have a choice. For the decon, they'll probably do the decon kickoff party, maybe something like that. I wish it wouldn't be in California. I wish it would be in New York, but whatever. As I hope this didn't really spoil all. It's like, I think it's fine. Respond to Profit says, "You're worth the few minutes of my day, brother." Oh, I thank you. I hope thank you. I appreciate that. J-Matt says, "Why? Sitting here at work and I just heard something I didn't want to hear. Yeah, it's amazing. It is amazing. Maybe he's trolling though. Who knows? Who knows, man? I don't know. Believe he says, "Would like to see VeVe event in real life in Europe." I mean, they were at Decon last year in London. Maybe they'll be here in. Maybe they'll be in London again. I mean, they said Alex said they weren't, but maybe they will be. I don't know. Again, you'd really have to ask the team. I'm not sure. Let's see what some of the stuff we had since yesterday. I didn't do a video yesterday. I just did a live stream. Streaming today. Where was I? Oh yeah. So be advised when we had the most recent Infinity Stone, somebody got the 616. Or no, not so yeah. There's a guy named Ian Tozer that got the number 616 Infinity Stone for the Aether drop and sold it instantly for $1,000. Listen, shout out to Ian for being able to sell that for $1,000. I don't think an Infinity Stone number 616, any Infinity Stone 616 is worth $1,000. And especially being the Aether. And he bought number 414 over the marketplace, got a Power Stone, didn't have one yet. He had 835 gems left. Whoever bought that number 616 for 1,000 gems, let this be a lesson that I don't think that was the right move. I don't think that was anyone will buy that to the point where you could make a profit. Even if they bought it for 1,200 gems, okay, well, now you have 1,080 gems, right? And okay, well, that's a profit. Well, if you go to cash out, that minus 108 gems, okay, well, you have less than 1,000 gems now, and plus taxes on top of that. So I don't think that was worth it. I don't think anyone around I would probably buy that, but so let that be a lesson. Moving on, Lewis Morgan, who's been on the podcast before, who is the original owner, one of the owners of Gymshark. They've been on the podcast. They're super bullish on OMI, super bullish on VeVe. Him, having been quiet for a while, has said have a good day with the 2 OMI circles, so that's pretty legit. Also, don't forget to update the VeVe app in case you haven't in a couple days now. Captain Arya says, "I just realized that you can actually move the TOD, which is pretty neat. So being able to move the TOD on the website is pretty dope." Also, for those of you that do not know, we have the moves for on his shirt, and that is David had responded on that like a day or so ago, saying shh, meaning that that's probably going to come at some point. Also, be advised, VeVe is only telling us what they want to tell us. I would not be surprised if there's not a couple of other features that they're building in the background that they're not telling us about. Just throwing that out there. VeVe Digital Collectibles also said that join us in celebrating the opportunity to recognize and reflect on the impact made by Black voices, respect to the trailblazers, artists, and characters who inspire us. Hashtag Black History Month. Okay. Okay. I'm all done. Bring this over here. And we are going to plug this in. Okay, this can go over here. And because we're only on 62% battery, but we're going to make it so we are on more than 62% battery. We will do that. Okay. Move that over there. Okay. All right, moving on to some other stuff that we have. The OUP progress has not been updated yet, but that will be hopefully in the next couple of weeks. So we have, Mindy saying, please help. I sent in a support ticket on the 20th because you've disabled my payout. No one will respond. Chatbot doesn't help at all. I'm trying to so hard to get a payout done. Please help. Omini said, Reverend Alex G, is there anything you can do to make support respond to me? I'm very concerned and I've been more than patient. Alex G says, I don't have pull on that side of the house. Sorry. You're KYC'd and have the minimum gem balance of 500. Yes, and to my knowledge, I don't think they have been responded about that yet. They haven't. She hasn't responded about that yet, but that's something I'm keeping an eye on, just for other sake. If you hadn't noticed in that particular update, Alex had said, oh, by the way, we're not a rug, guys. I wish he didn't say that, but maybe it needed to be said. Maybe he was told to say that. I don't know. Just keeping y'all posted on the news. Horace. Okay, so let's take a look at the VV logo is now a legacy piece, and the VV gold and silver logo is a legacy piece. What that generally means is that something that is just like a timepiece that you're not going to be able to get again, at least not in that particular fashion. So if we take a look at the VV Golden logo, it did go up. It was at like 3,100 and it's at 3,775 right now. There are a couple of logos out there that are before the 4K, and a couple before it's 5K, a couple before it's 6, et cetera, et cetera. I have mine up for 6,900, or one of mine up for 6,900. I don't necessarily believe that that's going to be a thing, that I need to worry about that being bought right now, so I won't worry about it. Okay, Ecomi tweets that using the VMate official app to augment your digital collectibles experience, the coming weeks you'll be able to stake some OMI to access excuse me, and be able to stake some OMI to access premium features. This is not on the VV app. This is for VMate officials. Says follow the team to stay up to date or download the app today. There is a paywall that's being released next week for VMate. While users will not actually need to pay anything, but hold either $100 in VMT tokens or $200 in OMI tokens, it will restrict some of the best features in the app. That's really only if you use the app of VMate. Me, myself, I haven't done that. I don't need to. I don't even use the vault value. That says the value of your vault. I don't need to know that. I'm not cashing out anytime soon. But again, just my opinion. Ryan, who works for VV, had said OMI and VV are two separate things, and they had to separate the red O from the blue heart. So that's another reason why they wanted to do that. VV had talked about Scrooge McDuck, the star of this very special and historical comic by Carl Banks. Walt Disney's Uncle Scrooge, Back to the Klondike, 1953, is fully readable with 5 cover rarities in blind box format. And then they show you that not only the VV collectors, that part, which is kind of okay, but they have the Miles Morales on there, which I thought was pretty cool as well. And we do have someone called Steve Keek, says, I really like the new VV official branding. Logo should be simple, instantly recognizable, and the world over. Well done, team. And then you see VV in there with McDonald's, Amazon, and Apple. Well, that's pretty dope as well. I think we'll be able to see something pretty fun soon. Comics and Crypto had gone on and tweeted, wow, VV Official has officially burned 57% of the supply, giving first appearance Daredevil less than 2,500 editions. And David Yu has responded, this is scarce. So in David Yu's opinion, anything with under 2,500 editions is scarce, especially for something being that you only have to buy one to complete the set. I think that's something that not a lot of people have been talking about. Because you have, let's say, Shuri Black Panther. Let's say Shuri Black Panther. She's a secret rare and she's great. She's scarce. She's only 900, but you have to pay $150 for her. And then you have to pay another $120 to buy Namor, another $12 to buy Riri Williams, and then another $5 to buy Okoye, Nakia, M'Baku, and another $5 to buy Queen Ramonda. And it's like you have to do a lot. But when you pay $50 to buy one collectible, and it's scarce, 2,500, and it's a full set, I think that's pretty good. And for those that don't know, Daredevil is extraordinarily popular. Daredevil is somebody that has a couple of, at least one movie, the Ben Affleck one we don't really talk about, has a show with 3 seasons, is currently in the MCU in 2 different ways. One is the lawyer, Matt Murdock, that Peter Parker uses. It's like a superhero lawyer. And then one that is currently dating She-Hulk. So you have a really big push, and is going to be in the Echo series as well I think he's going to be looking for Jessica Jones, so she should be in that. So there's really a lot of good things coming, and I think we can have a Jessica Jones or an Echo. I think you might have a Daredevil Marvel Mighty. I think you could have Kingpin, you could have Echo, you have Jessica Jones, you could have Daredevil, and a couple of other people in there as well. So that's another thing that we could get that could have Marvel Mighties. There was a community workshop, which I live streamed yesterday. Speakers were obviously Mitch, Alex, Reese, and Eagle Eyes, but then you had Silicon Secure, Blockman Blockchain, and VeVeVersity that was speaking on there as well. Shout out to all of them. Doing a very good job. Comment down below if you want me to cover that more. We have Lowmint Mick, aka Master Collector, says, why? All right, so this is something that I haven't talked about yet that I thought was really interesting, and nobody else has talked about that to my knowledge. And they're saying, why only 5 diamonds when you can 4x that? Talking about David Yu. And what he's talking about, and in this picture, it looks like, okay, you have the Eye of Agamotto, you have the Tesseract, you have the Aether, and you have the Power Orb. In this picture, it's very, very hard to see the scepter. So David Yu says you are missing the 5th one. Now, missing the 5th one can mean that David just didn't see the scepter, because you have to go and really zoom in. Oh, there's the scepters right there. Or it could mean when he says you're missing the 5th one, he's talking about the Aether box, because the Aether box does not have the Infinity Stone inside it. When you're taking a look at the Eye of Agamotto, where you do not see Infinity Stone inside it, if you put it in AR and you zoom in, there is an Infinity Stone inside it. For the Aether, there is not. And this could be for one of 2 reasons. One, because the Aether is technically not a stone. It's more of like a sludge, where it's, again, what's her name? Natalie Portman, Jane Foster had put her hand in the Aether box, and it just zoomed into her. And how do they get it out? They extract it with a needle. Because, again, it's not a stone. It's just like this weird liquid. It's like a plasma-ish state. And they don't really address that in the MCU. They still call it a stone, but it is Aether. And so when David says you're missing the 5th one, there's nothing like that in the Aether. He could just not have seen the scepters, or he could be talking about the Aether in that box, and maybe we have to do something to get it. So I'm very, very curious on that. Very, very curious. Sarah Austin says, certainly looks to be a tide shifting in Web 2 and Web 3 gaming. The focus is on sustainability in gameplay and tokenomics, rather than underwhelming P2E musical chairs of 21 and 22. I'm excited to explore more of what Q Globe Games is doing in Web 3 gaming. And what Q Globe is doing is talking about creditor tools, virtual identities, Kinetics, Rococo, Genesis, Ready Player Me, which Earth 2 and Vivi are attached to. And then spatial computing, talk about NVIDIA Omniverse, Unreal Engine, Unity Engine. Obviously, Unreal and Unity is what Vivi is using. They're also with OpenAI, Magic 3, Kadem, Point E, and the community. They have Guild XYZ, Topi, Mintgate, Perks, Tilted, Premint. There's just so many things that Q Globe is doing. That is definitely something to watch, in my opinion. And I'm not just saying that because Sarah's my friend. I'm saying that because I think that means something. VV Digital Collectibles posted a meme of Dean from Supernatural. And Dean from Supernatural is not something that they have announced that we have. And I think they could have done this for one of 2 reasons. Either we're getting Sam and Dean, which I would love. I am in love with those boys. Those were like. So I love Dean because, or I love Sam because Sam was Dean on Gilmore Girls, and then I love Dean because he's just like me. He's a fighter. He's scrappy. He's not as tall as Sam. He likes to drink. He does what's right. But also, they have that '67 Chevy Impala. And girl, when I tell you that is one of the sweetest cars, and yes, I have pre-ordered 2 Cybertrucks, but I will say that my actual dream car is a '67 Chevy Impala. Out of all the cars that are out there, 86 Cutlass, 972 Bisa, like I just, Audi R8s, like Cybertrucks, which I have, or that I've pre-ordered, they're great. But the 67 Chevy Impala is just cherry. That is just a classic car that everyone wants to have. Like that song in Aristocat, everybody wants to be a cat. Okay, everybody wants to drive a 67 Chevy Impala. That is baby. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Moving on with some more news. Shout out to Zach Keeley. Zach Keeley is a guitarist, someone that I had served with. He will be on the podcast tomorrow. I'm not sure what time. He still hasn't sent me a selfie, this mother flapper. Did he say what time he wanted to be on? He just said Keeley stream. Okay, I have to. I'll take a look. I'll give him a call later, and we'll go over it. So there's someone called Rebecca Goodwin. Rebecca Goodwin is an OnlyFans model who is purchasing homes exclusively to help provide affordable housing to low-income families. I'm trying to get Rebecca Goodwin, who is at Becky MIL1 on Twitter. I'm trying to get her on the podcast because I just love what she's doing. So comment down below or go to her Twitter and be like, oh yeah, Randy Chavez, get on his podcast. My friend Morgan breeds Savannah cats, and that is adorable. Wallace Cotton Jr. over on Facebook had said, my thought process is I was about to snag a Woody, but I compared the 15,000 editions to the 2,500 common versus rare, and well, it was a no-brainer, being that Mysterio was 10 gems cheaper, and that's how you play the game. So obviously scarcity matters. When you're looking at Woody, who's obviously known around the world at 15,000 editions, versus Mysterio, that's really only known by people, let's say 30 and below, because they've watched Spider-Man, they know who he is, or comic book nerds. 2,500 editions, it was no-brainer. Say Mysterio was cheaper, and Woody is a common, and Mysterio is a rare, and that's what people are doing. They made the conscious decision to buy Mysterio over Woody, which I thought was interesting. Anyway, where was I? Maybe for Dragon Con. Oh, dude. So I love Dragon Con. Dragon Con is how to best describe it? It is like Comic Con in Atlanta, Georgia, and it is. How should I put this? Comic Con in Atlanta, Georgia. Tens of thousands of people go there. It's always on Labor Day weekend. Why I was not at Designer Con in London this year, because I was at Dragon Con in Atlanta. It was at the same time. Yeah, it was just I would have rather been at DCon in London, but I had told my friends that I'll do a Dragon Con. Dragon Con's great. It's fantastic. I love it there. It was there's always chance for good stuff happening. Anyway, but yeah, that'd be dope if they would. VeVeVerse says, have you already talked about the new VV logo and Meta logo comparison on Twitter? I can do that now for y'all. Check out this old article after you was wearing it. Okay, we will get to that VV version. But first, it's an article. Sony patent for NFT blockchain technology uncovered. Patent was filed in July of 2021. Sony has published a patent suggesting the company is looking into blockchain NFT technology for tracking in-game assets in video games. Patent reported by Eurogamer is called Tracking Unique In-Game Digital Assets Using Tokens on a Distributed Ledger, and the included diagram lays out mechanics for tracking changes in ownership, visual appearance, or metadata of digital assets. The patent says the digital assets could range from moments of gameplay to in-game items or characters. Ubisoft courts how the blockchain-powered NFT system works. Sony's patent describes a technology that could track the history of an in-game item as it's passed from player to player, which is one of the core ideas behind NFTs. In the patent, Sony said there was no way to differentiate a specific instance of an in-game item that a famous player of a video game used to win a famous tournament from any other instance in the in-game. I would read on, but now currently my voice is gone. I will have to put that. Okay. Red Heart of this. Oh god, this on stream. Cool find. But yes, David was wearing a Sony hat the other day. So I thought, maybe. All right, VV logo. Hang on one second. Okay, there we go. So I know it was talked about. There is a similarity between the VV logo and the Meta logo. Let's just go over. Let's just go over some of this right now. Okay. If we take a look at who Mark Zuckerberg is, Mark Zuckerberg tends to go and buy things. He buys WhatsApp for a couple billion. He buys Instagram for a couple billion, increasing Meta's market cap, making himself a bit more richer in the process. I think that when you take a look at his plans for the future, such as spending $25 billion per year on the metaverse, I think that he may or may not have probably put in an offer on VV, saying, hey, let me buy you for $1 billion or whatever. And I think that he's one of the people that would be able to go and, if not buy the whole company, maybe when VV is looking to raise capital, which they can at any point in time that they want to, Mark Zuckerberg would be one of the people that could go and say, hey, you don't want me to buy the whole thing, let me buy 1% of you, or 10% of you, or 5% of you, or however much VV is willing to let go of. And I think that means something. I think that Mark Zuckerberg is incredibly intelligent, and he knows which way the wind is blowing. And the thing with Meta, yeah, they can change their name from Facebook to Meta for the metaverse, which is fine. But they still don't have an IP. They could continue with their thousands of people trying to build the metaverse. Cool. They still don't have the IP. Who's gonna have who uses Facebook? People that are in their late 30s and above. The only reason that I use Facebook is for the memories and to keep in contact with some old friends. Young people do not use Facebook. Younger people use Instagram, maybe in their 30s and maybe in their 20s. Most people use TikTok. Most younger people use TikTok and WhatsApp and Snapchat. They do not use Meta. They do not use Facebook. No, older people use that, and some younger people use Instagram, but a lot of it is TikTok. When you're talking about the significance of VV and Meta's similarities, I think that VV might have taken a page out of Meta's playbook and saying, hey, this seems to be doing okay, let's do something similar to it. Or somebody says, oh, hey, doesn't this look similar to Meta's? Because you know if this was an accident, it's like, oh, hey, this looks similar to Meta's. Whoever brought it out was like, or whoever noticed that said, hey, doesn't this look similar to Meta's? And people are probably just like, yeah, it's fine. No harm, no foul. I don't think it was intentional, but I also don't think that they shied away from being similar to Meta, because clearly what Mark Zuckerberg does is he buys things that are undervalued to stay ahead of the game. So I think that was fine. Cleveland B says, I think the new brand is good move. I think they have multiple colors to play with, like blue background for collectibles, red background for comics. Yeah, they have a lot. They have a lot. Sorry, I just saw my friend Meg says your blinds are really bought. All right, you know what, Meg? All right, Meg, I will try to do this for you if you're still watching. If you're still watching 6 minutes later, Meg, this is what my blinds do. We'll try. I'm trying. Maybe it's this way. That's just what they do. It does not matter how high I pull them up. They just go down. it is not something that I can control. It's just what they do. It is a it's it's something that I just have to live with, and everyone's OCD is just it's just they are shook. They are triggered, and I can't help it. Yeah, I'd like to have that a few different colors to play with. Mustafa Mahmood says, I just saw the comment. I was as an anime only rip. We can forget about it. Honestly, I will forget about that in the next. I forgot about it until I saw your comment. I'll forget about it in the next in the next 2 minutes. Somebody says, "Oh, I'll show my Dean Scream tweet." Hold on. All right, you sent me a okay. Okay, I'll show it. All right, hang on. I'll show your Dean Scream. This is who I love. Okay. Where? No, wrong one. Oh God, I have so many things open right now. No, I don't want that. Okay, all right. Here's his Dean Scream tweet. All right, it's only 40 seconds. 40 seconds on the clock. Let's go. Wow, it is really dark. Okay. I love Dean so much. He is like, oh God, I love that man. I love that man. I don't want to say more than life itself because life is beautiful, but I love that man in such a different way than most. But a profit. The thumbs up, yeah, smash that thumbs up button, guys. We're working on 3 hours now. Vegas Larry says your blinds are really bothering me. This I got this room with like the blinds came with the room. Like if I took the room, it came with the blinds, and I don't really care. I don't really look out the window except when I hear noises at night. And I got to make sure I got to protect the dashie. But outside, do you hear those noises at night? Like, hold on. Hey Meg, do you hear noises at night? Like banging noises? No, I know the pipes, but there's like on the outside, there's like a dun, dun, dun. No, I have to check out my window to make sure nobody's like banging on my car. That's not me. I don't know. Well, like 2 nights ago, I think. No. So it's tonight maybe, but like I checked the sound comes from like over there. At night? It's always at like 2 in the morning.
Maybe like there's always like
It's always at like 2 in the morning.
dirt flying around on cars or something.
Oh, I hear those. I hear those.
Like doing their form, like the quads.
Yeah,
like, on the back wheels, and I see them. And I'm like, but no, but like recently, I felt like I heard a bang. I've been hearing you like.
Oh, I've been. No, but like at night, always at like 2 in the morning, I look out the window. I think someone's banging on the car. Cause yeah, but it's out there. It's like in the street. It's like past my view on the throughout the window. Yeah. Oh, like I was going like this before. That.
That's what I'm hearing.
That might have been.
How hard to do? Also, yeah. That is so stupid.
I can't.
I hate it.
You know how many people have said their OCD is the exact same? Like,
I think Nick said you're supposed to cut it to the length of your window, but like we moved in, then you moved in like 3 weeks later, so it's just never. You didn't do anything to her.
I don't need. I mean, I don't need it. And Dashie's fine with it.
I mean, you could just not put it down all the way, but then it.
I thought that was a Rice Krispie treat.
That's so.
Oh, let me see. Wait.
It's so,
So, does this not look like Rice Krispies with a whole mess of marshmallows into it? Apparently, it's soap, and like I don't have a sense of smell. I don't have, but I would like.
Look her soap. I like her soap videos.
Okay.
If you pull it up, you might be able to like.
I like you saw. Did you see me try?
No.
Oh,
I just came in because I come in and comment sometimes.
Oh yeah, no, I try, and like I've tried before, and it's like because some first person that said my OCD is going haywire. I was like, okay. And I felt like I was like Rocky before, like
Supposed to cut them. I don't know what that means.
how do you cut? Like,
I think from the top. I don't know.
when you say like cut the bottom, and
Don't cut them because I don't think you're supposed to like cut. I don't know. I think that's fake. It's really stupid. Like you're done.
oh, why? Thank you. It is that of a quarter machine or a dollar machine. Andrea Gray says, "Yes, Megan. He's never been able to figure it out. I have not. So
I mean, like I said, you just moved in one day.
it just happened. Eventually. But you are correct. Yes, it's never been able to figure it out. Anywho, I knew it was all up to me. Sorry, it's a Rugrats reference. Okay, so where were we as far as Chat GPT talking about the 5? Oh man, where did it go? Controversial topics list. Climate change and its causes. Okay, on the I went a little bit down the rabbit hole on climate change once. And I was trying to think of like, okay, what's actually like, who is right? Is it the right or the left? Is there a middle? Is there an integrate? If you take a look at Earth's history, there were like 5 other ice ages. And this is the warmest the planet has been. Like, there were times in history of the Earth over the last billion or so years, couple billion years, 4 billion years, most of the planet was ice. And then, you have some atmosphere coming, and then you have the ozone layer forming, and heat gets trapped in, and then it gets super cold. And then a little bit, like, it was like the first 2 ice ages, and before, like, life had even gotten to, like, to have species, to have animals or whatever. And then you take a look at all of the other ice ages that came beforehand, like, we have zero idea if the humans or the beings that built the pyramids, because again, if you take a look at Cleopatra and go back in history, Cleopatra was born and alive so long ago, but she was also born and alive in a time period closer to the invention of the iPhone than she was like the time. The amount of time between the life of Cleopatra and the iPhone is a shorter distance than the time of Cleopatra and the pyramids. When the pyramids were built when mammoths were still walking the earth. So the world is a very old and mysterious place, and I don't think we fully understand it yet. So to say that, humans are the cause of global warming, are we helping the Earth at all? No, I think we're probably a small negative effect of it. But I also think that volcanoes and cow farts and a whole bunch of other things really affect it a lot more than Earth does. I think the carbon footprint that Earth leaves is writ small by all of the other things that had happened in the history of the world. Now, do I believe that taking carbon from the ground and putting it in the air is a good thing? No, absolutely not. Who the fudge is this? I don't know who you are. I'm not good. All right. Anyway, filed Equifax raise per the settlement. A settlement payment? Do I get a settlement payment from Equifax from the breach? I filed this in like 29. Dear Randy Chavez, you filed a claim in the Equifax data breach settlement between July 2019 and January of 2020. Per the terms of the settlement, we processed your claim and recently mailed you a settlement payment. Your settlement payment was calculated per the court-approved settlement agreement. You have not already done so. Please deposit your check promptly. No longer valid if it's not deposited within 90 days after the check issue date. Do I have money coming to me? What will I do? It's probably like $100, but it could be cool. Anyway, we have to go into the photos and see what else we had here. Where were we? Means a real, okay, real OG. All right, Scrooge McDuck. Okay. No, we got to go after that. In the back. All right. DoorDash drivers live a wild life. This girl, Alania Cyrilic, saying he wanted me to meet him at the back of the gas station parking lot and hand it to him. The back had trucks lined up, but he wasn't in a truck. I found a trucker inside the gas station, and he came with me to look outside. Call me dramatic, but I'm not risking getting kidnapped for $3.25, dude. If you are driving DoorDash, please be careful, because apparently people be wilding out there. This was my third White Claw. Guys, I've only gone to the bathroom once, and I've had, how much are these? 36 ounces of fluid in me, and probably a 12-ounce bladder at this point. Anyway, I can't even. Granis on Prime. Does anyone else notice that Mitch has the button sequence for looking? Yes. Anyone else notice Mitch has the button sequence for looking? And our good friend David Yu, our leader, says. So what does that mean? I don't know. I think that means that we probably going to see Street Fighter at some point. David Yu also says Dollar Duck Scrooge McDuck. I think he really likes this comic. So Bob Sales says the fact that I have tattooed on my arms that I have the old VeVe logo tattooed on my arms means you should change this back. LOL. What the heck did you do? The branding sucks. Why change it? To think that it was not broken. I have no words. The whole new branding sucks. And David Yu says it means you're the real OG. I think he's. This says that it means you're the real OG. I think it means he's the real OG as well. And I also believe that David Yu had said prior. Don't have a pull on that side. All right, I gotta find the other David Yu thing. Have a good day. Basically, David Yu had said there's multiple reasons behind what they do. Lex Friedman goes and tweets, your task is not to seek love, but merely to seek and find all the barriers within yourself that you have built against it. Rumi. Oh my God, such a beautiful, beautiful sentiment. I love Lex Friedman so much. He's the man. Means a real OG. Bought more OMI. We had somebody buy, all right, the Todd McFarlane. There was a, I hate that this is so, right, there we go. All right, so Todd McFarlane. This is sub 100 Todd McFarlane. This is number 56. And it was bought for, what was it? Like less than $5,000. It was bought for $4.4 thousand. This is a sub 100 of the first Batman on the blockchain. That is stupid low. About to profit, be tweeting some fun stuff. Sarah Austin says Bitcoin is up almost 50% year to date. Is genuine crypto volatility coming back? What do you think? And for me, I just think that we have some good fun stuff happening. Where was I? Moving on. Okay. Mr. V says the first collectible I've accumulated in many, many months. Glad to own 1% of the supply of first appearance Oswald animated. And how many does he have? Well, there were 4,927 editions of Oswald. The floor is about 38 gems. And he has 50 of those items, meaning he has more than 1% of those items. What does this mean? Now, there are people that have been trolling, such as, let's just say Dan Schawbel, that happens to have a post over on the Facebook community saying like, this is a gamble, this is another, like, be advised, guys, I 100% disagree with Dan Schawbel on this. I think, when he says that, you're better off just spending, $500 on black or $1,500 on black, you're talking about roulette. When you talk about, again, 50 gems or 50 of these, you probably spent about $1,500 to $1,700. This is not a random designer con collectible that nobody's ever heard of. This is one of the most powerful companies in the world, such as Disney, and this is the first appearance of one of their first characters. History will be very kind, I believe, to the people that are collecting these. I don't have the full set. I have one of the rares that I had gotten off of the drop. But if you're collecting something that has gone under retail, I believe that that is undervalued, especially when you talk in terms of future collectability. The ultra rare of Steamboat Willie has 6,900 mints. Everyone comment nice down below with the 69. And when you have 6,900 mints of something as the ultra rare, that means the uncommon and the common have tens of thousands. So when the rare of the Oswald, the 4,900 of them, is the one that's most minted, and the other ones have less than 1,000 in their mint, I think it is a very, very good bet to bet on Oswald. Again, that's just my opinion. Moving on. Kyle Wilson says, this is mega. Congrats, Spike Reacts. Super excited to see Immutable implement an advocate program, the overall direction of Immutable X. OMI people, this is huge. You want your collectibles in the same ecosystem as some of the biggest games in Web3. So I'm going to, oh, there's 74 people that have liked to this. Thank you so much for liking this. I'm going to go to the Twitter, and I'm going to say, like, been going for 3 hours. Let's go for another 3. Let's go all night. Come down and ask me anything. We're going to get some more people here. We're going to ask some questions. It's going to be a rockin' fun time. I will also say, be back in 2 minutes because I have to pee again. All right, I'll be back. I love you. I am back. Why, hello, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. Victor Arrow says, ask you anything? Why are you such a handsome devil? I don't think I am a handsome devil right now, but let's see when I was a handsome devil. Let's go back to, I think my friend Danica sent me the photo. Well, I have a bunch of things. Let me see if Danica. Oh yeah. Oh no, Heritage. Hi. Maybe you're right. This is. Oh, yes. I happen to have a photo of me when I think I am a handsome devil. But we shall see. Or maybe we won't. Nope, I don't like that one. Oh, yeah. Here's the good one of me. Here's one of me in 2013. And yeah, that is me. You could tell because I still have that tattoo on my right arm. That's it. That was about 50 pounds ago. Maybe not that much. Maybe like 40 pounds ago, but yeah. And then I don't know some of the things we had. Camera doesn't go back that way. July. Let's try 2019. June, July. Okay. Because I'm pretty sure in July of 2017, which I may have had a couple of. But honestly, I think I'm fairly ugly. but okay. We're gonna have to go to July of 2020 then. Let's go to May of 2020. Because I'm pretty sure. Well, I guess we'll do June. I could have sworn I had a. Ooh, 2020 was a decent year. It sucked financially, but there was this girl. Let's call her Ari. Um, oh man, look at how freaking huge I was. It was a good time. That was a good day. That was a good. Um, but here's like 2017 where I was ripped AF. That was a long time ago. 2017, 6 years ago. But now it's just clearly now it is a much different Chavez. Whereas I was utilizing the latrine. We're gonna go and pop another daddy soda because oh yeah, oh lordy, that was a loud one. Like I said, we're going all night. That's where I was. Vivi Darklink, hello. Miss you, fam. We need like a Randy Con. We need to all meet one day and just hang out. The toque works for you. Toque? What is toque? Is a hat a toque? I don't know what that means. I don't know what toque means. I do not know. Let's take some comments from the YouTube studio because it's been a while. Let's go to the comments and we have Alan Thompson saying, "Great video, thanks guys." So we'll say, "Cheers, mate." Cheers, mate, to him. We have Cowboy Pedro says, "Hope the carpets are nice and clean now." Digital collectibles, what the carpets are nice and clean now? I think so. I don't know why we were talking about carpets in that one. And then we have Mr. Planet Prophet saying, "Smash the thumbs up button." So I will say woo. And that were some of the comments from the YouTube studio. Robbie One Kenobi says, "I hope everything is going well, Randy. How you doing?" I'm doing okay. Getting over being sick. Of course, the first day back at the gym, it's so strange that I was doing fairly well in early to mid January, getting back to the gym. I got up to 215 bench press, and then I had to take off for 3 weeks. I was traveling and I was sick, and then I went back today, and I could still do 215. It's so strange that the strength of my chest didn't go down. The tricep strength 100% did go down. I could not do as much but the chest was still okay. I was like, all right, you know what, YOLO, whatever, fam. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I bought a couple more million OMI recently, and I'm doing all right. I will. I will. I don't know. There's a chance that in the next year or two that I sell 10, 20, 30, or use 30, 40 million OMI. There's a chance that I disappear and I go and I come back in 2028, 2029, the next bull market, and I sell the rest of my 100 million. And they're like, all right, 100 million OMI now, guys. I'm going to go do my animal charities. I don't know. Doing this takes a toll. Chago Solis, what up? Whenever I think Chago Solis, I think, oh, Chago from Chicago. Are you from Chicago? I don't know. I don't know where you're from. Comment down below. Digital Snowflake says, what's up, Randy? Digital Snowflake. What's the story behind the name Digital Snowflake? What is the story behind the eye in your profile picture? It looks like this eye might be artificial, like Thor's from Thor Ragnarok or Infinity War. It looks like you have a story to tell, and I'm very curious about it. Oh, why don't you this can go? Roy Allison says, "Hey Randy, what happened to the first appearance of Spider-Man Commons? Need the official scoop?" So to my knowledge, it's just, and again, I don't know, but to my knowledge, it's just someone that had. So what we actually do know is that somebody had bought a common Spider-Man from the store, but when looking at it on a Mutascan, the particular Spider-Man that they had been given was not from the VeVe wallet, or at least not the known VeVe wallet. It was from a different VeVe wallet. Now, why? Did VeVe use some of their gems to buy Spider-Man? And if they did, why would they do that? Okay, I'm not saying they did or didn't. Most likely they did not. But let's say they did. Let's play those dominoes out. If they went and they said, okay, we're going to take some of our profits and buy this common Spider-Man from the store, it would be to maybe pump up their numbers and to show Marvel and Disney, look at how powerful our app is, that so many people are buying these Spider-Man, that they're selling out in 24 hours. And maybe that is possible. Or what they had to do as they were trying to get on Immutable X, because they had said they wanted to get on Immutable X since like April of that year. Spider-Man had not been released until August of that year. So what happens? Okay, in that time frame, what they had to do was they had to show Immutable X, here's the amount of traffic that's going to go in, here's the amount of pressure that the chain is going to go under. And if Immutable X says, hey, we can't handle that from this one giant wallet, then what do they have to do? They have to go and put some of their mints into a separate wallet. So I think, again, this is just my opinion, that those extra Spider-Man that are not from the main VeVe wallet that is known might possibly just be another VeVe wallet that wasn't known at the time. Again, just my opinion. And the reason why they did that was to not over-stimulate the Immutable X blockchain. Again, just my opinion. Haley Bordeaux says, Torque, hat, beanie. Sorry, Canadians. Oh, Canadians. Yeah, hat or beanie, I know. Torque, toque. I don't know what toque is. Yeah. Oh, Chavez, you're in Texas. Oh, Roby wants to know, this is the Lackland area. That's where I did my basic training, in Lackland Air Force Base. That was a time, let me tell you. That was quite a time. Oh wow, Elon Musk says, sucks that all right, so Hallmark's catalog says, I still can't believe Elon bought Twitter. Elon Musk says, me neither. Elon Musk says, sucks that I had to sell so much Tesla to do so. Sigh. Tower Bull says, you literally saving humanity and Tesla in the process. I'd say it's worth it. Totally. Brock McBlockchain goes and tweets groundhog. Brock McBlockchain's such a cool person. I love him. Get out of there. Get out of there. Fudger. Okay. On Twitter, Jeremy Padower saying, Chris Jericho cruise. Is he on a cruise right now? Oh my God, he is. What about Judas? Yo, Jeremy Padower's on a cruise with Chris Jericho. That's amazing. Oh, I love that for him. The cruise is just on repeat for 3 days, right? It's amazing. Yeah, Lackland is pretty cool. So I think the area around Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio is pretty fun. To me, obviously, Lackland was not fun because I just got screamed at for 8.5 weeks. But apparently people that had gone, when I went to tech school, my tech school for 2T2 was in Fort Lee in Virginia. For a lot of other people, their tech school that came before me, they were in Lackland Air Force Base. And apparently that was fun as fudge because you could go and have fun in San Antonio. You could have a good time. I did not, unfortunately, get that. Digital Snowflake says, I'm an artist. My name symbolizes the cross between nature and technology. Kind of like a clockwork orange. The eye is a piece I created in college. Notice the veins of the eye as a circuit. Oh, wow. I did not notice that until I got up close. That's really cool. I'd love to see a full version of that and not trying to squint two things before me. Yeah, nature and technology. There's somebody that gave me a necklace one day. It had Advil on it for science. It was a tech piece. It was a STEM thing. It was really cool. Um, I was working at a pizza place at this time, and we had just struck up a conversation that had to do with like quantum theoretical physics, and it was just I don't remember the dude's name. He was an older guy, and he gave me some, and it was just cool. And he says science, technology, engineering, and math. That's what this means, and that meant a lot to me. Um, so yeah, that's really cool. The merging between nature and technology, and there's a there's a short story that was on Reddit, and the short story goes that in 100 or 1,000 years in the future, aliens come and they try to enslave humanity, and the aliens go and they try to say, "Oh, hey, we're going to take some of your resources as well," and the human prisoners that are on board this spaceship, they get to actually see in the control room what the aliens are doing and what they're fighting and whatever, and the aliens are just like, they go to the humans and banging on the cages. They're like, "Tell me, what is this beast? What is this beast that has skin that's 5 inches thick and that runs on water?" They didn't know that they actually swim on the water, or that these animals could not swim. This is how fast they run on the water. And like, what is this thing that we cannot penetrate with our weapons, that we cannot mind control, because they're so filled with rage? And in the human native tongue, they laugh and they say, hippopotamus. And it's the hippos that are the ones that are like the saviors of humanity. Because for those of you that don't know, hippos do not like anything in their area. They will fudge up alligators. They will fudge up lions. They are like king. And they will fudge up their own kind. They are just rage-filled testosterone monsters. Yeah, elephants can spear and whatever. They kind of stay away from each other. But it was just cool that it's like in the original Avatar movie, the blue Indian movie, like Pocahontas stuff. What happens? Like, they have super sky things that you can ride, and they have other things. That's just really cool that if the Earth knows that it's under attack, like, and it kind of does already. It's like, if you think of the Earth as like an organism, and you think of it as a body, and then you see these beautiful blue oceans and these lush green forests, but then what do you see happen on these pieces of land? You see these forests and these animals, that create flora and fauna. You see them being dwindled by this new bacteria, by this new cancer, and this cancer makes itself known. It creates these gray cities, these gray buildings, and doesn't matter how many earthquakes you throw at it, doesn't matter how many tsunamis you throw at it. It keeps rebuilding, it keeps populating, and it's just, I don't know. That type of thing is really strange, and that type of thing, if you try to think of Earth as an organism and humans are cancer, I love that thing between nature and technology, and how, well, technology is, could kill us. So how do we beat it? Well, we don't. We merge with it. Put chips in our brains and we merge with it. There's a video that shows, it asks AI to draw humanity past and humanity's future, and humanity's future is just it becoming technology. It's like Ultron's wet dream. It's heckin' bananas. Anyway, thanks for asking, of course. Plus, no two snowflakes are alike. Uniqueness is strength. My friend Morgan, and what I always agree with is what I always used to say is when we go. I don't even know if I can say this. Girls, women's virtue and their reproductive organs are like snowflakes, because no two are alike. And And true, Snowflake. Yeah, I used to say that. Also did basic training at like, oh, you were 2000. I was 2012. I came 12 years after you did. As far as basic training. Yeah, it was a wild thing. I have a couple of people going in talking. Oh god, what are they talking about? Okay, we have. Oh my god. All right, so for anyone that says Vivi isn't going to win and they're just trying to make as much money as they can while they can, it's either somebody that is purposely fudding Vivi because they have something against them, or they are so dumb and ignorant that they can't tell the future and they can't tell which way the world is going. And when somebody calls them out on it, they say, "How does that make me a clown, you low IQ bum?" It does. Oh my god. Yeah. If you don't like Vivi, don't have Vivi in your name. It's as simple as that. That's stupid. That's dumb. Anyway, Paul Barron Network is reporting on Immutable X saying Passport about to onboard millions of gamers with Tiger Wilson. They did a video that I thought was pretty cool. It's pretty legit. Non-Fungible Wonderful says how it feels to own a vintage logo in real life. I love him so much. Dude, I love Non-Fungible Wonderful so much. I gotta be like, I love you so much, man. Shoot me a DM. Holla at your boy. Dude, Non-Fungible, he's so cool. I love him. There's Roll. Oh, Kyle Wilson's actually a content creator and writer and researcher for Paul Barron Network. Co-host and research for short, though. Yeah, Marvel renewing Hitmonkey season 2. Dude, all right, so Hitmonkey is just. I don't know why people don't love this character. The comic has an amazing story. It gets wild. It's some of the most fun I've had reading a comic because of the wild nature of it, because of what he does, and it being a monkey and it just being accepted. It's amazing. There's a chance to go up, but I hate him. Yeah, there's a lot of fun things happening. Moving on. Then do an NFT of the eye. I'll message you on Twitter. Oh, why? Thank you. That'd be great. Brandon M says Feesh airdropped a groundhog for everyone that attended the spaces on Tuesday. That's what it was. Brockman Blockchain did have something like that. I have to go over some of the news again real quick. Oh god, where was I? React. Alex G saying change is hard. Yeah, so again, for those of you that missed it before, Alex G said sometimes change is hard, but keeping the old logo was not an option. Hopefully it grows on you. Yeah. And why it might not have been an option because of Vevo looking very similar to VV, having 20 million subscribers over on the YouTube. Connect, okay, solve, yep, 0 proof, 18, yep. So the story behind everything. Okay, so we have Von Doom, say it's a reference to Victor Von Doom of Fantastic Four, as Dr. Doom, saying Von Doom saying Vivi is making all the right moves to take it mainstream. The rebrand was executed perfectly, and rather than tell us they were going to do it, they just did it and showed us later. Of course, this community still whines. This rebrand is huge for Vivi. Next comes the app UI, obviously, as well as scaling up her massive onslaught of new users when Disney starts directing its millions upon millions of fans here. People next cry, but what happens when Disney leaves Vivi? Because the fudding never stops. Guess what, kiddos? Even if Disney someday leaves Vivi, which I take to mean they whitelist their own version of the Vivi app, but the NFTs are still bought and sold via Vivi's global marketplace, we still win. It just makes our collectibles available via more stores. Vivi is going to make anyone here now very, very wealthy. So maybe people should stop clutching their pearls so tightly. Agree 100% there. Hang on one second. 1 second, guys. I have to do something here by going on my messages and saying, I have to do a clipboard here, do a StreamYard, and where's the dog boy here? Where's the dog boy? We haven't had. Oh, here's the dog boy. I'm saying meow. Oh God, no pace, no pace. Okay, where was I? It's all about the born to Austin areas. I love San Antonio. I had fun in Manhattan, Anchorage, Alaska, and St. Thomas. Virgin Islands too. Yeah, so yeah, Texas. Part of the reason why well, not part of the reason. One of the places I want to go eventually is Texas. Florida, yeah, totally want to go there. Texas, yeah, totally want to go. Like Florida, most likely because again, Texas is fun. San Antonio's great. I love my weapons. Um, I love my guns, but Florida has Harry Potter World. Florida has Disney. Florida has, a lot of really cool stuff. And Miami's fun. Key West is fun, and Texas is great. But it's hard. At least Texas has a little bit. You could have snow in Texas. It doesn't last, but you at least have it there. Florida, I don't think you could ever have. Maybe the Panhandle, maybe if it gets super cold. Anchorage, I don't think I'd ever live. I would totally go for a visit. I would visit a lot of places. So there's there's a, I don't want to say conspiracy because it might not be a conspiracy. All right, so disappearances, okay, in Alaska. Oh no, all right, so Nome, Alaska. All right, so the disappearances in Nome, Alaska. Let's see where this is. The true story of Nome, Alaska proves that truth is stranger than fiction. Roughly 24 beloved residents of this remote Alaska town went missing between 1960 and 2004, sparking nationwide uproar about the whole town in Alaska that disappeared. So much so that Universal Pictures hopped on filming a major motion picture about the Nome, Alaska disappearances, which was released in 2009. It was called The Fourth Kind. With rumors circulating of UFO involvement, alien abduction, and even a serial killer, the community was desperate for answers. Let's take a closer look at the mystery of Nome, Alaska. The greatest claim to fame is it being home to the world's largest gold pan and the ending point of the most famous sled dog race in the world, the Iditarod. Northwest town of Nome, Alaska is located on the southern edge of Seward Peninsula and Norton Sound. The particular area is said to have more reported UFO sightings than anywhere else in the last frontier. Alaska is also known as the final frontier. Nome sits right on the coast of the Bering Sea and is incredibly isolated and relatively desolate, with less than 22 square miles of land and water that make up the city. So you'd think that if a UFO was going to show up, it would be an area such as this, one of the most unusual places in Alaska, has minimal human life. What's surprising is there are actually no roads or even a ferry system leading into or out of Nome. So once you're there, you're stuck until the next flight comes along. The only way in or out by plane. That's right, an airplane is by far your best means of transportation to and from the small community. So if you think you see a UFO, consider that it might just be a plane. Nome, however, is known for its incredibly harsh winters. Between November and March, it is common to have temperatures sitting well below 0 degrees, ranging between -10 and -55. Oh my hecking goodness. And that's Fahrenheit. So as you can surely imagine, its frozen wonderland and dark sky can take a toll on even the most seven sourdoughs. With year-round population under 4,000 residents, its small community of Nome isn't known for being a major economic hub or a place that tourists flock to. In fact, what seems to have gotten the most popular, talking about the isolated community, is the mysterious disappearances of the 24 people happened between 1960s and 2004. These all occurred in Nome throughout the surrounding villages. So Roby-Wan Kenobi, and again, the article goes on. I don't go on about this too much, but I don't know if I would go and just look at that, because like that's the only reason why I would go there. And I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm gonna be this is not something that I would ever do, because I subscribe to Natasha Romanoff's view on love, Black Widow's view on love, when she says love is for children. Why? Because I like, for all that it does, it doesn't matter. Like Nietzsche and oh god, Freud have both said to know love is to know pain, because when you say hi, you eventually have to say goodbye. What is the point of saying hi when you're going to have to say an eventual adios? When I broke up with Danielle, I was like on the toilet. I had to go to the bathroom. I was like crying. I was like, listen, I never want to feel this way again. So, and again, backstory, I will probably never allow myself to love again. That being said, I do have this, I don't want to say fantasy, but this like going to any small town and finding someone that is just has this big life energy and full of adventure, and they're smart, but they're just tied down by their town. And just saying, hey, obviously a woman, and just saying like, hey, come with me. Let me get you out of this town. Let me show you the world. And it's just, and it's something that I also see. This is why, like, if you have like a kid, especially like a daughter, you got to go and be like, hey, take them to Paris, take them to Germany, take them to all these wild exotic places. Why? Because this way, when this like freaking loser that's like 23, 24, whatever, wants to take your like young daughter, go and say, oh, let me take you to Miami. She's not just impressed, like, oh my God, I'm taking to Miami. No, why? Because she's a worldly person and has been places. Anyway, I'd love to go to someplace like Alaska and just taking someone and just showing them like the world, and like, hey, the world is much greater and bigger, and you can have so much more experiences than just like, I feel so bad for people that have like never left their hometown, that have just like have lived one place their whole life, and it's like, how do you can't have a complete view of the world. I don't think you can be a complete and whole person without traveling to these amazing places and seeing how a lot of these people live, and seeing how a lot of these other cultures are. And yeah, you can go to like the UK, and you can go to parts in Australia and all these places that just speak English. That's fine, but go to places that don't speak English. Go to places that you're forced to go and learn a little bit of another language, and go to places like, oh, all right, this is even in Australia. Like, take a look at the Aboriginals. How do they go and they live? They don't go grocery shopping. The Aboriginal places, like, you have maybe two cell phones for the entire community that is 50 people. The head person of that community will have one cell phone, and the rest of the other 49 people will share the other. And they don't go grocery shopping. They go and they catch a couple of sea turtles. Well, how do you cook a sea turtle? Well, you kill it, obviously, and then you basically tie it to like this giant stick on this fire. You cook a lot of the belly. You take off the head, and then you put a lot of these hot coals. After you take out a lot of the organs, take a lot of these hot coals and put them into the turtle. You flip it upside down, and then you cook it from the inside, and then you eat the turtles. You give the flippers to the dogs. You have this hunter-gatherer type of thing. You do a lot of fishing, you do a lot of hunting, and it's just a really awesome, amazing place that you just don't get to see, and you'll never experience unless you go there. Like in Germany, look at these huge castles. Look at these huge, like, even if you're like in Philadelphia, yeah, there's a lot of culture there. There's a lot of cool museums, there's a lot of bars. But will you ever go to, places in like Fort Lee, Virginia, or will we ever go to places that, like Gettysburg? And you can't tell me there's not ghosts. You can't tell me there's not this weird energy that's there, that's in the 9/11 memorial, or that's in like some place like Gettysburg where Civil War stuff happened. There's these different places that you just don't get to unless you travel. And I feel like Harry Potter talking to Voldemort is like, I feel sorry for you. It's like, man, bad times. Anyway, moving on. So it says tomorrow's drop looks dope. Any thoughts? Let's take a look at tomorrow's drop. Let's take a look at the VV app, and we'll go from there. UDP plus. Oh, non-fundable wonderful. Is that okay? Wanna come on stream? I've been streaming for almost 4 hours. I want a guest. Clipboard, StreamYard. Let's get this right. Okay. So we'll take a look at tomorrow's drop. We'll go to the drops and we'll see. Oh, Scrooge McDuck. Yeah, I think this is good. It's $10 for 10. Yeah, this will sell out, and I think this will. I think even the commons might actually go above value, and the uncommons might go above retail. I will get this. I will get this drop tomorrow. Rita Baby says, "Hey Randy, hey Dashie, I'm liking this chatty Randy. Cheers. Oh, why cheers, Rita Baby. You have a new profile picture. Your profile picture used to be you and Dan Crothers. This one is. It looks like D from It's Always Sunny It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but with black hair. I don't know who it is though." Doug says she's on the vodka. Well, I am on the White Claw. So we are both on. Crystal Stroud, it's been so long. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing amazing. All right, let's go on. All right, hold on. All right, Crystal Stroud, I'm going to message you over on the Facebook, and I'm going to say, on Facebook Messenger, come on the stream. Let me interview you. Because the last thing you sent me was Happy Meow Year. Oh, Crystal, I love you so much. You're so cute. Pikachu and Togepi. That's amazing. Oh, we got non-fungible A for sure. Non-fungible, wonderful. Read he's the captain. Hi, Saffron. Digital snowflakes. Nome is where they do a lot of gold dredging in the Bering Sea. There's a TV show about it. I didn't know there was a TV show about it. I do know that initially, the Nome Alaska disappearances were believed to be the work of a serial killer. The reasoning was that the serial killer had to be involved due to the large number of people that had gone missing. Family and friends of the missing people, as well as the whole community, were on edge 24/7, thinking about who could be lurking around their community and preying on the innocent. Although you might not expect these large numbers of disappearances to occur in such a remote or desolate area, you might be surprised to learn that there are roughly 350 miles of roads radiating from Nome that lead deep into some of Alaska's most scenic, pristine county.
Hey,
what up, Doug? What's going
happening?
On?
Said you needed
We're
some
talking
guests.
about Nome, Alaska. Have you ever been?
I've never been to Nome. No, we travel a lot, but Alaska's on my bucket list. But the wife likes it warm.
I understand. Where's your next guy's vacation? Where you're going to?
Ooh, I don't know. Our anniversary is actually on Decon this year, so we're probably going to go back there.
Oh, how long have you all been married for?
Really?
7 years.
Okay, 7 years. So, Captain, tell me the story of how y'all met. Were you? Yeah, probably not high school sweethearts, because that would have been a long time ago.
No. The matter of
like
fact,
a bowling league at a bar. What?
No.
How'd it go down?
No, Rita, when she gets on, is going to have to give you that story.
Okay.
It's incredible, actually, how it all worked out. But
Okay, so she'll tell me that. You tell me your favorite vacation spot and why.
Well, we're kind of partial to the Bahamas because we got married there, but when COVID hit, we started going to Key West, so we like Key West a lot.
Love that place.
Yeah, I had an opportunity to take her to the desert Southwest because before we went to Anaheim this year. We stopped in Sedona and then drove out to Vegas and, had a nice trip. So she really enjoyed that. For me, I just like to be away, man. I don't care where I'm at. Camping.
Do you also like the warm?
No, I'm in the middle. I think we live in Pittsburgh now, but I think we're probably going to land somewhere like North Carolina, so we can both have the seasons, but the warmth for her.
Yeah, I'm going there in like a month or so. I got a couple friends there, so I'll be headed there in a couple weeks, in a month, give or take.
Let me ask you a question, because I'm using my computer, obviously. How do you always look straight ahead? Because I'm trying to look, and every time I look at myself, I'm like, I'm looking over here, I'm looking over there. Do you just look at a dot the whole time you talk?
I mean, I'm looking at you, if that makes sense. But sometimes I'll, if I'm thinking about something, I'll look over there or over there. But no, I mean, I'm just looking at you. I mean, my camera is like right there, and I'm looking at you, which is right down there. So it's not too. That's how I think.
Yeah, I don't know.
There's an app though now that makes it so that your eyes are always focused on the camera. So even if you're over here or over there, it will make your eyes focus on the camera, regardless of where you're standing.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious and evident that we're not YouTubers, but I did see that, and it's actually pretty cool. Actually, the camera actually follows you. You can walk around the room, and it will follow you and zero in for you. But hey, listen, I'm going to put Rita on because I got to get her set up, because she's like computer, not good. So give me a minute here. I'm going to hand you off to her. She'll tell you the story about how we started dating.
Yes, I can't wait.
Hey,
see
Randy.
Laptop. Hey, girl.
Hey, you're going to love this story, by the way. It's a good one.
Yes. Okay. Tell me the story of how y'all met.
So we went to high school together, right? And I thought he was the cocky, arrogant. I couldn't stand him. Okay.
Yeah.
A girlfriend of mine was absolutely in love with him, and she talked me into going to his house one day. And I was like, whatever. So we go there, and we literally watched the movie, The Three Amigos. I know you know the movie, right? Mm-hmm. So we're sitting there. Anyways, I got grounded for 3 weeks because I was at a boy's house, which I shouldn't have been at. All right. So now let's fast forward a little bit here, right? So Facebook comes out, whatever. We kind of reconnect. George doesn't even remember, dog boy George. Okay. He doesn't remember this meeting at his house, but we go with it, right? We meet up for a drink. Here we are. So we're together. I don't know. We were dating how long? I don't know, about a year or so.
How long between was you guys meeting in high school versus the first date?
Oh my God, years. We're talking years. Okay. So we're finally dating, and just one day he looks at me, he's like, so are you happy? I was like, yeah. Well, I'll keep it kid friendly. It's YouTube.
You don't have to.
Oh no. Well, I'll do it friendly-ish, but you'll get the point. So he's like, are you happy? I'm like, yeah, I'm happy. He's like, do you want anybody else? Are you interested anywhere? I was like, no, I'm good. He's like, just effing marry me. And you can put in the word there. And I was like, oh, okay, great. Let's do this. So that's how I was proposed to. Will you effing marry me? Yeah. He's like, I don't have a ring or anything. I'll get that and whatever. And that's a whole other funny story, because we went to a Jared. He's like, try this on, try that on. And I was like, okay, whatever. The woman's like, do you like that? I'm like, sure, it's fine. I wanted him to pick what he wanted. So yeah. But we ran off to the Bahamas. It was wonderful and just about us. So can't go wrong.
Was this before or after those commercials came out? He went to Jared.
No, I
No.
didn't buy it, Jared.
No, he did. My ring came from eBay, but it's
Okay.
the most beautiful and gorgeous ring. There is one tiny flaw that you never see, and it's so funny. My ring sparkles in any light, anywhere. Like we could be on an airplane going somewhere, and it's like can't have the window open and my hand up because it's like flashing everybody. So he did good. He did really good. Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
so let's say 20 or so years ago, when you guys were in high school and you got grounded for being at a boy's house, what was the climate like around that time? Were those rules because your parents were strict, or because that's around the time where people were saying like people are starting to get kidnapped and your parents didn't?
My mom was very, very strict, I guess, to say it the best. So yeah. And I lied. I did lie. I was like, oh yeah, we were at a Dairy Queen and then we went to visit Chrissy or whoever. And from the time it took me to get from where we were to where I had to meet my mom, the time didn't match up. So she knew something was up. So
when eventually she met him, what did she think of him at first?
Oh, she absolutely adores him. Thankfully, just a couple months ago, we went to visit her. She lives in Georgia now, and her birthday's in December. And we literally we drove down there to visit her. Packed a whole cooler of like food and everything. We made her a delicious birthday dinner and just had a wonderful time. But yeah, she absolutely adores him. She adores his family. And actually his family on my side is a whole other story, because Dog Boy's mom knew my dad because my dad had a little like supermarket.
Yeah.
Her family would shop there. And when she found out like my maiden last name, it was Doozer. And she was like, oh my God, honey. She's like, I knew your dad. He took care of us. He never let us go without. Like, and I have to say something too. Like, I'm third generation. So like my dad was 48 when he had me. And my mom was 22.
Okay.
Yeah.
That goes into what I was talking about before. Okay.
But no, like, so these stories are like wonderful to think like, here's my dad that like was so helpful and kind and loving to everybody, and that George's mom was one of those people, you know.
That's cool. So did you eventually tell her, hey, this is what you grounded me for like 10 years ago, 20 years ago when I...
No, she basically told me, she's like, he's all yours now. So
it's great.
what's that for?
Twitter password.
The 27. Okay.
Capital.
Yes. Sorry, I'm trying to get me logged in here. I know I suck.
Oh no, that's cool.
It's an exclamation point.
Yeah.
So when you
Yeah.
said your dad was your dad was third generation, or your third generation? His dad was second.
I'm third. Yeah. So
where from?
Well, I'm from Pittsburgh, and how do I explain this? So I have 3 half sisters on my dad's side. He was married 3 times. I'm to the third. Yeah. So my mom is the same age as my one half sister. And then I have another half sister that's 1 year older than. So yeah.
Cool.
Hey, my dad was a handsome man. What can I say?
Yeah. So how old is... Oh, we got a little
Turn the volume off.
Hold on, what do you hold on.
Amateur.
I'm
Okay.
giving a good... Give me a break.
I think one of you might have to mute. Not sure.
That's right.
I think one of you might have to mute. And also one of you is super delayed.
That's right.
I think one of you might have to mute. And also one of you is still in.
That's right.
Are we good now?
We're both muted, I think.
Okay, I think we're good. So when you're, where does he hail from? Your family?
Here, I'll
Is it
give
like,
him another one.
yeah, so where does your dad, where does your family hail from? Like Italy, or is it like Norway, or is it it's like South Africa? Where are they originally from? Oh wow. We might have to just do
we're on
one.
so many places here.
Yeah, maybe we should be doing this with the same household,
Hold
huh?
on. You take yours. I'm gonna take mine. I'm gonna go to a different room. Okay. So we can try to do this. I'm gonna go to my office.
Okay, I feel like this is a little better. What is yeah? So where does your family hail from?
Right, we're separated.
Okay.
You gotta
That's
keep
it.
them separated.
All right. So what is your nationality though? Where does your grandfather come from?
I'm a Heinz 57. I'm actually half Russian, quarter Italian, and then the rest, God knows what my grandfather was: American Indian, French, Welsh, German.
Gotcha. I still do hear the feedback.
I don't know what that's from.
German.
Gotcha. I still do. We might have to put the laptop further in front, and then just have both you guys. I could make it wider so that both you guys could be. We might have to on it at once. Further in front.
Yeah, take her off, and then we'll just stick with one.
So that both you guys could be. We might have to on it at once. Further in front.
Yeah, take her off, and then.
Do you guys just want to do that?
Yes.
Do you guys just want to do that? Let me know which one to kick off, and then which one you guys
Take off, and then we'll use mine.
Okie
Like
dokie.
last time.
I removed
All right.
the Rita baby.
All
Okay,
right.
so you said you're
Sorry,
Russian.
I tried to ruin your stream there. I told you we're amateurs, but hey.
Oh, no, it's all good. So you said you were Russian, and what else?
Well, I'm half Lithuanian. My mom's full-blooded Lithuanian. My father's half, he's half Italian, and my grandfather was an orphan. So all we
Gotcha.
gather is
No idea.
he was French, Welsh, and American Indian. So
Cool. When and Rita is
what are you, German?
Yeah.
are y'all on separate
Yeah.
couches?
Come on, Doozer, really?
I'm a German.
I mean, think about
Jew.
it. Yeah, she said she's a German and Jewish. So I don't know what that means.
Gotcha.
I thought Jewish was a religion, but what do
I
I
mean,
know?
it could be seen as an ethnicity as well.
Israeli and German, I guess, which is
So
odd, but
Kenneth is wondering how much OMI y'all have. I just got up to 152. What about y'all?
well, we're way, way, way behind you. We got in a little bit late, but it was actually a good thing because the price dipped for us. We're about 2.5 million. I think we're going to buy another million. If it gets back into the 0.0008, low eights, we're set for another million. So
I hope it does.
I do too. Like I said, I felt bad because when it was in the sevens, we could have done it, and then Rita made an executive decision to put it into Vivi. So, but she did get her Todd finally. So,
Okay, cool. Yeah, the Todd. There was one that came out before. I think number 56 or 54 that was sold at like $4,400. It's like, oh, sub 100 at that price is amazing, in my opinion.
well,
I
somebody
think that should
put
be
one.
worth at least 10,000.
Yeah, somebody put one for $888. So, judging by her Rita baby 88, she bought it. So, I gave her my blessing. I said, well, that's our OMI money, but she wanted it. Now I got to make her a a Todd shirt as well, I guess. So,
Do it.
but her
So-
birthday's coming up in March, so I'll make that
Oh,
for her.
cool. What are y'all doing for the birthday?
I don't know. Well, she has a doctor's appointment that day. Put it that way. It's
Oh, all right.
be a great day for her, but that's all right. We'll celebrate that weekend or something.
So if I and obviously ask her, and you don't have to say it, what years did y'all graduate high school? Again, you don't have to say.
I don't care. I graduated in 1989, so
Okay.
it's been a minute. She graduated what?
92.
92.
Okay.
We're
So-
definitely Generation X.
Yeah. So what was so around that, so you guys were probably like the latchkey kids around, like, okay, kids that came home and, like, you know, the parents were working, or was that in a slightly later generation? Were the parents still home at this time?
No. My parents, my father was a truck driver.
So he was working.
Yeah, so he worked, God, that man worked 12, 14-hour days. You know, we didn't have a whole lot of money. And my mom originally, you know, supported us, but in the late 70s, you know, the economy kind of went bad, and trucking and gas prices and everything else kind of messed up his industry. So she ended up working, and she liked working, so she continued to work, you know, part-time. But no, through most of my high school years, my parents were both working until 6, 7 o'clock at night.
So what were some things that they were against that you really liked? Whether it be music, whether it be the type of clothes that you were wearing, what were some things that y'all just didn't agree on?
Well, my dad was pretty easygoing. I think he was kind of a rebellious one. My mom hated. I was ahead, dude. I had long hair. I had the mullet. You know, I had my ear pierced when I was like 15. You know, I took holy hell for that. Music I listened to, oh my gosh, yeah, you know, typical rebellious kid. But you know, I don't know. It's hard when you get to be our age and you see like all the stuff going on now and people going to massive extremes. You know, I'm like, I had long hair and an earring. Now what the kids are doing themselves to get attention, it's like, holy smokes, you know.
Yeah.
So,
well, how much of it that you were doing like for attention, and how much of it was because, oh, it's the style, and it's like that you maybe didn't want the negative attention of not conforming to what was going on?
No, it didn't have anything to do with attention. I don't know, because I don't have biological kids. Rita has 2, and you know they're kind of grown now. But you know, you were in the 80s and 70s and 80s. You know, you kind of were clicked up into groups. You know, you were ahead, you were a jock. You know, and that's kind of where you know modified your being. And it was just kind of a choice. You know, I like music. I was a musician, so I like music. And I kind of fell into that crowd. You know, I smoked cigarettes and did all that goofy stuff and had long hair. And, you know, it kind of protected you a little bit from the heady type or the athletic guys who want to beat you up because they looked at you and are like, this dude's freaking nuts. You know what I mean? So, you know, because I'm not a real big guy, you know, but I don't know. I don't feel like it was for attention. I just feel it was just kind of my expression. You know, I like music, and I was experimenting with different types of music, and you know, just kind of fell into that area of personality, I guess.
There's I forget who did the study, but there is a group of people that did a study on violent criminals and saying, who, you know, out of these people, who are you most likely to attack and who are you most likely to leave alone? And I said the 2 groups of people that I thought was really interesting, the most people that they were most likely not to attack were the people that were well dressed and well put together, that had like a strut, which, you know, that made sense. And the other people that they were most likely not to attack were the people that were not necessarily the norms of society, that were always, that had something weird, like they were leather jackets, spiked hair. It's like, oh, this person's probably crazy. This person's probably. So I'm glad to see that has stayed with humanity for the last 40 years.
Sure, Randy.
No. Rita wants me to show you. This was my senior picture. God.
Oh, that's amazing.
That was
so
like
cool.
that was like a preppy year for me, I think. But you know, and I got my hair cut very, very short for that, because my mom begged me. She's like, please, I just want to see your face. So, you know, I was like, all right, and and I did it. And honestly, you think that picture's bad? Oh, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show them that. You know who Nikki Sixx is from Motley Crue?
Yeah. Did you
My
have
beautiful wife.
the
My
wild 80s?
beautiful wife looked exactly like him. I'm going to show you a picture. Honest
I
to
can't
God.
wait to see. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Is that a bottle of Jack?
Of course it
Yep.
is.
15 years old with my mom who didn't like
You said
what I
that's
did
20
with-
years old with your mom?
What's that?
You said 20 years old?
I was 15 years
She was
old.
15 years
I
old with
stole
that.
her bottle of Jack for this photo. I was mad at her. She was offered Motley Crue tickets. Didn't think that I liked them. And I was like, okay, we're gonna show her. And then we didn't talk for probably a year after that.
Oh my God, that's so cool.
I will tell you, Randy, you know, the 80s were fun. They really were. It was a pure age. You know, I don't know. I feel like I sound like my dad or my granddad. You know, it's very hard to, like, I don't know, understand everything right now, you know, but
Yeah.
being generous and diplomatic, I guess. You
How
know,
do you feel about shows like Stranger Things that go out and really glorify the 80s? That say like, oh yeah, taking us back 30, 40 years ago.
and the beautiful part of it is they nailed it. You know, we watched that show. It's pretty dead on, man. Music and everything. It's
Yeah, and the documentaries, they really took the time to go back and put everything into those time periods, which is like really, really nice. So all those years, all those things, they took the time to do that.
yeah, we just loved when they blasted Metallica in that last episode. Oh my God. It was,
Oh, that was epic.
dude, my gosh, it was like just bringing me right back home.
Oh, we got to see them this summer.
That was a lot of fun. That whole.
Is that the OMI hat?
Yes, it is.
All right, I just got
Nice.
one of those.
Oh,
I gotta pay
nice.
for some more. Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah.
I seen them at the decon, but I wasn't able to talk to who's it, Kryptoni?
Yeah. He's just like, Randy, you gotta wear this. Like, okay, I'll take it.
Yeah, I had to pay $50 for mine, but hey,
Yeah.
it's pretty cool. He only had like 20 of them or something. I was like, yeah, I'll take one.
Oh wow. Oh, I didn't know I thought he had like a bunch. Damn.
No,
Very
he
scary.
ordered another round, and he said he's going to keep jacking the price up until he can't sell them anymore.
I'm glad to have one. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, is a fun guy. There's a lot of things. I have I think I just did it in the laundry. I have that Pittsburgh shirt. Oh, here it is.
There it is.
Yeah, we got it.
Oh yeah.
I don't have a ton of clothes, so I do wear it a lot.
We got to get you down here, man.
I will at some point. It's a very couple of busy next couple of months, but I will at some point, especially when OMI goes to the moon. I don't really have to like work on so many projects to like keep bills paid and keep getting some money for OMI and whatever. Like a year or two. I'll just be, I don't know. I'll do like a travel the world. Do you remember the hitchhiking robot from like a few years ago? It was like 6 or 7 years ago.
Hmm.
It It had gone through like Germany and Norway and Canada. And then I think like 2 weeks into America, it had gotten into Philly and it got stabbed and it was found like in a ditch. It was just done.
I was just in inner city Philly about 2 weeks ago. I had to get a TWIC card for an employee, and boy, I'll tell you what, that place is rough. Whew. But I'll tell you what, the food out there is fantastic. But
Food is great. I used to love going there when I was stationed on McGuire Air Force Base. Philly was like 45 minutes away. Go hang there a lot, whether it's Philly games or just going for the food. And oddly enough, there was a depending on where you were, there was like a big gay scene there too. There was like a big, I don't know, is that still there?
I didn't see that. I just seen like people like on massive amounts of drugs, like meandering through the roads and peeing on things. But yeah, it was pretty rough. But you know, it depends. Any city you go to, I think it depends on where you go. Like I usually stay up in Warrington, which is north of the city. It's beautiful. Actually, I took Rita there a couple weeks ago. She goes, if this place was warmer, I'd live here. I was like, yeah, because we went to some good dinners and stuff. But we work a lot in New Jersey, so I'm actually kind of in your area occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jersey, I don't know if I'll ever go back to Jersey. I mean, for visits, for friends, whatever, that's fine. But I don't think I could go and live there anymore. Atlantic City, cool. McGuire Air Force Base, cool. But outside of those two places and maybe Jersey Shore, I don't think I could do it.
Yeah. I got to drive through the Pine Barrens. I thought it was cool. It was like thinking about The Sopranos the whole time.
Yeah. There's I mean, when OMI goes up, and when VV Collectibles goes up, and you guys have a bit more money, I know you guys said like North Carolina you were thinking of, but where like travel, like for vacation, where you guys would go?
Well, we talked when we went to Anaheim. We met her sister lives in San Jose, and they've been trying to drag us to Hawaii. And I've never been, and I've always kind of like a bucket list item. I always wanted to go to Hawaii. My sister and my mother and a few other family members have gone out there. So I'd like to go to Hawaii. I've literally had the privilege through my 20s, actually through my whole life, being able to travel for work. So, you know, I've seen 90% of the country, but with the exception of Alaska and Hawaii. I've been to Mexico. I've been to the Caribbean. Never been to Europe though. And we were talking about Italy as well, but there's enough to see in this country, man. I'm telling you.
There was such a controversial TikTok that I saw last year where there's like, what's the most beautiful country to visit? And someone ranked it as like, you know, these countries. And then number one was America. And all the comments are just like, get the fudge out of here. This is bias, is whatever. And so the person had to make a follow-up video. Says like, no, this is what I mean. Here are like the top 10 spots in America. And it would show like Yellowstone. It would show the Red Rocks in Utah. It would show like all these beautiful places. Because when you think of America, I feel like you think New York City or Chicago or, you know, Miami. You don't really think of these beautiful mountainous or nature areas. And yeah, there's a lot of really cool stuff here.
No, I drove up through New York State yesterday or Monday. Actually took Rita with me because I had a job up in Towanda, PA, and I decided to cut across through the northern part of, or the southern part of New York. And I'll tell you what, that's a beautiful drive up there. You know, mountains and God, it's just beautiful up there. It's amazing. Like, you know, you see all these population centers, then you go out and you drive and there's so much open space, just so much open space.
Well, I have stuff to say about that too.
Yeah. I think
the talk, I'm going to throw her on. She's getting nervous.
No, because I kind of felt the same way, but how can I get this? Okay. So when I was 8, my dad and my mom took us on a family trip for 52 days and we went all around the United States.
Wow.
So when you think about it, like you have Mount St. Helens, you have the redwoods, you have, like you said, Yellowstone. And at 8 years old, I got to experience all that stuff. You know, we literally took a travel all around the United States. That's what we did. We traveled truck and a camper. We did that. And it was so great. And obviously at 8, I remember what I can, but we were like in California and we saw things. We were in Nevada, we were in Texas, North and South Dakota. So yeah, there's lots of stuff here. And then even this past year, I had told Dog Boy, I was like, I want to go to the Poconos. Just want to go to the Poconos. Absolutely beautiful. Loved it. And then we went to Hershey Park. Absolutely loved that. You know, so all these things that are just like right here. I think all these, well, we all have stuff, all these countries, we all have something that would bring somebody or another into, you know? And we take for granted, I think, because we're like, oh, well, we live here. But even Pittsburgh, like you think, oh, Pittsburgh, whatever. But you know what? Our city is beautiful if you catch it at the right time. But it's wonderful. It really is. So no matter where you are, what country, what city, what state, wherever you are, you can find something or another.
Yeah, my ex-girlfriend had a house in the Poconos, and that was a really cool place. 'Cause I growing up mostly on Long Island and then being stationed in New Jersey, like nature was kind of hard to come by. And when you're out there, especially when there's a clear night and you see the stars, which is really cool. But I don't know, something about like just drinking a glass of whiskey and being in nature, just made you feel like a man. Just made you feel like at one with nature. It was so cool. I had never, not that I'd never done that before, I just never did that consistently as much as when I was in a relationship. So maybe at some point I'll do that again.
It's so nice to, like, I don't know. There's just so many wonderful places. And they can be anywhere. They can be right where you are and you don't really think about it. You know, we've had people visit Pittsburgh and it's like, oh, Pittsburgh, whatever, but it's beautiful. It really is. You know, given the right time, the right states, the right climate, however we're going to look at that.
I think one of my favorite places is in Ohio, in like Tiffin or the Gibsonburg area, where it's just, there's like no light pollution and the stars it's insane. So I really want to go, I don't know where it is, like Norway or Finland or something, where you go at a certain time of year and you can see the northern lights. But there's these like makeshift, there's these like igloos there where the ceilings are glass. So you lay back and then you just lay down and you take a look at like where the stars, like that looks really cool. And I want to do that at some point.
Well, you invite us, we're going to come along, or you're going to come to Italy with us or something. Or
Italy's fun. Italy's expensive, but it's really fun.
And you've been there?
Yeah. Only in Rome. And there was, I don't know what it's called. Some place, I think, what'd she call it? It was, friend Ruby lives in, she called it Silent Hill because there's a whole bunch of fog and there's a whole bunch of like, it looks like shit's about to go down. It looks like there's about to be like this epic anime fight. And I was like, oh, is there like lore of like any like supernatural beings happening? She's like, no, it just looks like it. Like, okay. But Rome is expensive, and then that place, I forget where it is, called she calls it Silent Hill. It's just pretty fun. Good food.
Italy is like the one place I absolutely, it's bucket list, have to do that.
Yeah, that's a good time. Food is great. People are great. I think the only place where I don't really like the food in Europe is really in like the UK. The UK, beer is great. The food is god awful. I would much rather be anywhere else for food outside of there.
You have to cook for Randy.
Oh yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, Randy, you should probably do like an 80s like night AMA or something. Get us on. We can answer all your questions about how things used to be.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta understand. I lived in an era. I didn't wear a seatbelt in my car until I was in my 30s. You know, they just, until the damn thing wouldn't stop beeping at me. My seatbelt growing up was mom's arm. You know, my dad. I remember my dad used to tuck them in the back of the seats because they didn't have the ones that came over your shoulder. They were lap belts, so he'd tuck them in so they wouldn't, sit on them. So, and he was a truck driver, so it was a crazy era. We had,
I mean, back in the day, had those big muscle cars, and they were fine in crashes. And now, like when you have crashes, your car just gets destroyed, because plastic is.
They made them lighter, and God, my first car was a 1984 Cavalier. And
Nice.
I used to drag race that thing. A little stupid 4-cylinder, but it was one of the first front-wheel drive cars. So nobody could beat me off the line, but if it was like more than like an eighth of a mile, I was dead. Because it'd just be screaming. I remember doing neutral drops on that thing. I can't believe that transmission held up as long as it did.
I had a Chevy Cavalier in I had it in 2009, 2010, but it had it was much older. It was like my first convertible. It was great. It was awesome. That was a fun car.
Yeah, I was kind of peeking at your comments while you were talking to Rita, and so I guess there's like a 412 VV club. I didn't know about that.
412.
Yeah, well, that's Pittsburgh's area code. So I think.
I did not know that. Oh, yeah, I did not know that.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to look that up. We did make those shirts that we gave you and stuff for the decon.
Yeah.
And we're pretty active in the community, obviously, and there's everybody.
Yeah.
Alex.
Loving that.
Bunch of peeps.
Yeah, popcorn. Yeah. Yeah. All right. You know when to get us on and not get us on, right? No, but I've been all over like this country, and man, I'll tell you, there's so much to see.
Idaho.
Yeah, her sister lives in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. I was there for work years ago, and I think they're having a family reunion this year, and I'm like, I'll go because it's incredible up there, just beautiful.
I don't know if I'm sure I've driven through or been flown over Idaho. I don't know if I've ever stayed there for a visit. If I have, I don't really remember it.
Yeah, I went there for work, and I remember one of the girls we worked with had a cabin. It was north of Boise. There's like a whole logging town up there. It wasn't quite to Coeur d'Alene. And we were driving up, and then Boise was nice. It was like temperate. And as you get up in the hills, we're like, well, where's this place at? And they said, well, you get on this road, you're going to make a right, and it's the fourth hole on the right. And we're like, fourth hole on the right? There was so much snow, and they might dig out their driveways. And it was just like, you seen these gullies, and sure as hell, there was a cabin back there. And, it's pretty amazing.
I do get a little nervous around places with not a ton of like technology, places that like Wi-Fi is kind of scarce and cell phone service is scarce, because I don't know, what if like shit goes down? What if like you can't call anyone and you can just like, oh man, hopefully you have enough alcohol to make Molotov cocktails and I don't know.
See, that's another difference between your generation and my generation is, when I was like in high school, or actually before, when I was a kid, my parents, in the summertime, they opened the door and we were gone. And we didn't have to come back until the streetlights were on. No one asked us a question. They weren't asking who we were talking to, what we were doing, and I watched the evolution, like when my sister became a parent, and she's like, I won't let them go down the street. I'm like, I used to play there, because she grew up in our neighborhood. I said, we used to play there. She's like, no. There's, bad people down there now. It's like, how do you know this? I get on my bike. I would drive for miles, to other neighborhoods and just hang out with dudes and then come back and,
Yeah, we had
Just-
that in the 90s. It's so strange because in the 90s it was kind of the same way with my parents. It's like, yeah, go out and neighborhood kids. I go to Chuck's house, Nick's house, Frank's house. It didn't matter. They didn't know. It was only when I got older and I got like a cell phone, I think that she had finally had like with other moms, like you can't do this, you can't do that. You have to always call and answer when I call. It's like I just and this is why we always like butted heads. Like, well, I'm also adopted, so it's the not real family thing.
But no,
Um,
we're connected now. Like there's no getting away from that. We're all connected.
yeah, now it's weird. Now it's
Yeah, and you're seeing like the good, the bad, and the ugly. You know what I mean? And mostly the bad and the ugly. So parents, understandably are concerned about their kids, but I learned probably a lot of what I needed to learn in those years, being able to go and do things kind of independently. And I think that now you see these kids are much more reliant. You know, just because I mean I turned 18. My mom and dad sat me down. They said you got three options. You can go to college, you can go into the service, but you're not staying here. Literally,
Yeah.
when I turned 18, I didn't even graduate high school yet. All right. So I elected to go to college. But, when I left, I was like, that made sense to me. It was like, they did what they needed to do to raise me. And even through like massive struggles through my life, I've never, ever imposed myself back on them. But, kids now, and I get it's a different world and things are a little bit different and stuff like that. But I just think that starting your life so much later impedes you.
agreed. And this is why I get so worried about the next generation, where you have these parents that I think, and this is I'll probably get in trouble for this. I feel like this is not everyone, but enough people, especially, well, enough people, whether it's men or women, they will choose to impede the growth of their children so that they feel better, so that they can have that relationship with the kids that are still kids. They don't want that to change. They don't want to accept the fact that children grow up. And I feel like they just, I mean, what happens when, I was a rebel, so I of course dated behind my parents' back. But what happens if parents have this structure where they don't want the kids dating until they're 18? Okay, well now they're like several years behind all their peers that have been dating for several years, and now you just get hecked, and
Yeah.
that's very
No,
dangerous.
I gave my mom anxiety every day, but she'll be the first to tell you that allowing me to kind of do that when I was young made more of a man out of me later.
Yeah.
When you're waiting and you're sitting or holding all this in, you're 25 years old and you're still living at home, and then you go out and start doing this stuff. It's a little different than when you're 15 or 16 years old and doing that. You've already experienced it. You're already beyond that, I guess.
No.
And that's what worries me. It's like, I love our stepson to death, but he's what, 24 now, 23, and he's a good kid. He's a really good kid, but, and I know it's harder now than it was then, but I scraped from the bottle. I ate ramen noodles and heart burgers for like 2 years,
Yeah.
Because I refused to go back home because it was just, I didn't want to feel like I was imposing back on my parents. And that's just, I don't know if it's a respect thing anymore, or if it's just the way of the world or what. It's a generational thing, I guess.
There's I mean, I don't think I'd ever have kids, not intentionally, but I know when I moved out at 19, and some of the best times of like my life was in that, before going into the military, those few years on my own, where I had a place and it was my own, and things were just, I could just be playing Game Boy, I could be reading comics, I do it. It was just so much cooler because it was in my own place. And there's an episode of Boy Meets World where Corey and Topanga they're like struggling. They like don't have a good place to live, and like, hey, can we stay here? And the dad's like, no. And Corey and Topanga they get this place in this really shitty part of town. The walls are so thin. The neighbors' baby's crying. Like, I don't know if I can do this. And then eventually, the pipe is the water where they go to get water out of. It's like brown. Eventually, Corey learns to fix it. And he's like, hey, Dad, like I fixed it. Like I did it. Like I don't need you. And he's like, good. I never wanted to take that feeling of independence away from you. That's why I said you couldn't live here. And I feel like a lot of parents nowadays are not giving their kids the opportunity to do that. They're like, no, stay here, stay with me forever, so I can complain or I don't know, brag to my friends, my peers that I'm letting my kid live with me or whatever. I feel like it's a very strange time, and I could be wrong.
It is. You're right, and like I said, I just think that independence is a gift, and I was always rebellious like you. I had the long hair. I was a hippie man. I played drums, and everything else. As a matter of fact, we got a drum set right there. I got a whole bunch of guitars over there. Cool. And the Alfredo's Pizza Cafe box. We went to Scranton for the office tour. But yeah, I just think that.
Can we show this?
Oh geez, what are we showing?
We're showing that our 23-year-old son.
Oh geez.
About what?
No.
What's he saying?
She heard. No, she said her 23-year-old son, she just did his laundry. I was like, well,
great.
That's her fault. Believe me, if it was up to me, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's why we mesh good, because I'm kind of like the hardcore, dude, and she's kind of mellows me out a little bit.
Well, that's also her son. I feel like women are a little more overprotective of their sons, and men are overprotective of their daughters, and the other way is kind of vice versa. So if you have a daughter, it might be like, oh no, it's fine. I'll fix your car for you, and I don't know.
She's 19.
Well, the young girl moved out. Her daughter moved out. She was 19.
Yeah. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Another.
Well, kind of moved out. She's moved out, but not. I mean, she's moved out, but she still has shit here.
When you go into the first 1-bedroom apartment, there's not enough room for your stuff.
No, there isn't.
Yeah.
But moving out and being on your own, creates an identity, for you. You understand the value of money. You understand the value of, your time and what you do and work. And I just feel like we're missing that now. I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to get political or generational with you guys, but it's like, it's a tough pill for me to swallow, because I know how hard I had to struggle to get to where I'm at. And I'm not like a multimillionaire or anything, but we live well, and we have a nice house. We have everything that we could want. So it took 50 years.
Yeah. I feel you. I mean, there's, you have that, I don't know if it's a paradox conundrum where, hard times create strong people, and strong people create good times, and the good times create weak people, and the weak people create hard times. So I'm really curious to see where this world goes in 20 years, when these kind of weaker people, I don't know, and obviously that's a very big generalization I'm making, but I feel like that makes sense.
No, I get it. And, and even like through all those times, like when I was, that's funny as hell. Independent. I never owned a gun. Never. I didn't even think of a gun. And, now we own, oh God, too many guns,
Good.
Yeah. put it this way: you come into our house, it's going to be a world art. that they-
Oh, amazing.
yeah,
I
like,
love that.
just next to my bed, I got two machetes, and she's got a stun gun and a 9. I got a 9. You happen to get in a shotgun, then you get out of there.
You need a 9 just for your pillow, just for underneath it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get downstairs, you're really in trouble if we get in that gun safe.
There's a reason why my bed faces the door. You don't want to sleep away from the door. You always want to.
Yeah, and I don't like to be a paranoid conspiracy theorist, but you do see stuff, and it's like you want to protect yourself. But we're talking about the '80s. I never felt like I had to do that. Sleep in, still need a hat.
Hello.
I mean, I used to be one of the biggest paranoid conspiracy theorists. Now I'm just more of a, oh, hey, we're gonna, I don't know, just right to defend. It's not really conspiracy anymore. It's just, okay, we need to.
I tell people all the time, it's like they get all like sideways on they're following the wrong people on Twitter, watching the wrong news channels, and they're like, oh, the world's gonna end. I'm like, listen, until something affects me, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt, right? I know the world's changing and everything, but is it really affecting you or me? Probably not, right?
Yeah.
And if it does, well, I'm ready. She's ready. She's a better shot than I am, for God's sakes.
I feel like a lot, like if you didn't watch the news, if you really didn't have social media, I feel like most people would have I feel like a lot of people have suspicion of government anyway, but usually they have suspicion of the opposite side of the political spectrum. But I feel like if there was you didn't have TV and you didn't have social media, it would just be a general suspicion of government as a whole. And I feel like communities are a lot more health views. Like back in the day, it used to be like, hey, we're neighbors. We do things for each other every now and then. And I feel like now a lot, like, I don't know any of my neighbors now. Granted, this is technically not my house, but I don't know. Like, you ever watch Shameless?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, we love that.
That one episode where the kid has like a lemonade stand, and like the new neighbor calls the cops on him because he's black, and his sister starts rallying like the neighborhood, saying like, hey, Mr. Peterson, the new neighbor said some racist stuff to my brother. We're gonna go have a block party.
Yeah.
And then the neighborhood rallies around it. Like, I feel like that doesn't happen anymore. I feel like neighbors don't really know each other.
No, I mean, just talking about the '80s again, if we were sitting in our house and somebody knocked on the door, everyone was excited. They're like, who's here? Who's here?
Yeah.
Right? Oh, it's Fred down the road. Yeah, hey, come on in. I'll make you coffee. We got some cake left over or whatever. Nowadays the doorbell rings now. You're like, holy shit, who is it?
Yeah.
Go get the gun.
Yeah, I remember the last time that me and my friends had really gone onto town and knocked on everyone's door. It was late. It was 2012, and the reason it was that late was because Hurricane Sandy had came into Long Island, knocked out all the power, knocked out cell phone towers, and you couldn't call or text anyone. So it'd be like, all right, we're gonna, and trees were down everywhere. You couldn't really drive, and hey, Elvis, let's go knock on Johnny's door and see what happens. Then it's the first time I saw a lot of those kids' parents that they were still living there. It was just like a time warp back to the 90s, where that's what you did, and that was really the last time that happened for most of the country. 2012 was just that special area where Hurricane Sandy happened.
Yeah, you're right. I think community is like kind of vanished. I think everybody's skeptical of each other now, where we all used to just be a community, and I think it's hard. It's hard. Like, we live literally on a one-way dead end street. We're the last house on the left. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 neighbors. So if
Watch
somebody,
the movie.
Yeah.
Last house
Yeah.
on the left.
so the people that come to see us, we know.
Yeah.
A lot of folks, man, that doorbell rings, man, they're like diving for like cover and stuff. It's like, wow. The old days, it was just like, geez, everyone wanted to, oh, who is it? You know what I mean?
excited.
Yeah, it was exciting. I remember being like, I remember, I don't know why this memory in particular, because it happened afterwards, happened beforehand, but I was watching, I think it was Aristocats, like that Disney movie with all the cats. You know, it was on tape, on VHS, and it's a knock at the door, and it's a bunch of kids from down the block, and like, hey, we're gonna hang out. Like, okay, let's all hang out. Like, it was, I don't know why I remember that. I was just so excited. I was like, oh yes, friendos. So you talking about Last House on the Left? Have you seen those movies? There are two of them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, well, listen, she already told you how we met.
Yeah.
She went through this whole big thing about hey, I'm the last house on the left, right?
And and had to put the movie out there.
Yeah, and I'm sitting there, I'm like,
gosh.
what am I getting myself into here with? And I'm like, did I see that movie? Of course I've seen it. So.
There's two. Did you see the remake in like 2008 or 2010, something like that?
I'm sure she did.
That was the one I made him watch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That one was a little more, to me, it was a little more like real, because it was
a blender.
Yes, I did.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
There was a blender. There was a microwave.
For disposal, garbage disposal.
Oh yeah, it was wild. I remember. So when I was younger, I didn't see the original. I just thought it was supposed to be a horror movie. So I took this girl, Carolina, on a date to see this movie, and I didn't know that there was that really bad sexual assault scene in the middle of the woods, and I was like, oh my god, this is horrible. We were like holding hands, and then we weren't. I was like, oh my god, no. Yeah, that was a wild movie.
So speaking of movies, how's your movie career coming?
I think pretty good. I'm gonna get an IMDb page this year when the pilot I did last year gets sold and goes out there. So I should get that this year, and then supposedly 2 movies are happening. One is with Darcy Donovan. She has something with people will know who it is that's attached. And I'm supposed to be like this accountant that has like this 80s rocker hair. I was like, okay, that's perfect. And then the other one is with, I don't know if I could say what it is, but it's supposed to take place in the 90s in New York with like a jewelry heist, and I'm supposed to be a security guard. So I have to get really jacked for it, and so I don't know if that's good. That might take place like late this year or like even early next year. So those are the 2 things I'm excited about.
That's good, man.
Leave the Silver Surfer.
Nice. Yeah, I kind of retired from my movie career, but I have a pretty substantial movie career as well.
Yeah, we were talking about that with Brittany. You guys were comparing IMDb's.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to do it as a hobby, but they started calling me like all the time. It's amazing how many films how many movies they film in Pittsburgh. Amazing.
Yeah.
So I met like so many people, like Will Smith. I met Denzel Washington. I met
It's dope.
Jake Gyllenhaal. I met I met everybody, and it was just kind of neat to do. I'm the trailer guy. I'm always in the trailer.
Nice.
How's that happen?
There's a movie I want to see. It comes out this month. I don't know if it comes out before or after Ant-Man. It comes out after Ant-Man. It's on the 24th, called Cocaine Bear.
Yes.
Have you heard of it?
Yes.
Do you know the story behind it?
I don't, but isn't that Ray Liotta's last film?
What, did he die?
Yeah, he's dead.
Wait. Did he? Oh.
Yeah, I think that's.
I feel like I knew this. Now I'm getting sad all over again.
Yeah, Ray Liotta died.
Yeah, I feel like I definitely. Yeah. He is. Yes, he died. Yeah, last year. Oh yeah, I guess. Oh, this will be dope. So it happens, I think, in the 80s or 90s. Whenever I think it was the 80s when Clinton was, he was governor of Arkansas. There was some I don't know if it's Black Ops. some U.S. government operation, which was not an official op, I don't believe. They're moving a lot of cocaine to and from one location to another, and like 5 kilos of it drops somewhere in like the forest or the woods in Arkansas, and a black bear. I think they're making it a brown bear in the movie, but a black bear like eats it and becomes like the most dangerous apex predator in all of history. He just eats a bunch of coke and he just goes crazy. And I can't believe I'm so in love with this movie already. The only thing I don't like about it is there's this guy on TikTok that I don't really like that he's going to be in the movie, but I'll ignore that. And
Well, it's like Sharknado. You know, you get a good idea, you make some money, right?
Sharknado's great. I love those movies.
Yeah.
I've only seen like 4 or 5 of them though. I think there are like 7 or 8 movies.
Damn, you're way ahead of me. I've only seen like 1 or 2.
They're so good. I love them. I love them all so much. Big guilty pleasures.
I'm gonna give you to Rita. I gotta run to the wizard.
He needs a 2-minute break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Oh, did you see my thing that says be back? Yeah. It happens when you've drank like 5 of these. It just goes.
Oh yeah, they go right through.
Mhm.
Yep, been there, done that.
It is. So where are you most sorry, what?
No, here's why you're not going to mess with the last house on the left. Can I get this on here? Trying to. Okay.
Okay, you have a weapon. It looks like prone and
I'm shooting good here. Let's do this. All right. Here's the video. That's me.
oh, okay.
Shit, what the hell?
We have volume. Maybe not.
Yep, I hear some shots.
Okay. I hit them all.
Nice. Get him. What are you carrying?
Ooh. So yeah, we started out with a 22. He bought a 22 just so we could go to the range.
Yeah.
Now I'm with his Walther. It's a 9, babe, right? Yeah. Didn't miss anything.
Yeah, those are those are fun.
Yeah. So at the end, I was like, oh, it's coming. I'm tired. And I had one more shot. Come on. It's coming. Yeah.
Yeah, times at the range are really fun.
I was so proud of myself. And it was so funny because he's like, we're going to go out. We're going to shoot. I'm like, okay. And again, he bought the 22 just for this. Ting, 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 ting. He's like, are you serious? I'm like, oh, here we are. Wait. Yep. Made the last one. So happy. Yeah.
We've had a lot of fun with those. I think the most I would say one of the craziest not even crazy, it was funny where we were all qualifying. We had to qualify every year in the military. My friend Andrews had we were told strictly, hey, whenever we have people that we say go to get your stuff, or we say X, you don't fire. And I guess he didn't see, or didn't, because he had the earplugs in, because it gets really loud.
It does.
And then he didn't hear it. Someone's over there, and he still shoots, and then sirens went off, and he's like, oh shit. So he stands like a parade rest, like, I'm ready to take this. But the dude that was there is like, listen, you can, like, the next time this happens, like, whoever did that is like done. And he's like, oh, I made it. It's safe.
Yeah, that was a fun day for us, though.
How often do you guys go shooting?
We haven't been out lately.
It's cold.
Yeah, we do our gun bashes when they happen local.
You ever go to I don't know if they're open. I'm sure they're open to the public. Those those kind of like training grounds where you can go and see like how far you can make it in the thing, and you get like paintball guns instead, and you see like you can like clear houses, and you can go and like really like it's like a real life scenario. But you have to sign a bunch of waivers, be like, someone can punch you in the face. Like you're gonna, it's great. And the, it's just wild. It's just a lot of fun. I love doing that type of stuff.
We've not done anything like that, but that sounds like way cool.
It's like, yeah, even I think those are some of the courses that Keanu Reeves did when he was training for like John Wick. You ever see those movies?
Oh yeah.
There's a new one.
There is a new one.
John Wick 4?
Is it 4?
I don't know if it's 4 or 5.
Yeah, because when does that come out?
Mm-hmm.
Did it come out already?
Let's check it out.
Here, you look at that.
You can Google it because
No, I want to give him some insight on this. So Randy, you know, we're dating at the time.
Yeah.
And I take her to a gun range. I'm like, she's never been behind a gun like in her life, right? So I was like, I went out and I bought a 22. I was like, all right, this will be cool. She'll be able to handle this, right? And you know, I'm shooting it like kind of line it out, and I'm literally watching the bullets swerve, and I'm like, what is this thing? So I told her, I was like, you can try this one. I said, why don't you try my 9? She's like, okay. So I mean, you gotta understand that target was about 30 yards away. I wasn't really close, and it was just a small target.
Yeah.
I was like, try to hit that target. And it was a metal one. She's like, okay. She's like, ting. I'm like, all right, good. Ting, 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 ting. The whole clip. She got to the end, dropped the gun. She's like, I can't do it anymore. I said, you got one left in there. She's like, fun. She's like, ting. And that was it. I was like, holy crap. I'm not messing with you ever.
Some people are natural.
She's definitely a natural. See, my problem is I have a dominant left eye, but I'm predominantly right-handed. I'm ambidextrous. I can shoot lefty, but it's a little less comfortable for me.
Yeah.
I got to kind of train my eye a little bit, so it takes me longer to sight. But yeah, she's a dead shot. Oh my God.
Yeah, for distance, I'm kind of the opposite. Like I'm a lefty in a lot of things, but my right eye is more for distance. And it's weird. I don't know why all militaries don't do this, but in China, only like their special forces are trained to shoot with both hands. And like in America, like you're not. Like even in special forces, it's just like what it's like. I don't like, why not just spend the extra, I don't know, $20,000 per person or whatever, and teach them to be proficient in both. But I can shoot with both, but my left eye is more not good at distance, and it's where my left eye is better in the dark. It gets really strange.
Do not come to the last house
Yeah.
on the left.
She said, don't come to the last house on the left. You're going to rob.
It'd be like John Wick.
I'll just give the gun to her. I'll take the machete. I'll go charging. But no, and that's always been a struggle for me. Like, because, you know, I'd shoot BB guns when I was a kid, but I would cross over to use my left eye. And that's fine with a BB gun, but when you try to get a shotgun, you're going to knock your face off, right?
Yeah.
So when I started shooting handguns, you know, I was like, well, it's probably better for me to shoot lefty because then I could just sight it right away. But my left hand's not as coordinated as my right. I can draw faster from my right. So I just had to train my right eye a little bit better. But yeah, she's a dead shot though, man. Don't mess with her.
Good.
With a gun. Oof. She ever picks up a gun, I'm running.
I don't know if that'll really work. You're just running in a straight line. It's just making her job easier.
Hope she don't have the 22.
One of the training exercises I did in military, and this wasn't even like for my benefit. It was, well, I guess it kind of was, but it was, they had called in, I don't even know what team these guys are called. They were just some older, I don't even want to say, they were older people that had gotten out but wanted to get back in and needed practice. So like, all right, Aaron Chavez, you're voluntold to do this. And I was like, all right, cool. I got to go to this fake town and I get to like shoot people with airsoft guns. I'm game. But, you know, I had never really done that before. And we got like 20 minutes of training beforehand. And we just got the shit shot out of ourselves because all these old school war vets that were just in it for like 15 years, they're just like, and we just got murdered. We just got murdered. It was great. That was a great learning experience.
Well, yeah, like Dino, everybody's on here right now, huh? Boy, I'm like, I feel like a god.
Yeah, there's a bunch of peeps on here. It's a good time. So what are some VV stuff? What are some stuff that you guys have been collecting lately?
Well, I went really hard on the Oswald, really hard.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I got a rare off the drop. I'm like F, but it was a mint 90. I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah.
And then Rita got a secret rare. Wasn't a great mint bit. And then I was like, you know, I'm sitting there, I'm like, they're like live again. I was like, I'm gonna try for another one. So I end up getting a secret rare, and I was like, oh shit. I'm like one away from like a set. So I was like sniping, and I end up getting the other secret rare for like $78 or something. I was like, all right, I put the set together for like under 200.
Nice.
So then I just started sniping the rares because I was like, I still think that when this becomes like huge mainstream, the animated ones are going to be the ones that everyone wants.
Yep.
Yeah, they're cool.
So I end up getting like I think 4 or 5 more rares. I got some really nice mints too, like cheap, way under cost. So I've been sitting on those. The comics have been kind of like up and down for me. What did I buy? I bought let me ask you this. What do you think about the that Squirrel Girl or whatever that one is?
So I love Squirrel Girl because the ridiculousness of the character and her powers, and like in one arc she defeats Thanos, and it's amazing. Yeah, it's amazing. But also, you know, not that popular of a character. That's why there are less mints. That's why I didn't, you know, the commons are like $2. I don't know if they burned any of those.
No, they did. They burned a shit ton of them. That's why I was like, I was going to grab like a low mint common. They're like $14.
Yeah, but in like real life, you know, they really don't go for that much. So it's like not really worth it. Again, I like them because of the stories. Like I love Hitmonkey because the stories are so much fun and they're amazing, and it's unlike any other character that you have all these really cool things, but they just you know, in real life it's just not that popular. So I was pumped. I thought this was going to be like a game changer when they had the Hitmonkey show come out on Hulu and the comic. I was like, oh, it's going to be super scarce. Let's get this. And then, you know, it pumped for a bit, and then it's down like a couple $100 now for the secret rare. So,
yeah. You know, we treated ourselves to $1,000 each for Christmas. That was our Christmas gifts to each other, to Vivi, and you know, Rita got her Todd and her Steamboat Willie, and then I don't know. I just kind of I threw some sets together. I grabbed a I grabbed the I don't remember what I grabbed. I don't know. I grabbed a whole bunch of shit, but actually, when the merge accounts, my merge account should happen tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
I'm gonna be 1 away from 500 collectibles.
Oh, nice.
Which seems ridiculously low compared to everybody else, but I've struggled. I remember when I started in see, that's the thing about BB, and I'm going to tell you this, you know, opening it up so that people can come in here and not have to KYC right away is a huge, you have no idea how this is. Because those people with KYC, if those prices go up, right? I got into VV I was early, probably around the time you were, but I didn't buy my first collectible until June of 2021. Yeah. And I was on there for 2 months. I was like, I just don't know. I don't know if I want to do this, blah, blah, blah. And I end up buying something, and then I got some other people involved, including my wife and everyone else. And you know, obviously it's gone from there, but you know, having 500 collectibles after all that time seems very low compared to what you see out there. But that's a lot of money, man. You know, I made some really good moves. You know, I've flipped some good stuff. I've bought into good stuff, but you know, it's real. Yeah. Well, all right. I'm going to tell you a quick story
Okay.
if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
We were
Story.
we were at Heinz Field for a pit game.
Mhm.
And this is before you knew like all the how the drops really worked or anything. And it was the Throg drop.
Yeah.
And Rita's sitting there and she's got her phone and I got my phone and we're like, we're gonna get this, right? And I'm looking at hers. I'm like, you're like a second like behind me or ahead of me.
Oh.
I'm like, what's going on? So we didn't think anything of it. I'm like, whatever. So the drop happens. She ends up getting one. I don't. She ends up with a like I think it was a mint 47.
God. Nice.
So I was like, and it was just the regular one, the rare one, right?
Yeah.
But who
So-
do I give it to?
So we were sitting there and she really wanted the Spider-Man. I had the Spider-Man and I had I think 2 or 3 rares. I said, well, I'll give you a rare Spider-Man for that Throg because it wasn't doing real well at the time. She's
No.
like, okay. So we swapped. I threw the Throg on for like $1,500. I was like, F it. I'm throwing it on. Some idiot buys it. Fine. Well, some idiot bought it. So I had like all this equity and I'm like, all right, I'm buying my Todd. I'm buying this. You know, so she never kind of got over that. So that's why like this year when it came down to like the Todds are down to $888, can I get one? I'm like, go for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta keep the wife happy. Oh God.
Was my lowest mint ever.
Yeah, but she didn't say anything about it.
I didn't know.
Oh, we're still arguing about. See, we're gonna argue about this forever. So drop it. It's over.
I'm sorry.
The Throg. Do you know the story behind Throg?
I don't care. It was a low mint, and all I wanted to do was sell the effing thing. I didn't even want it.
Just used it for liquidity.
But go ahead and give me she wants to hear your Throg story.
So the actual person that became Throg is a guy named, it's either Walter Simonson or Simon Walterson. And the reason why it's one or the other is because the artist is also named Simon Walterson or Walter Simonson, so whatever. So either way, it's a really dark story where he is like this awesome football player, but his wife his wife is having a really hard time with her pregnancy. So he spends all of his money he gets playing pro football, and he goes to every doctor and wise person that he could find, and then he runs out of money. They can't find out what's wrong with her, and then he goes to this like witch doctor, and he's like, I can fix her, but it's going to cost like whatever it is. Like, okay, and then he fixes her, but she turns him into a frog, and he's black. So she turns him into like a brown frog. It's the funniest, it's the most racist thing. And so in this comic book story,
right?
in this comic book story, Thor was fighting someone like in New York, and Mjolnir is supposed to be indestructible, but part of Mjolnir ships off and is gets into the sewers of New York, and Throg somehow is trying to fight this cat from the other frogs or fighting whatever, and he goes to try to lift this piece of rock, and it happens to be part of Mjolnir, and that's how he turns, because he's worthy. That's how he turns into Throgilnir. Throg. So it's that was the story of it. He's part of the Pet Avengers too, and the Pet Avengers defeat Thanos as well. It's a really cool story, and I really hope that they do that after they do the Young Avengers in the MCU. That's like my thing. They're great.
Well, it don't matter. I just got her like low mint Throg for a rare. I think it was a rare Spider-Man, but at the time it was a good deal.
Wow.
but she still has heartburn over it.
What's your thoughts about the new VV logo?
I love it.
Rita loves it. I'm indifferent. I mean, look, I get it. Look, it's time to rebrand. It's time to like set the ship in a different direction, I think.
Yeah.
And like I said, I think a lot of it had to do with the compatibility of the logo to a different logo. They wanted to kind of differentiate themselves a little bit.
Yeah.
That Vivo or whatever it was, that's gaining a lot of traction right now. I don't have a problem with it. I know a lot of people do. I would have probably spent a little more time like trying to. I don't know. There's probably a whole lot to that logo that like we don't know about.
So there's a
about
couple of things. One is that they have Alex had mentioned that it was not a choice that they had to go and do it. Most probably because of Vivo. Vivo is the YouTube conglomerate with the music. Looks very similar to VV, so most likely it was them. But on their YouTube channel, they use the orange and yellow color for VV. But then depending on where you go, the color will change. Like if you go to their Facebook has the purple and blue. So that's another difference. And then if you have Reese was talking about it, and I just thought it was pretty interesting that they, depending on what you want.
Yeah, I look, I hope it wasn't done in haste, but I'm looking at all the different angles of like the VV, like the heart.
Yeah.
And I got a feeling that all those angles mean something. I mean, they're almost like V's, and
Maybe.
I think there's more thought put into it than like meets the eye, but I hope so. Put it that way.
Yeah, I think you have they probably asked a bunch of people, some licensors, and they might have even borrowed some people from that for that as well.
Yeah, no, I don't have a problem with it. I'm fine with it. Like I said,
I don't care.
although your shirt's now a what do they call it? The a grail.
Out of date.
Yeah.
It is. It's definitely out of date.
I would love
So,
that.
what is the next big collectible you guys are getting?
Well, I'm thinking.
Do we have to
I'm
sign
kind
your
of
shirts?
I'm kind of sitting on this Lambo. I just think that it's going to be a little bit more important than people think.
No.
Wouldn't have made that big of a deal out of it. I think it's going to do more than all the other collectibles they had. I I'm holding some liquidity for that.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a very, very important drop. I really
think so too. Hopefully we get the VV500 next month, and hopefully Lambo is featured in that. I mean, most likely you'd probably have an Ecto One or DeLorean or some of the already existing cars, but I would really like it if the Lambo is featured in that. I think that'd be dope.
Yeah, I just think it's going to do a whole lot more than like even the Aston Martin. I think that's when they were talking about, making their premium collectibles even more premium. I think that the Lambo is going to be the one that they're going to really open it up and like show you what they got. I just
NASCAR lover here.
Yeah, I think so too. Because and what I really love about it is that Lambo had tried launching their own NFTs and they failed. So when they come out and they do really well on VV, which I'm almost positive they're going to, I think that'll kind of signal a lot of other companies that, okay, we can't do this on our own. We need the help of something like VV.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the one that I'm kind of looking the most towards. That's the one that I think we know about. So,
Yeah.
if anything else in the pipeline?
I mean, yeah, as far as cars or as far as other things?
Well, like, I know we know Rambo's coming, which is peace, right?
Oh yeah.
Um,
love Stallone.
We could put the like Brandon said, a Rambo and a Lambo, right?
Be great.
You know, if we get like Dragon Ball Z, like, dude,
So,
life be over for this family. But you know, I don't know. I like I said, I think they're on the right trajectory. I don't feel, you know, the market sentiment's down, but you know, so is all crypto. I mean, it's the time to buy. I mean, the smart people are buying right now.
yeah,
You're gonna be
I
a
think so too.
millionaire buying stuff on Vivi? Probably not. You buy the right stuff on Vivi? Maybe. You know, you diversify into OMI and other crypto? Hell yeah.
Same. I'll try to buy more the rest of this quarter, next quarter. I don't. I mean, I'll keep trying to buy as long as I have money coming in. But I think that if we don't moon by the end of this year, I think we'll cut it off there, and then I'll just start improving my lifestyle next year. And whatever I have at the end of this year, I'll keep, and then next year I'll just make my life better. And I think that's probably a good thing to do.
Oh, you got time, Randy. You're young. Trust me.
I mean, I'm 32. I'm not 24 anymore. You know, I'm not 20.
Randy, I struggled until I was in my 40s. I didn't get married until I was 45. You know, take the time, do what's right for you, make sure everything's right. Trust me.
I mean, I technically don't need any more now. I just want more. I'm just greedy.
Oh, don't be greedy, but I'm just saying that, you know, you know,
It's being smart. Let's do this.
look, we're looking at it like I got 10 years before I retire. If we hit 2 Bitcoin halvings during that time, between crypto, OMI, Vivi, and everything else we're invested in, we can end our lives feeling good.
It'll be a good, yeah. You'll have a good time.
Look, you gotta understand, 80s boy here, Generation X, I missed
Google.
all of the .com stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I've missed all that. Okay. And I will not do it again. Okay. I sat on the sidelines. I didn't have any money at the time. Okay. I didn't do what you're doing right now. Okay. I sat on the sidelines. I decided to like live comfortably, and I lost. If I would have invested that money in Amazon, Google, and all this stuff, okay, I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you right now, I'm afraid. Okay. I'd be in a Tahitian island or something with my wife sipping pina coladas right now instead of a stupid sheets glass full of Captain Morgan and Diet Coke. Right.
Nice. It's a good time.
So having the balls to do that is very impressive. I didn't have the balls, and I went through 2 eras where I could have made a shit ton of money, and I didn't do it because I was afraid.
No.
So don't let anyone ever put you down for what you're doing. If it fails, fine. Pick yourself up. You're going to be in no worse shape than anybody else.
If I mean, I have thought about that. What would I do if it fails? And I thought about back in the military, but I would probably do contracting because that's a bit more money and it's a little bit cushier. So I might do that. I might just, I don't know. At that point, it's a real big whirlwind. I mean, I feel like I've made a decent name of myself where I could work at a Web3 company and be relatively comfortable, but I don't know. I do miss the days of, I don't know, like the hard labor. I miss the days of it sucking. It's just very strange. But
well, go get a plumber's license because I guarantee if you become a plumber, you're going to be a multimillionaire in like 5 years.
Yeah, they do a lot of work. There's always people that need that. It's a specialty, and yeah, they charge an arm and a leg for it.
Be a plumber, be a contractor, be a construction worker, whatever you got to do. I'm telling you right now, my mom cannot find a plumber to get in her house to fix a sink right now. So the opportunity's there. Having the balls to do what you do, I wish I did that 30 years ago.
It is. Yeah, it's strange because most intelligent investors will say, don't do what I do. Say, just diversify. And if I would have done that, I would not have this much OMI. I would not be where I am. I might have maybe 6 figures here, but it wouldn't be what I did a few years ago. It would just be scattered.
Just hope it's Google and not AOL.
Yes, I'm pretty sure it will be.
Yeah.
I'm also pretty sure that the customizations that we do will be until we decide to take them off. I think the customizations that we do will not be permanent. I think if you decide to take them off, you could take them off. But that's just my opinion.
All right, I'm going to give you to Rita one last time, and then I'm going to bed.
Okay.
Because I got to work tomorrow. But dude, you are what have you been on, like 6 hours?
5 hours, 19 minutes.
Holy shit. You are seriously like a god, man. I'm going to give you to Rita for a little bit, and then we'll get off.
Yeah, sure.
Relieve your poor listeners of watching us, but it was great talking to you. If you want to do that 80s night and you want to just talk shit about 80s,
we'll find a good time to do that. Yeah.
Yeah. Find some other old farts like us, man. We'll talk it up. We'll give you guys all the intel of like how things happen, and
that'll be fun.
All right. I'm going to give you to Rita, and I'm going to bed.
All right. Yeah. Have a good one.
Dude, it's great seeing you, man. Thank you.
You too. Meow.
Meow. Wait. I had to do that.
Yes, every day you got to meow at people. It's the only way to get people to comment down below for the meows.
I love Dashi. Hi, Dashi.
Oh,
Love seeing Dashi.
I was talking to my friend yesterday, and we're talking about like breakups and talking about pets, and she's like, "If I have a breakup with my boyfriend, I'll miss his dog more than him." I was like, "Oh man, that's savage." And then I was thinking, like, okay, I understand that. Like, I get it. It's hard.
No, that's hard stuff, man. Because I had a Yorkie for 14 years. She passed away in July, and then, like, sadly, 2 weeks ago, we had a calico cat pass away, like, out of nowhere. Ooh, yeah. So,
yeah, bad times.
No,
those are,
yeah.
And like that's like, I don't know, it's like that whole it's Freud and Nietzsche saying to know and to love is to experience pain. Like love is pain. It's like, oh man. I don't know if I can do that.
No, I'm going through stuff on my end. We're not going to go there because I'm holding that back from everybody because
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, I will see you at the next event where I don't know where it's going to be. I mean, hopefully it's somewhere on the East Coast.
Well, we'd love to have you here, but we have already planned to go to Decon, so we're going to be in Anaheim.
Yes, we'll do that. Maybe a kickoff party. Maybe hopefully somewhere on the East Coast. We'll see. And if OMI moons, then we'll travel, do a bunch of stuff there.
To the moon.
I can't wait. I'm excited. I'll get an OMI tattoo. I'm thankful I didn't get a VV tattoo before they changed the logo.
Oh, come on. You'd be branded like...
That would be OG.
Yeah, OG.
Yeah,
come on.
that would be it. Maybe I should do it now, like after the fact. Like, oh, I'm so OG. I got an old school VV logo.
Love it.
So I got it afterwards. Maybe. I'll
And
think
they're
about it.
so addictive. You know, tats are so addictive.
I've been waiting. I don't know when to get the next one. Like my tattoo artist moved to Florida, so I don't know where.
Ooh.
My friend Stacy, yeah. So she's been on the podcast. She's got like 100 tattoos. She's got some on her face, got some on her forehead. Like, yeah.
I think I have 15.
Let me see what it's called. I think it's called Randy Chavez Nastascia. Yeah, if you YouTube Chavez Podcast 129 with Nastascia Iron Maven. So she had tattoos everywhere. I've known her for like over a decade. she went to this all girls school, and they like abused the fudge out of like their the people that went there, and she like escaped once, but the house that she escaped to like knew like the warden, and the school got shut down eventually. It was wild. It was yeah. She had an insane childhood.
Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah. And now she's just chill. She has her cats, and she's a tattoo artist, and she rollerblades.
Oh, okay. I like that.
She's a tough chick. but yeah, she does my tattoos. So I need that. I don't. Well, what do you have tattoo wise?
Ooh, so I have a. What do I go with this? So my first tattoo was at 18. Ugliest wallpaper on my leg. It's roses and thorns. Then I have a dragon.
Nice.
We can't talk about that, although my
Okay.
baby doctor can say whatever because he didn't have to ruin anything on there. But I have love and happiness on my back.
Okay.
Japanese on my back. And I have a butterfly that for my son and my daughter.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh.
My friend Gianni has he has like something, and if it were to be like on his arm or on his chest, it would look cool. But he has something on like the small of his back. I was like, he was doing deadlifts one day. I was like, Johnny, do you have a tramp stamp? And he's like, listen, I got this before they were called tramp stamps.
But I do. I have the Corvette tramp stamp. I do. I'm sorry. I have an 82 Corvette.
Was that before they were known as tramp stamps, or did you get that while they were?
Do I have to answer that?
So the new tramp, I'll probably get in trouble for saying this. There's something, there's like the new tramp stamps are when females get like the tattoos like right in between their boobs, like right under it. Like if they get it there, that's like the new tramp stamp. And I'm all for it. Like I'm 100% okay.
Nothing there. Sorry. But yeah, my happiness and love in Japanese on my back. I have this on. Sorry, I have to look. Just okay. So G and I have I have a yin yang on one side, and I have a. Can we do this? Maybe.
We could widen it.
Yeah. So G and I have this. We got this in Florida. It's a yin yang.
Oh, nice.
In skulls. What else? Yeah, I have.
Yeah, I had
tattoos total.
I feel like at least for acting, they kind of prefer it if you don't have tattoos, because then they have to edit them out depending on if they need to or not. So I don't want to say I regret them because I love them, but it would be easier to break into acting, I feel like, if I didn't have the tattoos.
No, I don't regret any of the tattoos because I got them for all the reasons that I chose to have those.
Yeah.
So, no regrets. No regrets.
So what did your mom say when you got one at 18?
She took me there.
Really?
Yes,
Your mom missed you can't go visit boy's house?
No, my mom took me. First tattoo ever at 18 on my leg. My roses and thorns.
So strange. So she did like a 180. She went from being Miss Strict to Miss like, oh yeah, whatever.
As we kind of tapped on earlier, my mom and I had a weird relationship.
No.
But she was like, oh yeah, I'm going to take you for this tattoo. You're turning 18. You're graduating. I'm like, oh, okay. And she got one too. And then here she is in the back room smoking with a guy. I'm like,
Oh, that's amazing.
hey, great.
So, do you
So-
think that was because your mom was like getting soft in her old age? Because you had.
No, I think my mom, seriously, my mom at that time was like in her own mood.
Yeah.
Yeah. She was
Smoking with the guy.
Seriously,
Her daughter's getting
she
a tattoo.
wanted to like smoke and whatever. And
Well, you said your mom's 22 years older, right? So she was 40. So she's not. So she wasn't. She's still fairly young at 40. And yeah, all right, I can see that.
Yeah.
I don't. Oh God, I could not imagine. Because if she's 40, then at 32 she had a 10-year-old. I couldn't imagine having a 10-year-old. Right? I would. I don't know how people do it.
my whole childhood was so weird. I don't even know how to bring everybody back to where I was. I was very young, and in my household, there was like this disco light that came down from the living room.
Yeah.
It played music, and
Oh, that's cool.
while everybody in the basement was partying, and I could hear them through the vents. Yeah, that's okay.
Oh, your parents were like grew up in the 60s. Well, your mom did. I guess your dad was a little more old school.
He was, but he wasn't. He was on that page.
Nice.
So there's me. I'm like, oh, I like that. So, hello, Led Zeppelin. Hello, The Doors. Hey, oh
Yeah.
my goodness, I love this. I love that. So, yeah, that was my upbringing. And
That's cool.
oh my. So now my kids, as G kind of said earlier, and so growing up here, we have obviously Sirius XM. I purposely would not play stuff.
Like, what stuff did you not play?
Well, I didn't want them to hear like 3 Days Grace, Breaking Benjamin, and all these.
That's the good stuff.
I know, but guess what? They love. They
Yeah.
love that. Oh my! So now to hear my son, he's like, "Oh yeah," and I'll never forget this. So Trent, my son, he had bought tickets for Breaking Benjamin, 3 Days Grace. He's like, "Mom, would you like to go to that?" And I'm like, "Is that good for me to do?" I was like, "Ask G, just like have him go there." Like, so he did. I'm so fucking jealous. Sorry. Oh, I use that.
Sorry.
But I'm so jealous because they had the best time. They made big Jenga. They did this or that. They had a great time. I would have loved that, but I'm so happy that G and Trent went to that concert. Oh my, yeah.
What was the best concert you've ever been to?
Oh,
Say
So-
Yanni. You better say Yanni.
you hear my husband, right?
He said something. What did he say?
It was Yanni.
Okay. I don't think I know Yanni.
Oh, you got to know Yanni.
That look.
So, Yanni, don't even know how to go with this. We go to this concert, right? It's in Ohio.
Nice.
Yanni is like, he's big time, man.
New age.
Like, yeah, he's new age. But here we are, and I'm in the moment, and I'm crying. I'm literally crying because I'm so into the music. It was so awesome, so great. So if you don't know Yanni, you have to look that up.
Okay. YAWNEE. Send me a link.
Ooh. I will. I'll do that.
Okay.
And you will not be disappointed. Like, most of the music, there's nothing happening but just.
Tell me your second best this summer.
Which one?
Metallica.
Oh my God. Second best, Metallica. We're in a box. My boss, like, bought a box
Yeah.
at PNC. Here we are. But no, Yanni was the best. I was so into the music, so into what was happening. It was so great. There was there was nothing better than, seriously.
Okay, so that was it. When you went to see Yanni, were you
All right.
on?
Let me
Yeah.
explain to you what Yanni is. All right.
Okay.
Yanni's been around for a long time, and I'm going to give you a quick I know we're short on time here, but
That's fine.
so this was way early into the 80s, right? My first job, I was 14 or 15 years old. I was working at a pharmacy as a soda jerk, literally making like phosphates and shit like that, right?
Yeah.
And one of the older people that worked there went to school at Duquesne, which is a university in Pittsburgh, and he ran the radio station. And at that time, New Age was kind of new. It was kind of like mystic music. I don't know, like orchestra type
Okay. I love that.
music. And I kind of got into this guy named Yanni, and I went to a couple of his concerts before I met Rita. And I was like, you really gonna like this guy, man. Think of John Williams like on a what do you want to call it, like a cosmic level.
Okay.
Right? It's just like orchestra music with incredibly talented musicians.
All right, I can dig that.
And so I took her all the way up to the flats up in Cleveland. We went up there, had a great time, and she just starts bawling like through like the concert. I'm like, what are you doing? She's like, this music is just like speaking to her. It was like unbelievable. And I'm like, all right. So yeah, Yanni is just, his music's very simple, but when he puts his orchestra of like really talented musicians in, it evolves into something like much more grand.
Oh.
And yeah, I can't believe you never heard of Yanni, for God's sakes. You're not that old.
I'm excited to learn.
Yeah, I mean, there's no singing. It's just it's an orchestra.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll send you a link on Twitter for one of them.
Cool.
The one that Rita likes is called Santorini.
Okay. I love orchestra types. I mean, I used to play violin when I was younger. So a lot of the orchestras I like there's orchestras that play like Pokemon music or Legend of Zelda music, and there's one violinist that I really like, Lindsay Sterling. I don't know if you know who she is. She's like my hero. I love her. She's
the violinist for Yanni's band you're gonna freaking love. There's two of them. There's a like an Asian girl, and then there's a German guy, and they unbelievable.
I hear it. I don't know if I'm allowed to play that while I'm up.
I'm trying to tell her to turn it down, but she won't listen. But yeah, I'll send you a link like to hear some of it. But that was the one that resonated through her. She's like a huge like 9 Inch Nails like chick. Like,
yeah.
I mean, her son's name's Trent for Trent Reznor. Right?
So that the obsession goes deep.
Yeah, so I have to like trial by fire into like 9 Inch Nails, which I like, but I wasn't like a real big fan of like during my time. I was like more like Deftones and shit like that. But you like Chino Marino, right?
Chino Marino?
Yeah.
I don't think I know that either.
You don't listen to Deftones. Come on, dude.
I'd have to know the song, or I'd have to know.
My word.
I'm sorry. I feel like I'm letting you down here.
Oh, all right.
I feel like I'm letting you down.
I'm gonna like really like enlighten you, bro. But,
okay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of give you that. But the song that like really resonated with her was a song called Butterflies.
Yeah.
And because her mother used to call her a butterfly, like you're waiting to become a butterfly and whatever. And the song is just absolutely beautiful. And he played it in concert, and she just like broke down. I'm like, holy smokes.
Were you guys on any hallucinogenics while you were listening?
No. Just probably
In the
a gallon of
moments.
vodka for her, but it was cool. No, we weren't doing any drugs. I wasn't. Well, she might. I don't know. I wasn't doing any drugs, but I don't know. My era, like music, you feel. It's not like music you hear. It's music that you feel.
Yeah.
And just seeing her react that way, I was like, all right, well, I hit the nail on the head. So married, that always helps when you hit the nail on the head, right?
It does. It definitely helps. I'll take a look at those probably later tonight or early tomorrow morning. I don't have too much going on tomorrow. I have a podcast tomorrow night, but after the video in the morning, I could probably have a good time.
All right. Well, while I was gone, I whipped up a meatball calzone. So
Oh, that sounds so good.
sucks to be you right now.
I have
Eat the shit out of that.
I have link sausages and turkey and cheese and bread. And as soon as this is over, I'm ready. I don't know how long I'll be going for. I might go on another 3 hours. I don't know. It's still, it's not even midnight here.
Shit. Well, you got your 3 hours because she wants to say something else. Good luck.
So,
Yeah.
if I can, meow. Okay. So, can you hear this or no?
I can.
Play that on YouTube.
I don't think I can have that stream while I'm streaming though.
Why do you think I was telling you?
So it might demonetize me.
Yep. So,
Okay.
butterfly dance.
I'll send it.
That's what it was. That started off like that sounded like the
Butterfly
beginning.
Dance by
Mhm.
Yanni.
That's okay. So send me that link. That sounded like the beginning of I forget the name of the song. It's by Selena Quintanilla. The late at night when all the world, that one, sleep, dreaming of you. The beginning of that just sounded like that.
So awesome. Took me to a whole place. I was in tears. I loved it. I was so lost in this music. And that's what I love. Like, that's what music is, right?
Takes you
Get
another
lost
place.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's like another language. I mean, some of the stuff is, I don't know, it's that like there's stuff that was written and performed hundreds of years ago, and it's still, oh God, like there has to be like Nikola Tesla had said that his mind is just but a receiver for the knowledge in the world. And I can't help but think that like Beethoven or Mozart, that they didn't just, yes, they definitely worked hard, but their minds definitely, like, it had to just come to them. Like the music had to just be in there and they just had to write it down. And because like some of those things, like Pachelbel's Canon in D, beautiful. Furley's beautiful. Like there's, Dvorak, like, I don't know, like you're getting me on a tangent. I love all these things.
That stuff that I fall asleep to.
I
On the app, fall asleep, listen, put the ear pods in. Yeah. But the whole Yanni thing, oh my God. You're going to.
I'm excited.
Oh, you're going to love it.
I can't wait for it. I'll be listening to it. I'll be like, oh, all right. Blame me for my new obsession.
Can't wait for that. Please shout out. Hey. No,
Shoot you guys a message. Be like, I hate you. This is what I've been doing the last 12 hours.
We love you, Randy, so much.
Oh, thanks,
Thank you for all that you do. We absolutely love everything that you do for us. VeVeVerse, non-VeVeVerse, all. Seriously.
Well, I'm doing my best. I'll continue trying.
So I'll leave it up to G to send that out because I didn't know we couldn't put that on there.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Hey, show them this real quick.
Oh,
before we
oh
leave.
my God. Here we go.
There it is.
Oh, oh, that looks so good.
Oh, it's sizzling.
Oh, what I would do for that right now. It looks so good. Oh, one day I'll have like my own private cook.
We're gonna
But-
have you in our being. Yes.
That'll be great.
Yes. Come on. Hi.
I'll be pumped for that as well. But you guys go enjoy that last meal before bedtime. I'll keep streaming for a bit so y'all can watch, y'all can do whatever. I might make some food at some point as well. Maybe I'll take the audience there into the kitchen. Did a video the other day where there was a fridge there and people were like, "What? New fridge?" I got shook.
Bye, Randy. We're gonna go eat.
All right. You have a good time.
Hey, remember those 80s nights? Call us.
100%. All right. I'll talk to you guys soon.
Thank you so much, man.
There it is. I'm back, everybody. Okay, so that was an interesting little thing. All right. I'm back. I was back in town. Okay, where was I? I forgot to ask him. Yes, I did go mute. So there's a bunch of other things that I need to go over, especially the ones that I had asked ChatGPT for. How we used to unfriend people in the old days. The hair. Look at the hair. Look at how people used to look. Oh, it's amazing. Okay. Twitter. No, Twitter. All right. It was on my thing. Yeah, Ray Liotta. I feel like I definitely knew he passed, but I didn't really know. You know what I mean? Okay. We've talked about climate change, right? Gun control and the right to bear arms. It was just a couple people that had a bunch of guns. I love guns. I love weapons. Those are that's my thing. I believe that you can use them for hunting, for self-defense, but also, yeah, to fight against tyranny in any shape or form that it takes. Oh, God, abortion and women's reproductive rights. I don't know if I want to talk about that. I think some politicians politicians get it right when they say it should only be covered by, or it should not be covered by insurance. The only times it should be covered by insurance is the case of assault, incest, and the times when it endangers the life of the mother. And I'll leave it at that. Other ones we have is immigration and border control, and then capital punishment. Let me go to my friendo. Want to, okay. On. Meow, meow, meow. I just kind of want to use that emoji with swap. That's for marketing. There's some people, like, I feel like there's a lot of really funny, great comedians that are like male, but I know so many women that are so funny that just make me laugh. I was like, why don't you pursue a career in comedy? Why don't you just go and just tell jokes and up on stage? And I get it. There's different comedies. There's like situational where they just, I don't know. It's just funny. Like my friend Sarah, it was a few years ago. It just came up my memories. I was like, guys, I have COVID, and she's like, Rip, say hi to Harambe for us. So I was like, what? You know, and just that type of thing, where just without thinking, that's what they say. And I don't know. I have so many friends that are girls that are so good and so hilarious. They're so good with comedy, and I just want to be around them. You just want to be around funny people. Like, sue me. I like being around people that make me laugh. Nobody knew it. My ex-girlfriend was really funny. Danielle was super, super hysterical. And just like, she'd make me laugh. No one know it. Wendy's the same way. If you don't know, Wendy Stibalis is extraordinarily funny. And I don't know if she means to or if she's just, but it's just the way that she responds to things, the way she says things, it's just hysterical. Like just go and just view her Twitter, and a lot of things are just funny. Let's see if we can get her on. Been streaming for almost six hours. Want to come on. Ooh, we got friendos. Can use a pump when I get it in my car. Okay, copy. Lasers. All right, has anyone watched The Last of Us? Comment down below if you have. I haven't. I heard it's a tearjerker, but I heard it was good. Like so far, didn't play. Oh, how do you not play the game? Okay. This was like a recap. I'll go back and watch more. Get the game when it's $25 on PC. Why are people so like? I don't understand. Why are people so like cheap? I don't get it. And when we hit the dollar, well, it could be. Oh god, yeah. Bree worked in high digital marketing. Okay, all right, there we go. Sorry, just getting back to a bunch of these messages. You know. Oh, so also I would like to say this picture is from Reddit. All right, so this picture, gotta go in. This picture is from Reddit. This is not me. That is not what my uniforms look like. It said, in due time, you'll be financially comfortable. That's from Panda Express. So I post this photo and say, a decade ago, I was in the military and uncertain of my future. Never thought I'd work in finance or become so lucky. This is me telling everyone that's here right now, if you work hard, be smart, and don't let idiots talk you out of a good idea, you'll be okay. And there was a couple of people that are just like, is this you? And I was like, guys, this is not me. This is not, I am not, that was not me. VV Omega says, your motivation to our community, sir. Never give up chasing your dreams. I'll give him a heart as well. Give him that. I'll give him that heart because he deserves it. Okay, there's one mute. Let's take a look at the Facebook for VV and see what people are saying. We'll go on and give you my thoughts about that. Ben Jones says, just saw someone on Twitter say Facebook stock is rising because of the rumors they're buying VV. I love the Moon Boy theory. It's amazing. Sergio Rodriguez says, is VV's new logo blue, purple, orange, green? He says it depends. May have noticed that the different color schemes of VV's new logo designs are out and about. Responding to Twitter user Reese Skellern, company's communications manager Shed Flight, and we were talking, like I said, it's a different color when it's on. It is a different color when it's on Instagram as well. No thoughts, Michael. Like, to me, it looks like a logo for a dating app, and yeah, it does. I don't think that VV as a dating app would work because it's mostly guys. That being said, Tinder is very much like that. Tinder is like 80% guys and 20% women. And how do they balance that? Well, what they do is they take all the guys' applications and they pay for it, whatever. But what Tinder does is the 20% of women that's on there, it only shows the women, the top like 1% of guys or 0.1% of guys. And what that does is that it keeps women interested. And the guys that are on Tinder, they just don't get shown. They just like nobody sees them. So either nobody sees them or they just, continue to swipe left. And what that does is that kind of reinforces the, those alpha males, those chads that are ones that are just, they're either tall or definitely good looking, but they're tall, have money, whatever it is, they know how to take photos. And what happens? Well, those guys are getting all the women. It's the Pareto distribution. It's really interesting when you take a look at it like that. It's really fun because you have there's the dudes that are just like, yeah. James Morris comments, as a graphic designer, I'm not feeling the new logo at all. They should have done several logo designs. Let the community vote for one. Looks like a dating app logo. It says nothing about the premium collectibles to me. I can't remember the community asking for a new logo. I'm glad they're planning marketing. This logo isn't for me. Maybe we will get used to it. I think we'll definitely get used to it. So he says, who else got them gemios? Sean Berg talking about the Infinity Stones, which I 100% am on board. I have all of them, including the Eye of Agamotto. I have the full set. The Eye of Agamotto is something that I'll just have. I don't want to say forever, because here's the thing: if we go and say that let's say it's finally confirmed, and there is no confirmation now that we are getting an airdrop for the Infinity Stones, we're probably getting it, but we don't have a confirmation. Once we get that confirmation, I guarantee you the secret rare Eye of Agamotto goes. Now, currently it's like $400, give or take. But what happens when it's finally confirmed that you need that in order to get the airdrop? I would say that would go pretty heavily to the moon. Now, what we've seen before with other airdrops is some people could sell what they have during the hype and then just buy the airdrop for a lesser amount and then rebuy whatever they want. Then they could rebuy the thing that they sold. You could do that. At that point, after the airdrop is done, do you really need that? I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, the gauntlet will be dope, and it's possible that you can get 1 or 2 or 3 gauntlets. But again, we're not sure yet. That's like struggles. OMI dead. So no, OMI is obviously at the forefront of what Ecomi is doing. It'll not only be used in the Veve app, but it will be used in the VeVeVerse as well. OMI is going to have a ton of utility towards the end of the year. In the next year, there's only going to be more utility for OMI as the months and years go on. That is why I bought 2 more million OMI over the last couple of weeks. I have 152 million OMI now. If I thought it was dead, I would have sold a long time ago. But because I am confident in its future, that's why I keep buying. But yeah, anyway, moving on the Facebook. My friend Marquis says, David basically said you need the full Doctor Strange set. Pretty much he did, yeah. Christopher Dean says, I don't think this post has been seen yet on Twitter. It says, OUP, MCP, crypto payout, influencer marketing, OMI exchange, Q, system, dodgy Spider-Man, wallet explanation. With the boom, the new logo. Joe Francisco says, anyone else getting a Fantastic Four holiday card, only 616 mints, and set on its own, around $30. Good secret rare to have for MCP. I have one of these. I actually have a sub 100 one of these. Take a look at some of the rest of the app, and we'll go over some prices. We'll go over some things that I think are undervalued. Collectors at heart. Oh, all right, no, so that's collectors. We'll take a look at what I have. And no. Okay, so here's the Fantastic Four holiday card. Yep, it's sold out. It is only $33. I have number 82, and no, I think you could probably get a sub 100 for like $50. Yeah, you can get a 55 for $54.49. Yeah, so these I think are I think that one's pretty undervalued. The number 51 you can get number 45 for $100. I don't think that's that bad, because that is a sub 50. But yeah, like there are not too many of these. And it's not really a thin floor. You'd have to spend like $350 to go from $34 to $40. So I don't think it's a really thin floor at all. But so I don't think it's really good to stack. But again, this is, in my opinion, it's very, very scarce. James Burdetchi says, woohoo, a fair drop system for all. No longer will I see the same 20 people hitting every single grail drop. Let's go. So we have a bunch of people that are super excited for the wait list. Let me go and tell people about this. Let me go and say, no, not the live chat. Go to share, copy link. I'll go here, go to the Twitter. I don't know, what are the rest of my, because I've been going for about 6 hours now. Comey Boy, love David still has the old logo and more importantly hasn't removed the O. Monitoring this closely, Randy. What are the other ones? Change of logo is for the kids. Is there ever going to be a moment where you have enough OMI? I'll be like, never. All right, so let me go and post this. And I'll say on the home, been going for 6 hours. Should I do 6 more? Come join and let me and ask me anything. Okay. Like I said, it do be and ask me anything though. Okay. Moving on. We will go to the Facebook again. And we have Sergio Rodriguez says, is our Facebook group the most active VV community in the world? Probably. Here's an analysis demonstrating why. Our group is active, and I mean very active. With the 29,745 members, 13,222 unique members were active in the last week alone. By active, I mean that they either commented or reacted to another member's post. In the same time frame, there were 5,607 comments. That's 801 comments every day, or 33 comments per hour, or at least one comment every 2 minutes of every hour of every day. During the same week, there were 10,600 reactions. This averages to about 1,500 reactions per day, 63 reactions per hour, or at least one reaction every minute. If you check out the VV official Discord channel or Reddit, it's easy to see that there's nowhere near the engagement we get in this group. For comparison, the general chat on the official VV Discord channel can often go hours without a single engagement. Case in point, over an hour after one of the Discord members posted a comment in the general chat yesterday, the next comment came from an automated message from VV over an hour later. And this was posted in the afternoon, a point in time when you would expect a lot of people to be active. The Discord channel has 107,000 members, but their engagement levels aren't indicative of their size, which implies most of their community has either abandoned the channel or may be largely comprised of fake accounts. This leads me to speculate that our group is comprised of the most active VV community on social media. For your reference, I'll attach some screenshots showing some of this data in the comment section below. For me personally, these numbers are very bullish for the group. I didn't realize that such a large percentage of our group would be actively participating on a weekly basis. I just want to say how proud I am of what we have achieved together. Thank you for all for doing your part in making this community thrive. I would like to say that I think a lot more people are at least viewing VV, because I mean, when you, and I know it's based on how some of these people have their Twitters, because if you have your Twitter on, let me see what my friends comment on, or let me see what my friends are, are liking, you can see a VV post and not really care about it or not know what it is. But you have the, but you every single VV post has like 20,000 or 30,000 people view it. Let's go to Twitter and let's take a look. I'll show you what I'm talking about. So if we go by the metrics of VV Digital official over on the YouTube, or not on the YouTube. Okay, 4 hours ago, this thing had 22,000 views. And then if you go 7 hours ago, this thing had 23,000 views. So it always has tens of thousands of views, depending on what it is, 31,000 for the stuff that was released 9 hours ago. And that's every single post. That's not necessarily engagement. Like you have a VV recap, which had 34,000 people view it, but only about 1% of that were people that had liked it. And, that's 362 people. Okay, so that's still fair. But there's a couple, like, okay, this one yesterday, had 70,000 views and 1,000 reactions. So it really depends on how you go and view it. Oh, this one is 67.9, so close to 69,000. 83,000. Yeah, the farther back you go, obviously, the more engagement you have. Community update, 100,000, while having only 700 reactions, which I thought was interesting. You should probably have more. And I'm trying to think the last one they had that was above that. I think it was a while. It was a long while. Marvel, nope. Discord party, nope. In 2000, 47,000. Yeah, there wasn't a ton of people that had, or there wasn't a ton of posts that got over that 100,000. Yeah, get a closer look at Oswald. That had 50,000 people take a view on that, which is fine. But I'm really curious to see what some of the other ones. Oh, there we go. The announcement of Oswald had 136,000 people view it. But again, with that, only 500 reactions. Carlos Castro says, I still have the OG vault with the VV brand in it. My man. Nice, nice. I don't have my light anymore that happened to be with my old landlord. And my old landlord is obviously not obviously not on speaking terms with him. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Like, the old landlord has a very rough life. I don't want to add to his misery. He's got enough misery. When you have somebody that says, is it possible to sell the account? You know that they probably did use bots. Oh, wow. There's a secret rare that you get for 27 gems. It's wild. No score. People. Yeah. Comment down below if you had any luck with the palm drop this morning. Sergio Rodriguez says, until today, I personally did not have a reason to subscribe to the VV YouTube channel. The reason why today marks that milestone is because for the first time, Corey, who previously co-hosted the highly informative VV3 YouTube channel alongside his wife Heather, makes his first appearance as an official VV employee. And what a way to kick things off. Today does a deep dive into the upcoming Fantastic Four issue number 52 comic featuring the first appearance of Black Panther. So if you were looking to learn more about the upcoming drop, this video is definitely worth a shot. Shout out to Corey for being able to do that. I also forgot to do some of the, well, maybe I could do that later. Earth 2 stuff, Gavin Weeks. Gavin Weeks going and posting the speculation around VV being acquired is wild. The fact that people are saying that you would that VV changed their logo because they're being acquired, that's silly. VV is not being acquired. Not now, maybe in 10 years, but definitely not now. Also, I got the Uncommon DC comic today while driving about an hour after the drop. Very surprised. Thought it would have been sold out. Yeah. Thought that would have been sold out too. It's really interesting to see why it was not. But again, that's just tripping there. I care 6 hours straight live is wild. I mean, I've gone like 69 hours before. I've gone 12, I've gone 15, I've gone 33 hours. But yeah, it's every now and then you just gotta do it. Just gotta go wild. Gotta go crazy. Go crazy, folks. Go crazy. Reese going on saying the web app is the best, cheapest way to get gems. You don't need to get charged the additional currency fees the app stores implement. Somebody asked, why was there no mention of OUP or VeVeVerse updates in the community update? Reese had responded, because it was the VV update, not VeVeVerse or Ecomi. When there are solid updates, there are solid updates to share on those fronts, we'll put them out to keep everyone in the loop. I cannot wait for those. Also, I'm hiccuping and I'm not okay. Just to set expectations, are there things happening on the OUP front in the foreseeable future? And Reese had said, yes, there are indeed. Mitch and Nestor have been hard at work building and realigning the team so that there's a dedicated squad to build out all the functionality. These things always take a little while to come together, but it's all happening. What's that? When I have an expected ETA on the first feature rollout, I'll let you guys know. Dan Lee had gone on and asked, is VeVeVerse still on track with the Anaheim timelines? Mainly VeVeVerse release around Q1? And Reese said yes, as far as I know. He said that the first phase should land anyway, which is the home space and the new showroom that was displayed at Decon along with accessories. Reese says, I believe that Dan will be putting out some more in-depth content walkthrough between now and then, which should help showcase everything too. So I'm pretty pumped about that. And again, you have multiple videos with Corey in there. I'm pretty hyped for that. Digital Snowflake says, ooh, this video is being rolled out slowly for people to test. I think I remember VeVe saying that. I would think that VeVeVerse would have crypto pay-in and MCP being tested first before the VeVeVerse. But I will say that, I don't know if I can say this. I will say that the people that have seen the VeVeVerse are blown away by it. That's all I'll say. That's all I'll say. Moving on. David, you saying my favorite, talking about Scrooge McDuck, was pretty dope. Looking for, okay, there's that. Yep, there's that. Paul Barronson, Immutable X Passport's about to onboard millions of gamers with Tiger Wilson. Watch right now. Vivi is on LinkedIn saying they only have 35 employees, which I think is very low, but I don't know how many employees of that is developers, and I don't know how many people they have contracted that are developers as well, and how many people they are planning to bring in. Because again, they are doubling. Oh, that was it. Whale activity. Rebranding with a new logo. Yep. So Dan Shawbell says, I'm going for this drop, but even though I'm going for this drop, I'm very surprised by the lack of originality / creativity by the artist Trevor Von Eden and Israel Silva art. There's almost no distinction between 4 of the 5 rarities. This is such an important first appearance character comic. You would assume that the artist would want their cover to stand out and shine. We haven't had such a lack of effort and creativity since last year, and there weren't exclusive VV covers. It's a huge missed opportunity to celebrate the character and for the artist to make a name for themselves. What do you think? I would not have said it like that. But Dan Shawbell does not like the rare or ultra rare. I think they look pretty cool. But he does not like it. So that is on him, even though he is going for it. You guys, oh my God, Randy, you're still going. I'm totally going. I don't know how. I mean, I do have friendos that are asleep. So I don't know. We'll see. Back to the Klondike price predictions. How long till shave? Oh, dude, if you want me to shave my head or shave my eyebrows, bring it. But you have to super chat have to be like I can't be just doing that for free. I gotta be, I got I gotta be doing this stuff. Maybe shave the beard, cut the hair. I feel like the hair's still uneven. Oh no, it's not. It's pretty the same. Okay. Excuse me. I'm gonna need to eat soon. I can take you guys while I'm eating, maybe. I don't know. Should I? Let's do it. Need some water. Maybe $6,900. We are gonna eat some food. What you gonna have? Good job. So I need it. Okay, I'm back. What are we gonna? Where are you gonna? We're gonna have sausage. We're gonna have cheese. We're gonna have toast. And we're gonna have turkey. All right. See what we got. I feel like the cast from The Sandlot, where they're going there. You take the mallow, you put it on the cracker, you heat up the, like that. So I'm gonna take 3 pieces of bread and I'm going to toast. Ooh, there was not enough sausage. Okay, so the microwave sausage. I won't take too long. Then we'll take some turkey breast and we'll take some cheese. Not gonna take too long to heat up that sausage. This is going to be impossible to open, but I'm going to do it. Probably should have. I have an idea. Let's put turkey in there. And then I'm going to take a bunch of turkey here, put the sausage on cold turkey, and then this is what I'm doing. Take some of the cheese, put it on some of the turkey. It's going to be the VeVe logo. I'm still starting to like color schemes. Yeah, the color schemes are cool. Facebook with speaker rare models. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I like that too. I think that's pretty fun. On that bread. The toast is burned, but it's okay. It's okay. I will take the toast and I will make it work. I think the color scheme is fine. You take 1 piece of blackened toast and take slices of cheese. Take some of the turkey is hot. Put the turkey. We're gonna take another slice of bread. Put that on. And the turkey and cheese on top of that. And then we got our. This is actually a much bigger sandwich than I anticipated because I put the sausage, the turkey. This is a big sandwich. MCP comes out. Would you buy more from? Buy more from points. Also get a higher level. Yes and no. No. I'll say yes to that, but it's not going to be by. It's going to be the fact that everyone and their sister will say, Chavez, why aren't you the top? You're a VV influencer. Why aren't you in the top 500 or 1,000? And I'm going to be like, listen, I'm not in the top 500 or 1,000 because most of my investment is in OMI. And they're going to be like, well, you should be in the top 1,000. And, you know, fair point. But this is why the rest of the world hates us. Because we bastardize other countries by putting stuff that should not be on a sandwich. Figure out how to do it. Take that. There we go. Okay. All right. We're working. Got some stuff. Some stuff. Okay, so yeah. There's going to be a lot of people that are going to be saying, hey, I'm going to, again, people like to flex. People like to go out and say, I'm going to go and people like to go out and say, they like to feel good. How good does it feel when your Pokemon start increasing levels? When your game character starts increasing levels, it feels good. It feels like you're growing. It feels like you're winning at life. It's going to be the same thing with levels. Like the leaderboard for Hero is very important. The leaderboard for Vivi will also be very important. I should have microwaved this longer. I don't care. So multiple people will do that. I might. I might not. I mean, it won't be for the ranking. It will be for the MCP points. It will be because I want a cool Star Wars drop coming out. It'll be because I want a cool drop that's coming out that I know it's either going to make me money or something that I really want. So it'll be for the points. It won't necessarily be for the ranking. Yes, it will. VeVeVerse will be for all. There will be giveaways for land. There'll be land for staking. There'll be land for buying. The VeVeVerse will be for all. Even if you don't have land, you're still going to be able to enjoy all the things that the VeVeVerse has to offer. I can promise you that. I want to be the sandwich you never finish making. Like H, my man. Oh yeah, it's a great sandwich. Turkey, cheese, and sausage. Oh, there is no better sandwich. And a little more sausage. I should have put peanut butter on one piece of the bread. Peanut butter's dope. Hmm. I love you guys so much. You are my fire. Mhm. 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 Freedom CP points. I'm gonna roll out. I'll not roll out MCP. I'm going 0 points later. Okay. So I'm going to make another sandwich later. They're saying calculating accrued MCP points is what's telling you on the rollout. Why not roll out MCP starting out with 0 and go back and add points later? Something better than soon. I assume they've thought of that. I think it's probably easier for people to roll it out when it's all done at once. So I think that's why. Making fan says, just got off work and noticed you were in your live for 6 hours. 99 hours. No, this is not. Okay. No, the 99-hour one, I need a long time for. I would I would make a big event out of it. I would let people know. This one's just a fun one. This one's just a how do you do, everybody? It's been a while. Just to let people know I haven't gone away. I still do fun things. I don't know, maybe in spring. Maybe in spring we could do a 99-hour one. I need some time for it though. Top Youth Minister should be 100. Listen, I maybe Mark Hyun. Excuse me. Mark Hyun might be the top 100. But for the most part, a lot of EV influencers, they don't have a ton of money. I mean, Tap Straits does a very good job. He hasn't made a video in months, but he might be in the top. But a lot of the people that like Danley, Foster Hilt, and Cavell doesn't have a ton of collectibles. I think he sold and got OMI. Hello K has like 2 collectibles. Why? He sold and got OMI. So for me, I don't have a ton of collectibles either. I have like 800. I have like 600 something collectibles, 100 something comics. I have like maybe 800 total. Why? Because I have 150 million OMI. Like I don't really have a lot of time or room for collectibles. It really all goes into OMI. Chris says, "We love you, Randy." Thank you, Prince Toby. I love you guys as well. So he says, "Yo, Randy, been out of chat for a while. When did you get?" Well, I've been drinking the whole time. But I made a sandwich just like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. I'll make another one though, because I am hungry. Yeah, I miss Taps as well. Taps is my boy. Taps is my bae. The next stream will be 100 hours, though. It won't be that long. We'll put the door. No makeup needed. No makeup needed ever. Okay, I have to take a photo, a Snapchat of Mike H. Okay. What the? Thank you, Mike H. I love you too. I have to go in and be like, Just give a bunch of laughing things. Next, we're going to go to the spotlight, and we're going to go to the story, and we are sending that out. Sending. Okay, so we also have a tweet from When Supergirl, the new profile pic saying losing is also winning. Hosky Token said, what is that? What is Husky Token? Husky Token? I do not know what this is. Mere low quality coin dogomine token. Oh lordy. They spell Hosky. Hosky? We'll take a look. Okay. See what this means. Where's the Hosky token being traded at? And HOS. Oh my god, so Hosky is a real thing. The Hosky token has $34,000 in trading volume. It doesn't have a market cap, probably because, oh Jesus. Well, it's been out for about a year and has gone down about 50% since last year. I don't know, like it doesn't have a circulating supply. It doesn't have it. Like, where do I even buy this on? The markets. Okay, it's on a Mexican chain, and it's on MinSwap and Sunday Swap. Wow. Trading price is an outlier against an average. No trades in the last 3 hours. What's the circulating supply? I'm so curious on this. Okay, so that's definitely a Spanish. Oh my god. Okay, I was like, what's the circulating supply? I'm tipsy and want to make a degen move. Laughing face. Okay. Oh, talk louder. Sorry, I have housemates, and my housemates they're in the same house. I gotta look up. And they're in the room across the hall, so I cannot look up. Let's finish the account merge. Should be complete 24 hours. Get it? Get that red. I love this game. There we go. Alluvium's been pumping. Get it, Alluvium. Get it. Get that bread. Oh, Hosky is on Cardano chain. Interesting. So this was great. I have some of their tokens. A lot of people have a bunch of their stuff. I think that Sunday Swap was really good when they had, oh, if you have this coin, stake it, and we'll give you like 120%. And it's like, what? The staking rewards were nuts on that. Here's Joke and Robin are grails. I would not say they're grails. I would definitely say they're blue chips, though. I would definitely say that those are things that people will want, especially hardcore Batman fans. So I would say that those are. I would definitely say that those are something that it would probably be safe. And again, this is just my opinion. This is not financial advice, but I think that First Appearance Joker and Robin are safe long term. Like if you buy them now, I think they'll probably be worth more than they are now in 2 years. Just my opinion. Every time we touch, I get the feeling. Every time I post one of those first trap messages in the chat, take a pic and save it and post it on Snapchat. I love you, Randy Chavez. Follow me on Twitter. I'll always love you. And I will always love you. My body is ready. Thinking of stacking them. So I like stacking DC stuff more than I do Marvel and Disney. I'll tell you why. Marvel and Disney have that 8.5% fee, but the DC, such as First Appearance Joker and Robin, only have that 2.5% fee. That's really only for VeVe. So already out the gate, you're winning on the DC stuff, especially if their first appearance, especially if they're season 1. I think those are very, very good. Again, it's my opinion. Winter says no degen moves while under the influence. I will have you know that I got hiccups. I was playing. I was like, okay, so hold on. What's the? Oh God. When Supergirl. When Supergirl says, Randy, don't do it. It's a lot. So don't do it. It's like, wait, even the Husky token is saying don't do it. Like, all right, all right. How many is it an inflation? I can't spell. Inflationary token? Oh, what's the total supply? Wait, I can't put $50 in something. 500, 1,000. I won't. But I do have some stuff that I kind of want. I don't know. So I got some money burning a hole in my pocket. That's why I bought 2 million OMI the last week and a half. I'll do more later in the month, and then more in March. I do have something going on in March that'll yield me a little more OMI, or it'll yield me something that'll make me more OMI. Is this us playing? Girl. I am streaming. I am contributing to the entertainment of my fan. Okay, I put gams. Fan. I will sleep when I'm dead. Take a shot of whiskey. I do not. Oh, my friend has whiskey. I do not have whiskey. I thought about getting whiskey, but I didn't. Instead, I got the White Claw. Why? Because there's no laws when you're drinking claws. It's my opinion. Take care, brother. I am. Honestly, don't. It does seem. Well, you can't tell me to not do something and then say Husky is awesome in the same sentence. What's a Chavez to do? Husky is a Cardano's meme coin. It is a meme coin, but that doesn't mean that I don't want it. It doesn't mean that I won't take it. Like when people tell me not to do something, it makes me want to do it even harder. When Supergirl says it is Bill, love the meme coins. You need to make a dashy coin. I just lost a penny. Wendy, you should not be gambling, young missy. That is not becoming of a girl your age. It's extremely inflationary, but the NFTs are cool. Why is it inflationary? Oh man. It's extremely inflationary. But why? Them. If it wasn't inflationary, I'd buy some right meow. I would. You think I wouldn't? I would buy some right meow. Don't buy that Hosky coin. Don't do it. But I want it. I mean, I obviously, if it's inflationary, I'm not going to buy it because nobody's buying it. But if it was just a fixed amount, I would totally buy it. Or if it was deflationary, where they went and said, yeah, we're going to burn a bunch of these, I would totally buy it. It was a meme coin. Yeah. VV community is too hyper-focused on timelines. The team will deliver all their promises and in grand fashion. Investors have to do the hardest part for some, and that is practice patience. I will agree 100,000%. 100,000%. Yes. Agreed with you, Mike H. Okay. Oh wow. Non-fungible wonderful is not free tonight, but he will be free at some point in the future, and I will give him a stern talking to, get him on the podcast, and get the most. Okay, hold on. Come stream with me. lost my mind. All the things she said, all the things she said. So I have seen the AI artwork of Elon Musk as a woman. And if Elon Musk was not Elon Musk, if it was just a random woman that I met at a bar, I would say no. But if it was Elon Musk, like actual Elon Musk, but female version, smash. Like just, it's like it's a superstar. Who are you going to go like again, if you have somebody that is, meh looking, you're probably not gonna smash. But if you have someone that is meh looking, but is like a super cool actress or musician, you're gonna smash. Why? Because that's a hella cool story. A lot of my stories that are very NSFW happen to be fun stuff like that. And you know, who's saying you can't have a good time and like laugh a little while you're, smashing? All chat gaming. What's going on? So says Randy, do you think they will get the new house, that showroom they showed at Decon the next couple months? So Black Vigil, I've gone over this recently. I'll go over it again real quick. I'll show you. Oh, mother flapper, I did not want to. Okay, hold on. Where are solid updates? Indeed. Yeah, so again, Dan Lee asks, is VeVeVerse still on track with the Anaheim timelines, mainly VeVeVerse released around Q1? And Reese says, as far as I know, good sir, yes, that timeline is apparently, according to Reese, still able to go. It's still good. So I'm pretty excited about it. I went from VV Ryan when he said Unlimited Pirates. We're just desensitized all the first appearances all around us because we're so early. Agreed. I mean, there's going to come a time when there's going to be no more first appearances. All the first appearances are going to be laid out already. Yeah, it's dope. So smash? You mean smash to like? No, I would smash Alana Musk if Alana was, a girl and was actually Alana Musk. Yes, also smash that. I would very much like it if I can get 100 likes on this. Let's see what we got. We only have 92 likes. Please, for the love that is holy, give me liberty or give me death. And when I say that, I mean please get me 9 more likes to get me to 101. That would be pretty boss if y'all could do that. So, okay. We're gonna take a look at some Reddit, and we're gonna take a look at some 4chan posts on Reddit. Let's take a look at here we go. Quick release. Oh my god. So somebody asked ChatGPT to write a Dr. Seuss poem that's also a persuasive explanation why trans women are men. No heckin' way. I see your hair, it is a wig. Your Adam's apple still looks big. You are a man, and that is clear. I do not see. I can't even read this. I cannot. This is hysterical, but I cannot read this. I must admit, it's rather fun to see you here now. I can't do it. Oh my god. You have no uterus, so no. You cannot bleed from that. No, I cannot read. I'm screenshotting this. No way. Pick related, you reading this fact. Oh, all right. So I'm definitely not gonna read that, but that's the most hysterical thing. Wendy says get the CNFT. And I don't know if I want to. Life loser. I will have you know that my life consists of watching Sleeping Comics videos and drinking the White Claw. And I'm not gonna lie, I think that is a life well lived. There's no greater feeling than drinking White Claw and watching Sleeping Comics videos. It's just that is the thing. That if you do not do that, you're just not cool. And Mr. T, if you don't do that, you're just not cool at it. All right, moving on. Oh, I love this so much. Okay. I love that so much. I just a friend texted me an inappropriate joke, and I love it. These are only things that are really supposed to be for like happy hour, not on the. Um, maybe Wendy, maybe I'll get the C NFT. I really would like to buy the token because me. All right, let's go to more 4chan stuff because Anon and his girl are very autistic. Okay, we'll read this because let's face it, I have some experience there. I have a girlfriend. She's an autistic medical student, B autistic econ degree who posts on 4chan. She loves science and examines bacterial samples for fun. Buy her a microscope for her birthday. We blink later. The excrements are on her stomach. Wow, Anon, that was great, but I need to get up. Think she didn't like the blinking. She just wanted to put my seed under a microscope. She's standing there naked, examining my seed under a microscope. We spend an hour examining my seed and using stats to determine my fertility. She gets aroused by the seed density. Boink again. I love this. I love this woman, but our children would be mega autistic. I love 4chan so much. I love it. Oh. Okay, cool. So more on the 4chan. King of the Hill revival officially a go at Hulu. Nice, nice. Oh, okay. So this is a checking the CNFTs here. 19,000 owners, 420,000 items. 420 plays it. The floor is fudge. Okay. No. 13. How much is that in cash? Okay, hiccups. Now buy your favorite items using Salon and a credit card. Okay, that's okay. So it is $5. Oh my God. So it is $5 per, which is not bad. I will not get one, but it is not bad. Juan Lopez links me to the Husky JPEG store. Henry saying, "What is the link to join the stream?" I will give it to you. I will DM you. I will DM you. Henry, super duper Hank. Actually, let me go to. So many people are messaging. I can't do it. We're gonna go to the clipboard. I'm gonna go to the StreamYard. We have Wendy saying it's the cash grab NFT. It's when, oh, that's hers. Look at how heckin' cute. I want one. At some point I'll get heckin' adorable. Heckin' adorable. Oh, my brother's so messed up. Listen, Lori, if you want a really good laugh, go on 4chan and just read everything. Although be advised, there's a lot of stuff on 4chan that's really messed up. What's your favorite flavor? White Claw? Oh, the lime. Definitely the lime. The lime is 100% my favorite flavor. Yeah, $5. Yeah, Cardano is a great. Got a few of their NFTs. Ooh. Cardano is a good. Sorry. Yeah. Cardano's good. Whenever people ask me, like Chavez, what should I diversify in? I say, well, if you want to stick with crypto, and you do have Cardano and Binance Coin, Bitcoin and Ethereum and Polygon. I guess I would say Solana, but Solana they just get hacked up so often. I don't even know if I can say Solana. And then obviously OMI. That's yeah. Yes, Cardano. Wendy loves the Cardano. Buy any cornucopias on Cardano? I haven't done too much on it, but maybe Wendy has. Wendy seems to like to thoroughly enjoy that. We're gonna go to family. Oh, bridal shop. Okay. I want to go to my memories here on the Facebook. And say, remember in the Super Bowl? The Super Bowl 3 years ago, where Shakira and J Lo were performing. They're like, weedle, weedle, weedle. Shakira was like, dude, life was such a simpler time 3 years ago. Shakira during the halftime show. Oh yeah, nobody. Shakira. Oh, it was such a good time. I miss that. When did My Little too? Okay, so we can't just have a My Little Pony coin. We would need to have individual tokens for the main six. My favorite would obviously be Rainbow Dash because she's best pony. But then you have, all right, so I understand the Pinkie Pie. She's like a Deadpool version of My Little Pony. Okay, so Pinkie Pie is great. Rainbow Dash is great. Applejack is really cool because she's a strong earth pony that don't need no man. And she's just a hard worker, got a cute accent. Twilight is a student and she's great, she's fun. Rarity is a little too bougie for my taste. I don't know if we'd be friends because she's all about like fashion. She is a business owner though. She doesn't just buy the latest fashion. She makes the greatest fashion. She'd have like a fashion coin. Fluttershy, we'd be friends with because we all love animals. But she's like so soft spoken and like when she tries to scream, she goes, yay. So I don't know if I would I need to like me and Rainbow Dash would spar with each other. We would like because she's a black belt. But she might be too OP because if you've ever seen Death Battle, she can beat Starscream in a fight because she can go like Mach 10. Like she is super fast, like faster than Starscream. Again, is a black belt. If she takes off of her speed, I think we would have a good time sparring. My boxing and her black beltness. You could also have a Cutie Mark Crusader coin for like the youngins that like don't have tattoos yet, the youngins that just aren't. But I guess Spike would have people like Spike. Spike is really funny. I would like a big Macintosh coin. He's like the strong silent type. He's like, yup. He would be called the E-Up coin. Oh, we would need Mod. People love Mod. Mod is like the Aubrey Plaza of the My Little Pony universe. Princess Celestia is just too OP. Luna, I really like. It's like, the fun has been doubled. The profits have been doubled. I would say Luna would be best for that. Running around it, and now you're like, girl. Listen, Prince Toby, I've been liking My Little Pony since you were a wee lad. That is an OG on the hub. That is my jam. So yeah. And it says where instead of paying for college, you get paid to learn. Yes. College, I don't want to say is college is just if you want to be like a lawyer or a doctor, yeah. So although I will say this, I learned more as a veterinary assistant on how to do vet tech stuff than the newly graduated vet techs that graduated from like a school. Granted, the vet techs obviously learn a whole lot, like the hands-on experience, and they have a lot more, book knowledge, and that's fine. But I don't know. It just seems to me when I was working at the animal hospitals, it's just what it was. Who would win if Aaron and Levi versus Rainbow Dash and Applejack? Okay, so it depends on which season. Obviously, Aaron gets much better later on, but honestly, season 1, season 4, it doesn't matter. Levi is just so OP. You could be like, all right, picture this. Rainbow Dash and Applejack are just taking turns, just teabagging Aaron, right? They could just be, having their hand up his butt, making him talk like a puppet, right? It could be 2-on-1. Aaron's dead. They're beating a dead horse, pun intended. And, he's gone. Levi could come back with Applejack, with all of these ponies, down. Bless me. It could be 300-1. Levi would come in down 28-4 with 30 seconds left in the fourth inning or in the fourth quarter, and Levi would just run over bitches. I think outside of them, I think Levi would take all the Earth ponies. Like he would just heck them up. They're strong, but Levi's so fast. He'll destroy the Earth ponies. The Pegasus could probably match him a lot in flight, but let's face it. Let's face it. Fluttershy ain't got nothing on Levi. Rainbow Dash, I think, could be the only one to be able to take Levi. And then again, the magical ponies, I would say, can put a spell on him. To my knowledge, he doesn't have any magic resistant about him. That wouldn't be a really fair fight. They could just, turn him into an apple, But if it's just 1-on-1, I would give it to Rainbow Dash. But Levi would take on all, maybe except for Rainbow Dash and Magic Points. Richard Valinsky's like, how did I just see this stream now? Shaking my head. Thank you so much for sending nudes. We've been going for 6 hours and 55 minutes at 3:33 in the morning. Sorry, that's an old reference that no one was quite a tool to be able to understand. So, it is cold. It's on. Let's get it out. Let's get it. Thank you so much. That's nice. I interviewed Charles. Yes, it. Small interview, but was nice. It was. I thought it was great. Oh, dude, I gotta check that out. Yeah, she did. I have 6 college degrees, but I measure the water in rivers for a living. How much do you get paid for that? Because I'm hella interested. A lot of people follow me recently, but I don't know who they are. You got my point. Not gonna lie, I was shocked. Disappeared. What? Okay, whatever. Oh, excuse me. Once a roses. Thank you, Bill. Is in pinned in my Twitter part of it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Richard Belinsky, for the nudes. That means the world, more than you could possibly know. Yeah, we got some good stuff going on. I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best heckin' night of my life. And whatever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Shit, now I'm good. Remember these? Like, are you challenging me? Those are so good. A threat, he is. These memes are so great. I love these memes. Oh, those are only 2 of them. Okay. I think there were more in the comments. When you just died, but the Kool-Aid man has your back, girl. I actually gotta save one of these. I gotta save photo. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, Twitter as soon as I get a chance. Just my friendos following each other. I love y'all. We'll see you. Randy, get an interview with Mitch Mack. I've asked him before. Let me see if I can find it. I will find it for you. It'll be in my messages. Yes, Mitchum. In December, I had said, howdy, partner. Great job in spaces today. Sorry you got so many crappy questions at the end there. Would it be possible to get you on the podcast to get some real questions for the community? I understand that you have 500 things on your plate and you might be too busy, so no worries if you can't. And he says, hey, Randy, thanks for the encouragement. Would you mind if we revisited the podcast invitation towards the end of March? I'm looking to focus down on value delivery for the community. At this stage, we have done a bit of talking. I would like for us to allow our actions to speak louder, at least for the short term. And I said, yes, of course. Let me know if you need anything from me. So that's the response I got. So maybe in another month and a half, give or take, end of March, we might have something like that. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Taco Bell. Oh, Taco Bell. Oh, sorry, my friend Patty. It was 4 years ago that I had sold a house for my friend Patty, and the way I did that was I tried to do magic. And what I mean by that is that there was this guy that was into escape artistry, and luckily at the time I was able to dislocate my shoulders and get out of it, and got the house sold. That's a great reply from Mitch. Says a lot about what he's all about. Yes, 100%. And we have gone for 7 hours. I'm not gonna lie. I am very, I'm very tired. I don't know. Oh, I need to sleep. I need to sleep the big sleep. I need to eat more because I only had like 150 grams of protein. I need more. Super sad and hecked up. What other things do I have on? Yeah, Ouija boards, Black Panther. My friend Julie makes shirts. Make taxation theft again. I love her so much. I've been trying to get her on the podcast. She has not done it yet. When I was sick last month, I didn't eat. Yeah, a couple days. Yeah, Facebook spazzes. Jessica Jones. That Sean influence in the Pokemon world. And that's about it. That's about it for the Facebook members. Oh, sorry, going over that. Good man. My friend Ashley. Button popped off right after. Rip corduroy overall. Derp, derp, derp. Okay, it seems that the people are getting a little tired of the real Randy Chavez because no more comments. It is 7 hours later. We'll just do one more comment from the. Oh no, that's it. There's no more comments. I love you all. Please comment, like, and subscribe. Comments are good for the YouTube algorithm. I'm gonna make another sandwich. Everybody. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you for the super chats. I appreciate them. I love you. More interviews next time. I guess maybe.